Yi Wuqian arched an eyebrow. Determination flashed past his eyes. Yi Xiao was his cousin, but they actually rarely interacted. Yi Wuqian focused on cultivation. Power meant nothing to him. Especially after the ancient barren world opened, the 100 Lands would change soon too. If they still held the old views that royal power was above all else, there would be danger. If the ancient barren world was permanently open, it would create more nobles. Yi Xiao was heavily influenced by royal power. This was probably related to his status as the most possible heir to the throne.
"Thank you, Your Highness, but I'm used to being alone. I won't travel with you," Yi Wuqian said. Saying that he wanted to be alone was to save Yi Xiao some embarrassment. However, Yi Xiao and the people of the Kangi Kingdom were shocked. They stared at Yi Wuqian.
He was obviously with Yi Futian's group. Why did he say he was used to being alone? Yi Xiao's eyes glinted. Was Yi Wuqian joking with him? All right. Yi Xiao smiled thinly. Since Yi Wuqian had made his choice, he wouldn't say anything else. Yueyao, what about you? Yi Xiao glanced at Lin Yueyao. He'd removed her surname, making them feel closer as if it was some type of hint. Lin Yueyao's eyes glimmered.
She felt a bit awkward but still smiled gently and said, "Your Highness, it's hard for me to say." With that, Lin Yueyao looked at Yi Futian again. This answer didn't say anything, but it was undoubtedly still a rejection. Her eyes made people think of many things too. Hard for her to say?
Yi Xiao's smile disappeared completely. Seeing Yi Futian and Lin Yueyao, the people of the Kangi College sharpened their gazes. Many glared at Yi Futian. Was the top beauty of the Kangi Kingdom?
Seeing Lin Yueyao look at him, Yi Futian was surprised too. Why did it feel like he was thrown under the bus?
Hard to say.
What did that mean?
Good. Yi Xiao's tone was cold. Whether it was an excuse or something else, Yi Wuqian and Lin Yueyao had both undoubtedly rejected him. His confident words from before were even more like a joke. As the Kangi Kingdom prince, he didn't have more of a right to speak than a 17-year-old genius?
No matter how talented Yi Futian was, Yi Xiao was the future owner of the kingdom. He left, walking to the noble grotto without looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't really mind Yi Xiao's attitude. Emperor Yi had saved him, and he would remember that.
If Yi Xiao was willing to be friends, he would do so willingly. But Yi Xiao and Yi Danshan were all the same to him. They were both Emperor Ye's children, and he didn't want to get into the fight for the throne. But Yi Xiao had made the boundaries clear since the start. Seeing Yi Futian as an enemy and part of Yi Danshan's group, he was too calculative, probably due to being born into royalty. This backfired on him. What do you mean? Yi Futian stared at Lin Yueyao. What does this have to do with me? Lin Yueyao looked wronged and innocent. She whispered, "Then what do you want me to say?" Right now, Lin Yueyao's eyes are so powerful. Yi Futian thought as he looked at her. Was she conquered by his charm? It's not good to be so talented. Yi Futian sighed as he looked away. Lin Yueyao stared at him unblinkingly. This guy was so conceited. What's so special about the noble grotto? Yi Futian asked Yun Xiaomo. He didn't mention Yi Xiao. It was a small thing to him. The powerful intent contained in the noble grotto will press down on anyone that gets close. It gets stronger and stronger as you go. If you cast some power to resist it, the grotto will retaliate with the same element, Yun Xianma said, looking at the majestic noble grotto. You can only receive the chance to transform the power attacking you into fate if you can endure the powerful pressure. Then you can walk to the corridor and sense the artistic conception at a close distance. Hearing that, Yi Futian looked up at the corridor. Two figures sat there cross-legged and cultivated with their eyes closed. Only two people were in the huge grotto. They were extremely brilliant. The two shone brightly and their fate shook violently. At this moment, Yi Futian saw Yi Xiao walk towards the noble grotto. Instantly, the shimmering light of the grotto turned into formless power that rushed towards Yi Xiao. Extremely powerful sword intent burst from Yi Xiao. It wrapped around him and he forced himself forward. At that moment, Yi Futian could clearly feel a mysterious pressure come from the grotto. It was like a god's power. It rushed at Yi Xiao, transforming into sword intent as well. Yi Futian couldn't help but operate freedom meditation. He discovered that the pressure came from several statues in the grotto. The statues contained sword intent, the same elemental intent that Yun Qianma had said.
As the elder prince of the Kangi kingdom, he was naturally more talented than others. Not only was he a swordsman in training, he was also a spiritual elemental sorcerer. All royalty, even Yi Wuqian, actually focused on the spiritual elemental and minored in swordsmanship. They were extremely powerful. He continued forward, resisting the sword pressure. Yi Xiao continuously approached the grotto, not stopping until he was 13 steps away. These are known as the 13 steps of death, Yun Qianma said. The intent attacks multiply and will even truly injure the person. The geniuses are all stopped within these 13 steps. In fact, you can gain something from each step. Yi Futian nodded. The freedom meditation was operating at top speed. The grotto's intent slowed down in his eyes as it attacked Yi Xiao. Boom! Yi Xiao stepped forward forcefully. His sword aura cut through everything. There seemed to be a violent windstorm. Powerful waves swirled like tidal waves. The first waves were forced back. It grew stronger and screamed as it came for Yi Xiao. It's not enough to only cultivate martial arts and not spiritual power because pure martial artists can't enter this grotto, Yi Futian thought. As Yi Xiao made his second step, the aura grew stronger. At the third step, the sword aura filled the sky. Yi Xiao stopped. He brandished his sword again. Sword intent blanketed him, enveloping his body, transforming into an extremely strong shield. He stepped again, but similar pressure transformed into a sword, sweeping towards him. It destroyed everything and fell upon Yi Xiao. There were sizzling sounds. Yi Xiao flew out and kept retreating. He looked pathetic and was even bleeding. Prince! The Kangi Kingdom's people walked over, but Yi Xiao waved his hand. He looked embarrassed. He only made 3 steps. Every step is like a limit. You have to keep overcoming your limits, Yi Futian muttered. Genius, are you going to try? Someone giggled. Li Liani looked at Yi Futian from the near distance. The noble grotto is different from the Tsang Mountain relic, Lu Yuan said. Many talents had come to the grotto and tried, but only those 2 could reach the corridor. They'd spent a lot of time trying too. The Tsang Mountain relic is enlightenment, but the noble grotto relies more on your own intent power and strong cultivation talent. Mo Fan, the pride of the Qianmeng area. He also walked over. The 2 sitting in the corridor after the 13 steps of death were the top talents of the Qianmeng area. At this time, 2 more figures appeared in the air and descended. Yun Qianma, one called. She looked over and saw Yang Ziki, the senior brother who'd humiliated her yesterday. The one beside Yang Ziki had his hair tied up. He had a sharp aura. Seeing him, Yun Qianma called, Senior brother Zhao. Zhao Han. Everyone looked up at him. Zhao Han was the top disciple of the Sword Clan. He was extremely talented and had once made 10 of the 13 steps of death. He only had 3 more steps left, so it was obvious how powerful he was. Zhao Han looked at Yun Qianma and said, Junior sister Yun, I'm very disappointed. No matter what, Yun Qianma's actions had disgraced the Sword Clan. After all, she was a top disciple. Senior brother, Yun Qianma wasn't as cold as she was to Yang Ziki. Zhao Han was respected and extraordinarily talented. He was the leader of their generation. Everyone respected him. Zhao Han didn't reply. He looked to Yi Futian. You have high comprehension abilities to be able to comprehend all 4 sides of the Tsang Mountain relic. I heard that the Sword Clan offended you first, so you made Yun Qianma your servant, Zhao Han said. He continued, since she agreed, I'll give you a chance. If you can beat me at the Noble Grotto today, I'll let Yun Qianma cultivate with you. The Sword Clan won't bother you anymore. If you can't beat me but still dare to take our disciple as a servant, Zhao Han said coldly, then die. The cold words revealed an undeniable message. Beside them, Yang Ziki sneered. Zhao Han was so talented. He'd once made 10 of the 13 steps of death. Barely any of their generation could do that. Yi Futian would definitely die today. So domineering. Everyone chuckled after hearing Zhao Han's words. With his abilities, he was qualified to say that. He gave Yi Futian a chance. If Yi Futian won, he would have the right to take the Sword Clan's pride as a servant. If not, he would die. Yi Futian looked at Zhao Han. He had handsome and clear features. Just standing there gave him an extraordinary aura. Yi Futian had naturally noticed that Yun Qianma's attitude towards Zhao Han was different from hers to Yang Ziki. It was obvious that Zhao Han had a higher status in the Sword Clan. That was why he had a cold expression and arrogant words. He said that if Yu Futian could defeat him, he wouldn't care about Yun Qianma again. If Yu Futian lost, he would die. However, what did Yun Qianma being a servant have anything to do with him?
This meant that if Yu Futian won, he would win. If he lost, he would die. How tyrannical. Would you like to consider taking your words back? Yi Futian asked Zhao Han. Zhao Han gazed at Yi Futian. His eyes were sharp as if sword intent was flowing from them. He said coldly, I never take back my words. If you don't accept it, you'll also die. No one in the glory plane was qualified to negotiate with him, especially not one from the 100 Lands. Yi Futian smiled. Instead of arguing, he walked towards the noble grotto. Yu Shang glared coldly at Zhao Han and followed Yi Futian. The group walked towards the grotto. Zhao Han's eyes were indifferent. He moved towards the grotto with Yang Ziki. Everyone around them started walking towards the grotto as well. Zhao Han had once walked 10 steps into the grotto. Could he break the record this time? Of the 13 steps of death, apparently the last 3 were the most terrifying and could really kill someone. They were all a bit sympathetic of Yi Futian. This genius from the 100 Lands had extraordinary comprehension but would most likely die here. The noble grotto was vast and wide. The people scattered in all directions, ready to try with Zhao Han and Yi Futian. They were secretly competitive. Motivation came with competition and made them want to go forward even more strongly. Many extraordinary figures stood before the grotto. An invisible burst of majesty traveled over. The people in the back looked forward with an odd brightness in their eyes. These geniuses were going forward together. It was rare and interesting. Zhao Han was the best of the sword clan this generation. He was extremely talented and had already taken 10 steps. No one else could top him. All the talents of the Qianmeng area were eclipsed by him. Li Lianyi was a girl, but she was extremely talented as well and would probably have a great performance. Yun Qianma had agreed to be Yi Futian's servant, but she wasn't weak either. According to rumors, she had defeated Lu Yuan at the Tsang Mountain Relic. However, she'd relied on the stone wall's sword intent at the time. The people wondered who would be stronger now, and how would Yang Ziki and the prides of the 100 Lands perform. Of course, they were excited to see how Yi Futian would fare as well. He was a genius who had once comprehended all 4 walls of the Tsang Mountain Relic. The end was already determined, but they still wanted to see how many steps he could take. 7 steps? If he could take 7 out of the 13, it would be more than half and he would be astonishingly talented. Those of the Qianmeng area who could take 7 steps were all renowned figures. Yi Xiao studied Yi Futian's group and stepped forward. He prepared to continue trying. Last time, he'd only taken 3 steps, which wasn't a good result. Chu Kuangren and the people of the Yunchu Nation all walked to the grotto. At the Nandu Nation's Tingfeng banquet, he didn't even have a chance to fight. At that time, Yi Wuqian's power had made him want to avoid him. Now, he had the chance to quietly compete with Yi Wuqian. Yi Futian didn't know what everyone else was thinking. At this moment, he stood before the grotto, feeling the mysterious majesty. He silently praised the noble grotto's miraculous feeling. This pressure was like heavenly might. It made one revere it. But at this moment, he was going to challenge this reverent strength. Picking up his feet, Yi Futian walked forward. He didn't use any elemental power and merely walked forward with his body. The statues carved into the grotto glowed faintly. A mysterious pressure surged from them, transforming into tangible power pushing down on him. However, it wasn't strong enough and couldn't stop him. He continued forward as if strolling in the garden. He quickly came to the 13 steps of death. The next 13 steps were the true trial. The formless pressure continued pouring out, transforming into intent that rushed into his mind. Zhao Han from the Sword Clan was left of Yi Futian. To his right was Yu Shang and Yun Qianma's group. Everyone had come to this point. Thud. Beside him, Zhao Han stepped forward. He made 3 continuous steps and was extremely powerful. After the 3rd step, he paused and glanced at Yi Futian. Then he said to Yun Qianma, I hope he won't be too disappointing. Otherwise, you'd seem too cheap. With that, he took another step. Wild sword intent swept into a storm around him. Taking 4 continuous steps, he was extremely powerful and threw everyone far behind him. Yi Futian didn't mind. He calmly made his first step. An invisible aura radiated from him. This step was extremely stable. His body didn't even shake at all. Countless statues lit up and countless waves of pressure came down on him. They transformed into powerful intent, attacking his tenacity wildly. The strong cultivators around him all stepped forward. The first step was nothing for the geniuses present. Yifutian quietly felt the power. Instead of looking at the others, he focused on the grotto up ahead and walked forward. As he continued, he still didn't release any elemental power. The mighty grotto had a mysterious power. It came again like a tide and was even stronger, crashing heavily against his body. Strong intent rushed into his mind. It was terrifyingly powerful, almost enough to break down his will. The strong power transformed into a windstorm, but Yifutian was still unmoved. He was extremely stable and soon took his third step. An even stronger power and intent came, even causing his body to whistle. That was how powerful it was. Yushang was beside him. He took the same steps and also didn't release any elemental power. He used his pure strength. He naturally had godlike strength and was the best at this. Therefore, the grotto responded with similarly strong power. It's the third step. The people before the grotto watched the group. Yifutian, Yushang, Yiwuchen, Yunqianma, and the others had all taken their third step. From the looks of things, many could continue. At least the fourth step would be no problem. Yishao was at the third step as well. Earlier he had stopped here. This time he must break through. Closing his eyes, the sword intent wrapping around him was shocking. The spiritual intent had transformed into a sharp sword going forward. He stepped and the terrifying sword intent came rushing into his mind. He didn't move, allowing the two forces to clash. Finally, he succeeded. In this moment, Yishao felt his intent strengthening. He opened his eyes. The light of a sword flashed past. He smiled and successfully made his fourth step. Before the grotto, some figures had stopped. The power of the mighty grotto was too much and they couldn't overcome it. Right now, the strongest was still Zhao Han. He had taken his seventh step and stopped again to look back at Yifutian and the others. Is Zhao Han waiting for Yifutian? Many people thought. He didn't even struggle with the seventh step. No wonder he was number one of the sword clan. You're too slow, he called to Yifutian. Where's the talent you showed at the Tsang Mountain relic? Yifutian glanced at Zhao Han in the near distance and looked away. He continued looking forward and raised his foot. He made his fourth step. Everyone's eyes flashed. Before they could react, Yifutian raised his foot again and took his fifth step. Many people trained their eyes on him. Soon after, they saw him take his sixth step. When he stopped, everyone felt an unbelievable power. It swept past everything. Even when the crushing weight came, it was still unmoved. Everyone was shocked, not due to Yifutian taking 6 steps, but because of how stable he was despite making 3 continuous steps. This meant that he could continue. His aura was getting stronger as he walked as if it could compete with the grotto's power. Boom! There was a loud sound. Everyone looked over and saw that beside Yifutian, Yusheng had made continuous steps like a wild demon. He also made his 6th step and his body was filled to the brim with wild power. Yi Wuchen's sword intent was like a storm, wrapping around him. He pointed forward fearlessly, facing the mighty pressure directly as if he wanted to cut a path with his sword. As he pointed, he also took 3 steps in a row and came to the 6th step. The 3 had all taken 6 steps. Many people looked at them, hearts shuddering slightly. Yi Xiao took this in with some humiliation. They had taken 6 steps, such powerful 6 steps, while he'd only taken 4. He was so far behind Yi Wuchen and the others. There was no comparison usually, but now it was obvious. Even Lin Yueyao had taken her 4th step and was on her 5th. Chu Kuangren wasn't willing to admit defeat either. He took his 6th step but was struggling. He felt like he'd used up all his strength and energy, and was extremely tense. At this time, Yifutian moved again at the front of the grotto. He took his 7th step, allowing the extreme power to attack him without showing any sign of struggle. Thud! The loud noise was Yushang's footstep. He'd taken his 7th step as well and looked coldly at Zhao Han. Stopped at the 7th step. Yi Wuchen pushed his hands forward and it was as if endless sharp swords poured out of him. His body moved with the swords. There seemed to be a sword spirit storm around him, destroying everything, but he made his 7th step steadily.
Boom. With the loud boom, Chu Kuangren was thrown into the air when he tried for the seventh step and crashed onto the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale.
Yi Shao looked at the trio who had taken their seventh step and didn't have the courage to make his fifth. Even if he did, so what? Zhao Han saw that Yi Futian's trio made 7 steps, just like him. His expression changed slightly. Huffing coldly, he continued forward. On the 8th step, the sword intent destroyed everything but couldn't stop Zhao Han. Not stopping, he made his 9th step.
When his foot fell, everyone heard a sword scream through the air. The grotto's wild intent charged towards Zhao Han's direction. He stopped, preparing for the next step. The 10th step was his previous limit. So powerful. Everyone looked at Zhao Han and then to the others.
Yi Futian had taken 7 steps, but each step afterward was impossible. The other talents, such as Mo Fan, were only at the 6th step. Li Lianyi, Yun Qianma, Yang Ziki, and Lu Yuan had stopped at the 5th step. They already felt the horrible pressure. Yang Ziki and Lu Yuan looked upset. They were reputable figures of the Qianmeng area, after all, but were surpassed by 3 in lower planes. Trying for the Noble Grotto at the same time, the difference between weak and strong was obvious. The Noble Grotto was different from the Tsang Mountain relic.
The latter depended more on comprehension, but the grotto required powerful spiritual intent, unprecedented aura, extraordinary endurance, and the ability to break through limits. Yi Futian didn't care about the others. Actually, he'd never thought of those people. He only came to the ancient barren world to become stronger and fight against the Nanda nation and Luo Junlin. He only came to the Noble Grotto for the fate. As for Zhao Han, he wouldn't know the man if he didn't come to make trouble.
Right now, Yi Futian didn't even notice Zhao Han or Yang Ziki and the others. He only saw the grotto. Unifying his spiritual qi, his aura rose up. As if performing the 9 heavenly attacks, he stepped forward again. With the 8th step, the power swept towards him.
Intent rushed into his mind, almost destroying his will. However, his spiritual intent strengthened instead. He took another step, the void shook. Yi Futian had taken a 9th step. He was once again equal to Zhao Han. Now, Zhao Han's expression changed slightly. He'd already taken 9 steps and his previous limit was 10. Yi Futian had actually caught up. There was one more step and it would be his previous limit. So powerful. Everyone's hearts trembled as they stared at Yi Futian. The majority had been left in the dust already.
Yi Shao had been forced back at the 5th step. Yang Ziki and Lu Yuan were stuck at the 5th step too, studying the 2 figures in the front. Boom! However, someone seemed unwilling to let Yi Futian and Zhao Han get all the attention. He took another step and the air shook. Yu Shang had taken his 8th step. He didn't stop. Roaring, he made his 9th step. The burly body was filled with explosive strength. The power seemed unstoppable. Zhao Han, Yi Futian, and Yu Shang were at the same point. Yi Wuchen seemed to see Yi Futian and Yu Shang. He also moved. His body seemed to transform into a sword. He melded into the endless sword intent. Closing his eyes, he was entirely focused. He took his 8th and then 9th step. He was entirely in his own world. In this world, he was alone with his sword. Now the 4 were together. Seeing this, the black-winged eagle in the back grew excited too, flapping its wings. As for the others, they trembled inwardly. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen had come together. Now they all made their 9th step. The spectators' shock was imaginable. If they took another step, it would be 10. Zhao Han's limit was 10. This would mean that the trio was equal to Zhao Han. That was shocking. Zhao Han was the top disciple of the Sword Clan. He was extremely talented and was one of the best of the clan's younger generation. As if sensing danger, Zhao Han gathered himself and took his 10th step. He yelled and his sword aura turned into a river. His entire body drowned in the sword, but he still stood firmly and made his 10th step. Only the last 3 steps remained. Then he could step onto the corridor and feel the grotto's intent at a close distance to add the fate to himself. However, before Zhao Han could relax, Yi Futian moved too. He made his 10th step. His aura grew stronger and stronger. It combined with his intent. Right now, he seemed to be fighting the grotto's intent. Boom! With the 10th step, wild wind rose up like tidal waves. His long hair flew and his clothing fluttered. Even more terrifying was the attack on his spiritual intent. It was powerful enough to destroy everything. He's standing.
Everyone stared at him, insides trembling.
This was the 10th step, this was Zhao Han's limit. Just like him, Yi Futian had reached this step. If they tied, what would Zhao Han do?
Zhao Han obviously couldn't accept a tie. His eyes sharpened to a point. He looked forward and closed his eyes, feeling all the power. Then he took his 11th step. The last 3 steps, the most terrifying 3, had caused many top talents to stop. Some were even heavily wounded by the backlash. In fact, some very terrifying talents had died during these 3 steps. It was known as the 13 steps of death, but the truly fatal ones were the last 3. Now, Zhao Han was forced by Yi Futian to take the first of the last 3 steps. Sword intent seemed to bite into his body. The grotto's intent rushed into his mind. That moment, no one knew what kind of attack Zhao Han bore. They only saw his body shake violently. Countless eyes fell on him, staring at his body. Would Zhao Han be injured by the backlash?
This step was too dangerous. Even with Zhao Han's top talent, the people still felt that his steps were unsteady. He seemed to sway, about to die at any moment. The space muted. Even Yun Qianma had stopped to look at Zhao Han. Mo Fan, Li Liani, Yang Ziki, and the others all looked at Zhao Han's 11th step. The air seemed to coagulate. After a long while, Zhao Han's body steadied. He yelled and opened his eyes. Sword intent shot out. The 11th step. Many people's hearts shook. Zhao Han had started with the 3 fatal steps and surpassed his limits. How will you take this step? Zhao Han asked. His tone was wildly arrogant. Yi Futian had taken 10 steps and was good enough. But unfortunately, Zhao Han had surpassed himself and taken the first of the 3 fatal steps. Only personally experiencing it would one know how terrifying this step was. Yi Futian couldn't do it. If he tried, he would die. Shut up. Yi Futian gazed at Zhao Han coolly. Without any hesitation, he took the first of the fatal 3. That moment, Yi Futian felt the grotto shine brilliantly. He had the hallucination that this mighty grotto only targeted him. Even worse, the carved statues magnified in his eyes. They filled his vision, rushing into his mind. He no longer felt pure intent attacks. The statues' intent transformed into tangible shadows. They appeared in his mind like true noble figures. An unmatchable pressure swept through. It transformed into an impossible power that worked to destroy his will. He finally understood how horrifying this step was. It was completely different from the earlier 10 steps. No wonder Zhao Han's limit had been 10 before. Now Yi Futian closed his eyes. In his mind, his will confronted the noble statues. The impossible pressure weighed down on him. A terrifying figure appeared in his mind. It was a humongous demon ape. It was extremely powerful and waved its staff, moving the clouds and wind. The 9 heavenly attacks could shatter the world. Before, the snow ape had destroyed heavenly soldiers with a staff. The noble intent couldn't defeat him now. The intent power seemed to recreate a past scene. The demon ape split the skies and earth. It was attacking rather than defending. An extremely resilient intent sliced down at the statues. A rumble came from his mind. The stone statue shattered, but Yi Futian remained standing straight and tall. He took the 11th step steadily. That moment, countless eyes stared at Yi Futian's backside. His figure was still standing so tall as if he was looking down on the world. How is this possible? Yang Ziki and Lu Yuan stared at Yi Futian in shock. He'd actually taken the 11th step. Beside Yi Futian, Zhao Han stared at him coldly. He'd already surpassed his own limits and taken the 11th step. He couldn't continue. The last 2 were impossible to challenge. He was at his true limit. But Yi Futian was still tied with him, coming to this step together. I can't believe you can be equal to me. Zhao Han's voice was tinged with shock. He seemed to have overthought. Ignoring him, Yi Futian raised his foot again. Everyone's hearts shook. Was he going to advance again? Was he crazy? This was Yi Futian's first time here. He'd already taken 11 steps and could still continue. Under their shocked eyes, Yi Futian stepped again. When the noble intent descended, he still didn't hide. He took the offensive and destroyed it with horrible intent. At this moment, he was like a god. No intent was impossible to destroy. The 12th step. The people couldn't stop shaking inside. Yi Futian had taken the 12th step. Only one remained. This was... Before the spectators could process this, they discovered that Yi Futian didn't stop. He raised his foot again. Countless eyes were fixated on that steady figure. Was he going to take the last step? Boom!
As Ufutian brought his foot down, the air before the grotto shook. Similarly, everyone's hearts shook as well. When Ufutian made his last step, it felt as if the entire grotto was imprinted in his mind.
Of the various statues, each one emanated with powerful intent, as if a noble had come himself to squash his will. Earlier, Yifutian had pushed aside the intents of the statues, and now, it was as if he was making his strongest counterattack. Simultaneously, he bore the unbelievable aura that continuously attacked his body. The double attack on the body and mind were enough to crush someone. However, defeating it was like being baptized. The blood inside Yifutian rumbled, and impossible strength burst from his body.
The 9 heavenly attacks gathered the power of the world. Though he stood there, his aura was evolving and strengthening. In his mind, the noble statues became extremely menacing. They wanted to wipe his existence from the world. At that moment, Yifutian thought of many things. He thought of the high and mighty Xiaofan, the emperor's decree that he couldn't fight back against, and that emperor who had once thought he could control Yifutian's destiny. They could all go die now. A terrible intent was born. It drowned the statues, eradicating them from his mind. Yifutian opened his eyes. There was arrogance in his gaze. He took another step forward and stood steadily and upright. At this moment, his white clothing fluttered and his long hair danced in the wind. He was like a young emperor. Countless eyes focused on the proud backside, their hearts shaking. Yifutian had made his way through the 13 steps of death. If he continued forward, he could step into the grotto's corridor and perceive the grotto's intent at a close distance. He would be as brilliant as the 2 up above. Looking back at Zhao Han, he was still at the 11th step. Thinking of his arrogant words from before, if you lose, then die, it was so ironic. Yifutian was in the glory plane and walked the steps of death for the first time. He had passed while amongst the geniuses of the Qianmeng area, only Zhao Han could surpass 10 steps. Mockery and doubt?
They all fell apart now. With Yifutian's talent, he definitely would be qualified to make Yun Qianma his servant later. She had just chosen earlier to follow he who was in the glory plane. Many felt this was strange because Yun Qianma was the pride of her clan while Yifutian was from the 100 Lands and had an extremely low plane. Yang Ziki looked from his senior brother to Yifutian. His expression was ugly. On the other hand, Yun Qianma stared at Yifutian in shock. She was at the 7th step, which was her limit. She couldn't go on. Yifutian had succeeded in one go. Boom. An explosion pulled everyone out of their thoughts. The earth shook and it was as if the world was roaring. At that moment, everyone's gazes turned to a spot not far from Yifutian. While everyone's eyes were on him, Yusheng had made his 10th step. Now he was challenging the fatal 3 steps. He made his 11th step. At this moment, Yusheng's burly body seemed to hold up the sky and earth. He was indestructible. He roared at the stone statues. No one could bend his spine. His foot fell steadily. Allowing the thunderstorm to hit him, he stood upright like the god of war. It was not only him. Yi Wuchen was also challenging the 11th step. Sword intent grew between his brows and soon, there was a beam of silver light. A tiny silver sword shot out. It shattered everything and in the next moment, became endless sword intent. He's crazy. Many people shook inwardly at this sight. Today, for people had challenged the fatal 3 steps and all succeeded. Yifutian had even completed all 13. This was the first try for all 3 of them, and Zhao Han had lost to all of them. Yusheng's arrogant gaze turned and looked at Zhao Han in the near distance. He said coldly, "Who do you think you are? You aren't even good enough to wipe his shoes." There was nothing to be won while only death awaited the loser. Did Zhao Han think he was very powerful?
Hearing Yusheng's imposing words, everyone hushed. The top disciple of the Sword Clan, the extremely talented Zhao Han, had been humiliated in public. Reality was right before his eyes. Zhao Han's face turned livid when he heard Yusheng's words. Faced with someone who had made 13 steps on his first try, Zhao Han had neither the ability nor the talent to prove anything. Even now, he couldn't make his 13th step. Now, Zhao Han was still wondering if he should attempt the 12th. Just as he was pondering, Yusheng had looked away and made his 12th step.
His strength was extremely wild and burst through everything. He opened his eyes wide and stared domineeringly at the statue up ahead. He didn't fear the noble and roared as if he wanted to destroy the statue's intent. So what if this was the noble grotto?
It couldn't crush him. With a thud, there was a violent wind that lifted a tidal wave. After Yifutian, Yuxing made his 12th step and surpassed Zhao Han. Was Zhao Han powerful?
Was he extraordinarily talented? 2 cultivators of the glory plane beside him had surpassed him on the first try, leaving him in the dust. Seeing Yifutian's 13th step and Yushang's 12th step, sharpness flashed past Yi Wuchen's eyes like a sword. He grew more determined.
A man would only feel motivated when he was with the strong. He would be even more determined and challenge himself with the will of the strong. This was why Yi Wuchen followed Yifutian's group. With an extraordinary person beside him, he would also challenge what had once been his limit.
And rather than one extraordinary person beside him, he had 2, so he couldn't fall behind. Thus, he also made his 12th step with no regard to the consequences or anything. Just like his sword, he forged on fearlessly. He was crazy. Everyone's hearts trembled without stop. Had they gone berserk? And not only one of them, but all 3? This was honestly unheard of. No one knew if something so shocking had ever happened before the Noble Grotto before. But now they couldn't control their pounding hearts. This was crazy. Yi Wuchen had also taken his 12th step. The trio had tossed Zhao Han behind.
Zhao Han, who had been unbeatable before, now stood behind them alone. It was so mocking. He didn't deserve to be arrogant. 3 people in lower planes from the 100 lands had surpassed him, the top disciple of the Sword Clan, the pride of Qianmeng. Did he have the right to say that the loser would die? He had thought that he would win but realized that he wasn't even as good as the 2 beside Yifutian. Such mockery. Behind them, Lin Yueyao watched the 3 unblinkingly. There was an odd look in her eyes. She felt hopeless. Couldn't they think about her feelings? Remembering that they were the top 3 of the Fenghua rank, she couldn't help but think that Emperor Yi Foresight was great. They were brilliant even in the ancient barren world and defeated so many prides of the Qianmeng area. Yun Qianma was speechless too. Earlier, she'd only thought that Yifutian was extremely talented. She didn't expect that Yuxing and Yi Wuchen would be like this too. Now, she vaguely understood why Yifutian dared to make her be his servant. It was silent.
All that seemed to remain was the trio that had stolen the light from the world. Everyone stopped to feel the strength within the grotto. But just then, there was a sound. They all watched as Yifutian slid backward, pushed back by the aggressive power. Is he finally unable to withstand it?
Everyone's eyes flashed. Why didn't he step directly onto the grotto's corridor?
Many people didn't understand why Yifutian had stopped at the 13th step. He raised his head and gazed at the noble grotto. He uttered, "Again." Everyone was shocked. Again? What did he mean? Amidst their confusion, Yifutian stepped forward again. This time, he released his elemental power. A gust of wild aura erupted from his body. They could faintly see aggressive lightning, the heavy intent of the earth, and a sharp metallic aura. At that moment, more statues in the grotto lit up. The bursts of wild power charged at Yifutian. Simultaneously, an even more terrifying intent cut into his will. Boom, boom, boom. The wild power pounded against him, but he just strolled forward casually. 1 step, 2 steps. He quickly got to step 7. The steps that many were unable to attempt were so easy for him. At that moment, they finally understood what Yifutian had meant. He chose not to step into the corridor and perceive the grotto's intent. He chose to walk the steps again. Without any hesitation, he chose to restart the thing that many people couldn't challenge and put all their effort in. It was as if he could restart the 13 steps of death whenever he wanted. His 8th step, Yifutian's body was like a dragon. The power of lightning and thunder danced on him. His 9th step, his shadow was like a rock. It was unbelievably sharp. His 10th step, Yifutian was like the majestic ape, shaking the world. The unparalleled intent transformed into tangible attacks that rushed violently into him, causing there to be an endless string of explosions inside him. He made the 3 fatal steps again. At the 11th step, his blood boiled and rumbled. The intent of martial arts was released. When the shocking intent rushed into him, he bore it rather than fighting back. He withstood the incredible attack and the cracking sounds continued.
His body seemed to be evolving. Boom! An even wilder aura burst from Yi Futian's body. The intent of martial arts transformed into a solid light and broke out of him like a true dragon. Endless power poured out of him violently and he was covered in a brilliant glow. His physical body had a breakthrough and his martial arts evolved. He had broken into Dharma plane.
He had done it again, not to prove how amazing he was, but to use the power of the grotto to test his body and try for another plane. He'd actually advanced to the next level. Countless eyes studied Yi Futian. Everyone knew that the noble grotto could test cultivators. Many were able to break through their limits after enduring the grotto's intent. But no one had ever been like Yi Futian and choose not to enter the corridor after completing the 13 steps, choosing instead to do it again without hesitation.
He released the elemental power within him and used the grotto's intent power's attack to test his body, thus having a breakthrough into the Dharma plane. After his martial arts broke into the Dharma plane, the martial intent grew stronger and formed a Dharma.
Yi Xiao and the people of the Kangi College stared at Yi Futian's backside. They looked embarrassed. Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen made the Kangi College students seem unaccomplished. The strongest had only taken 5 steps.
5 steps actually wasn't weak, but with Yi Futian's trio present, they looked horrible. Even worse, Yi Futian didn't show any signs of stopping yet. Right now, he was under extreme pressure but could also feel his power changing. In his mind, an even stronger intent attacked.
Intent of different elements swept up a chaotic storm. It destroyed everything and more statues imprinted in his mind. Yi Futian fought against this power. He didn't fear the noble intent. Was a noble intent enough to destroy him? Arrogance emanated from him. His blood bubbled as the imperial tactics operated subconsciously. A strand of emperor's intent appeared in his mind. That moment, the noble intent from the statue seemed to be shocked. It tried to fight back, but Yi Futian destroyed it with the emperor's intent. If he was stopped by the grotto today, he wouldn't be able to kill a true noble in the future. Without hesitation, Yi Futian took the 12th step for the second time. His arrogance didn't reduce. He was still like an emperor. Even stronger intent from the statue rushed into his mind. This time, Yi Futian didn't destroy it. He allowed it to attack his spiritual intent. He was like an emperor. No matter what came, it would all submit to him in the end. As soon as he made his 12th step, Yi Futian made his 13th without any fear.
This time, his steps were steadier than before. There wasn't any faltering. Instead of going through the trial, it was as if he was going to conquer. After the 13th step, the entire grotto imprinted in his mind. It seemed to feel his arrogance.
The various statues all appeared in his mind to eliminate this brash man. Yi Futian didn't fear anything. The emperor's intent was extremely powerful. It didn't move no matter what the noble intent tried. He enveloped the noble intent with the emperor's intent. The powerful noble intent seemed to meld into his intent, submitting to the emperor. At this moment, something seemed to break open. His spiritual power was evolving. A powerful spiritual windstorm carried the surrounding power and swallowed it. All types of spiritual qi and the strong intent all turned into food for Yi Futian. Breakthrough in spiritual power. Everyone's hearts trembled again. Yi Futian cultivated both martial arts and sorcery. After a breakthrough in martial arts, he still wasn't satisfied and continued using the grotto's power to have a breakthrough in spiritual sorcery. Now, he had advanced in both spiritual and martial arts power. He entered the Dharma plane completely. Many people felt numb. All the prides of the Chenmeng area had been subdued at the noble grotto by someone in the glory plane from the 100 Lands. They were forced to surrender. Compared to him, Zhao Han of the Sword Clan was so unimpressive. If he was a pride, then what was Yi Futian?
At this time, fate bloomed from Yi Futian. It rose up several meters and was still strengthening. The intent of the stone statues flowed in endlessly, transforming into fate and making it stronger. It soon became dozens of meters tall and was terrifying.
They'd never seen someone create such powerful fate just from the noble grotto. There were many types of fate. To the people of the ancient barren world, it took a long time to comprehend the relics. The easiest way was to steal. However, Yi Futian had reversed that thought. He approached the noble fate with just comprehension. This was frightening. If the others of the Qianmeng area could be like him, it would be so easy to become a noble. Great! Yushang was so excited seeing this as if he'd also had a breakthrough. Then he lifted his foot and went for the last step. That moment his entire body tensed. The fabric on his arms tore apart. His veins bulged and the frightening muscles made one feel immense strength. His physical body was strong to the extreme. There was a shocking roar. Yushang bellowed at the stone statues. His body seemed to glow like a demon. He was unstoppable. Boom! His foot fell like a demon shattering the sky. His body made a huge sound and each body part seemed to be evolving. A gust of martial intent burst forth, making him even stronger. With another roar, he shattered the noble intent. Yushang's eyes burned with golden flames like a demon. Another one with a breakthrough. Everyone stared at the demonic backside, shuddering inwardly. This was too crazy. Others had had breakthroughs before the noble grotto before, but it was never as impressive as Yi Futian and Yushang. They were two beasts. Yi Wuqian looked at the two before him. Right now, he was extremely calm. He'd never been so determined before. His heart was a sword. His intent and body transformed into a sword. His entirely had become a sword, an indestructible sword. He moved towards the last step. That moment endless sword intent came ripping past. The horrible windstorm tore past his body, opening up countless wounds. His sword intent was about to extinguish any time. The small silver sword that shot out whistled. Could collapse with any mistake. No matter what collapsed, he would be destroyed. But he didn't fear anything. When Yi Futian and Yushang stepped forward, he could sense that his talent wasn't as good as either. He had to be extremely determined to do the same as them. He must be fearless as well. A swordsman must go forward without looking back. If he completed that step, the skies would clear. If he retreated, his sword heart should shatter. He'd never be able to surpass his limits. A swordsman must have the courage and determination to face death. He couldn't be defeated like this. Many people stared at Yi Wuqian in shock. He'd taken the last step with an entirely tensed body. Many were nervous. Lin Yuyao stared. She knew that if anything happened, Yi Wuqian might die here. This guy was too crazy. He'd already made 12 steps. Why must he keep going?
Was it worth it to risk his life for? Wish, wish. Sharp sounds appeared. Yi Wuqian's foot stepped down entirely. That moment, endless sword intent flowed on his body. It shot towards the statues. The sword intent flowed through him as if he was the body of the sword. He'd obviously succeeded. Yi Wuqian had taken the 13th step. Of those who came from the Qianmeng area, only 2 were cultivating in the corridor. But today, Yi Futian's trio arrived and all successfully made 13 steps. This was so shocking. Throughout the history of the Qianmeng area, there'd never been a force that created 3 figures like them at the same time. Now, they all stopped at the last step. Yi Futian's gaze fell calmly on the statues. He continuously sensed the intent contained in the statues carved in the grotto. His freedom meditation operated and he could feel each intent power clearly. The more he felt it, the more he experienced the strength. He attempted to release the Emperor's intent. It surged into a statue and slowly, he realized that it resonated with the noble intent as if trying to make it surrender. Just as he'd guessed, the Emperor's intent born at Donghai City that day was even more advanced than noble intent. He just didn't know how to use it yet. His abilities under the Emperor's intent had once shocked everyone, killing someone in the Arcana plane. Seems like I can cultivate here for a long while, Yi Futian thought. The noble grotto was an optimal place for cultivation. He looked left and right. Seeing Yushang and Yi Wuqian there, he smiled. Then he looked at Yun Qianma and Lin Yuyao. The freedom meditation showed him the statues releasing pressure on them. His Emperor's intent communicated with the power within those statues. Then he called Yun Qianma. Yes. Yun Qianma looked over at him. Comprehend well and try advancing again, Yi Futian said. Beside Yun Qianma, Lin Yuyao saw this and couldn't help but call, hey. Yi Futian looked at Lin Yuyao in confusion. He saw her resentful gaze and angry eyes as if she felt he was biased. Yi Futian was speechless. Was this girl jealous? Stupid. Overlooking her, Yi Futian said, one by one, With that, he guided power into Yun Qianma's mind. This wasn't an attack though. It was for Yun Qianma to feel. Beside Yu Futian, Zhao Han looked at this coolly. Yu Futian had clearly overlooked his existence. Yun Qianma, Zhao Han called. The girl looked over and he said, "Come back within a month." He'd said that if Yu Futian could beat him, he wouldn't care anymore. He couldn't go back on his words. He still wasn't willing though, so he only gave Yun Qianma 1 month's time. Yun Qianma's eyes hardened. Then Zhao Han stepped back, getting ready to leave. "Did I allow you to leave?" a cold and arrogant voice said. Zhao Han's steps froze. This voice naturally came from Yi Futian. Everyone's gazes focused on Yi Futian's direction. Was he crazy? He had defeated Zhao Han, and the latter had taken a step back, only telling Yun Qianma to return to the clan after 1 month. This was still domineering, but even though Yi Futian had shown his extreme talent, he was still lower in plane. Zhao Han not going back on his words was already good enough, but now Yi Futian was challenging him again. Wasn't this giving Zhao Han an excuse to mess with him? "Are you talking to me?" Zhao Han gazed at Yu Futian with some mockery in his eyes. "Don't take a single step before my mood turns better," Yu Futian said coldly instead of answering the question. "Move then die." Zhao Han's expression turned odd. "Move then die?" He looked at Yu Futian and sneered. If the youth wanted to die, then he'd let him. "How would you like to die?" Zhao Han asked coldly. As soon as he said that, something extremely sharp flashed past Yu Futian's eyes. In a blink, an extremely terrifying intent power shot to Zhao Han. This time, it wasn't gentle like the intent that had entered Yun Qianma's mind. Instead, it was filled with the thirst for killing. In a moment, Zhao Han felt that it wasn't Yi Futian before him but the strong intent power in the stone statues that came at him. Accompanied by a sharp sound, shocking sword intent burst from Zhao Han's body. However, the other intent pierced directly through everything, coming from the sword intent of the stone statues. Sizzle. Everyone heard a pained cry mixed into the piercing sharp sound. Zhao Han trembled as blood flowed out from his body. Even his eyes were bleeding. At that moment, everyone's eyes were trained there, staring at the two figures. The statue lit up. Someone looked to the kendo statues in the grotto. They were glowing, just like in the Tsang Mountain relic. Watching this scene, Lu Yuan's expression was dark. Yi Futian had used his musical sorcery to activate the intent within the stone walls at the Tsang Mountain relic. Now, he didn't even need the musical sorcery to activate the even stronger intent of the grotto. Was he even human? When the attacking strength disappeared, Zhao Han couldn't help but tremble. At that moment, he had felt death. "Do you think I'm joking?" Yu Futian smiled at Zhao Han. He was handsome and had a nice smile. He looked harmless, but in Zhao Han's eyes right now, he was like a demon. Everyone could feel shudders from the coldness. Earlier, Zhao Han had been extremely domineering. He'd set the rule that if Yu Futian lost, he would die. Without saying anything, Yu Futian had walked quietly towards the grotto. At that time, he couldn't fight against Zhao Han. Next, he walked towards the grotto and showed his talent. Now, he could use the intent of the grotto to crush Zhao Han. His entire presence had changed. If Zhao Han moved, he would die. There was no reason. Now, Yu Futian set the rules. Zhao Han's features twisted. He was the top disciple of the Sword Clan and an extremely talented cultivator. His arrogant words from before were still fresh, but now he was in such a position. It was so embarrassing. If he moved, he would die. So should he stay here for everyone to gawk at? Did he, Zhao Han, still have a place in the Chenmeng area now? He was forced to the point of not even daring to move. It was such a humiliation. "If you don't believe me, you can try." Yi Futian no longer looked at Zhao Han. His eyes turned to Yun Qianma. Right now, Yun Qianma's expression was a bit uncomfortable. Zhao Han was a top disciple. If Yi Futian treated him so, what would he do after leaving the grotto? And what should she do? She had given up on some things when she agreed to become Yi Futian's servant, but it was difficult to betray her clan and become Zhao Han's enemy. Yun Qianma, continue perceiving. Yi Futian guided the intent contained inside the statues into Yun Qianma's mind, so she could perceive and comprehend it. Then he looked to Lin Yueyao and did the same thing. At this time, everyone saw that the black-winged eagle had walked before the stone statues and was making its way to the 13 steps of death. It had even made 4 steps. Next, it began perceiving as well under Yi Futian's help. "I'm going up to cultivate," Yu Shang said to Yi Futian.
Okay. Yi Futian nodded. Yushang walked up to the grotto's corridor, walking under the statues. He felt the mighty intent emanating from them. He found a quiet place to sit and began perceiving quietly. Yi Wuchen did the same. He had forcefully made the 13 steps and some changes had occurred to his body. Now he needed to relax and perceive for a while. The grotto deserved for him to take his time. Only Yi Futian and Zhao Han remained standing there. Yi Futian looked at all the statues, feeling the powerful intent within them and increasing his fate. Zhao Han was in a bad position. He was forced to stand there, not allowed to take a step. Now he looked to Yi Futian with dark eyes but not daring to risk it. Behind him were the prides of the Qianmeng area. Mo Fan, Li Liani, and the others were all unsettled. Today's performance of Yi Futian's trio was too overbearing. Yi Shao, Chu Kuangren, and the others were even more speechless. Yi Shao especially looked at them with a complex expression.
Time passed bit by bit. After a long while, everyone saw Yun Qianma move. She had started attempting to move forward. Under their shocked gazes, she walked to the 10th step. Then she tried her 11th and succeeded as well. Many people couldn't help but look to Yi Futian.
It seemed that Yun Qianma could only do this with his help. He had guided the stone statue's intent so Yun Qianma could sense it. After a short pause, Yun Qianma tried the 12th and then the 13th. Succeeding all the steps, she walked into the corridor. This made Zhao Han even more uncomfortable, as well as Yang Ziki and Lu Yuan. It was not only Yun Qianma. Next, Lin Yueyao, her guards, and even the Black-Winged Eagle tried to step forward with Yi Futian's help. They approached the corridor and finally walked onto it.
Of course, because they relied on Yi Futian, the intent they had were far from Yu Xing and Yi Wuchen's because they had relied on themselves. Still, they received a lot of fate. Next, they could slowly study it in the corridor. Seeing the many bodies in the corridor, everyone else was speechless.
Was this possible? Yi Shao looked to Yi Futian with a bit of hesitation. Looking at Lin Yueyao and the others cultivating in the corridor, he seemed to make a decision. Yi Shao finally called out, "Yi Futian." Yi Futian looked away from the statues and turned to Yi Shao. "Yes, Your Highness? Take us to the corridor," he said with a straight face. He said us instead of me. He'd included the people of the Kangyi College. Obviously, just saying himself would be very embarrassing, so he added the others as well. Yi Shao knew that begging Yi Futian wasn't too glorious, but he'd only taken 4 steps. If he had to use that rate for accumulating fate, it would be hard to receive the noble fate. He needed the noble fate. If he had it, the throne would be his. He may also have a chance similar to Luo Junlin too. Then Kangyi Kingdom's throne would just be a backup plan. Thus, he lowered himself like this. Even so, his voice was still cold, as if he was ordering Yi Futian instead of begging him. Hearing Yi Zhao's voice, Yi Futian smiled. "Since the emperor ordered that we shouldn't rely on others, I'm sure you will understand him and rely on yourself." This was what Yi Shao had said when they entered the ancient barren world. Now Yi Futian returned it to him. Yi Futian hadn't forgotten Emperor Ye's kindness to him.
If Yi Shao hadn't done those things, they would still be friends and he would help. But since Yi Shao wanted to keep the boundaries clear, Yi Futian could only go with the flow. Hearing these words, Yi Zhao's expression grew uglier. He'd already lowered his pride, but he was still rejected.
Yi Futian had humiliated him completely. He stared coldly at Yi Futian and didn't say anything else. Yi Futian continued to cultivate. He prepared to study the statues and agglomerate his dharma. At that time, of those in the corridor, one of the 2 who had been cultivating first had started moving. In a second, multiple gazes moved onto him. They all knew him. The figure walked down from the corridor and towards where Zhao Han was. His features were as defined as if they were carved by a knife, and he was abnormally handsome. His entire body radiated a mighty presence, as if he was extraordinary from birth. His sharp gaze was deep and his face was emotionless, though he gave off an invisible pressure.
When Zhao Han saw him, he couldn't help but call out, "Young Master Qian. There are mountains past the mountains and skies past the skies. Do you understand the phrase now?" the young man said calmly. Zhao Han nodded. He could admit that his talent was far from Yi Futian's, but he still couldn't accept it. "Go," the young man said. Zhao Han glanced at Yi Futian but still nodded and retreated. It was as if the young man's words were like an order even more powerful than Yifutian's threat.
Yifutian, who was cultivating, frowned. He looked over and an invisible intent power surged towards Zhao Han. At the same time, a terrifying gust of power came out of the young man. It transformed into a dragon that wrapped around Zhao Han, protecting him.
He hurried backward and retreated from the grotto. The dragon returned to the young man. At that moment he was dazzling as if he was a dragon among the people. Noble fate. Everyone's hearts trembled.
He was a legendary figure, a monstrously talented figure of the Qianmeng area, and had absolute authority. It's just a small matter. End it now, the young man said to Yifutian. There seemed true absolute authority hidden inside the monotonous voice. Amongst the younger generation of the Qianmeng area, his words were the command.
Yifutian studied the youth before him. He already knew Zhao Han's identity as the son of the Sword Clan's clan master. But he became respectful the moment the youth appeared. Zhao Han retreated as soon as he was told, so who must this be?
Of course, Yifutian was only curious. He wants my life and you think it's a small matter? Yifutian said, smiling. You better convince me. The people of the Qianmeng area all stared at Yifutian. This guy probably dared to speak like this because he didn't know who this person was. What would he do if the man couldn't convince him?
Fight?
Even if he won, if he fought this young man, Yifutian would definitely be dead. He wouldn't be able to leave this city alive unless he hid in the grotto forever. Compared to why you entered the ancient barren world, of course it is a small matter. The youth smiled nonchalantly and said, it's only a grudge. Even if you kill him, no one can touch you if you use the grotto's power. But are you never going to leave? Why do that just for a grudge? In the ancient barren world, compared to getting the noble fate and strengthening, nothing else is important. Yifutian didn't speak. He continued gazing at the youth quietly, waiting for the other to keep talking. With your talent, it shouldn't be hard to receive the noble fate.
It's only a matter of time. But in the ancient barren world, there are things beneficial to cultivation other than noble fate. For example, there's the Lulan relic in Lulan City. There are relics that have disappeared in the outside world.
For countless years, many talents go to the Lulan City to see the relic, but few can go in. Even if they go in, it's hard to receive anything. I believe you'll be interested. The youth smiled as if confident in his judgment. Indeed, Yifutian was interested. Qianmeng City was the city closest to the entrance to the Hundred Lands. They'd come directly after entering the ancient barren world. After learning about the map, Yifutian had wanted to go out. He couldn't stay in Qianmeng forever. That was why he didn't fear becoming enemies with Zhao Han. Lulan City was the heart of this region. It meant there must be stronger fate there. What's in the relic? Yifutian asked. Many things. For example, ritual implements that contain noble intent. These items can't be brought in from the outer world.
Therefore, you can't find ritual implements in the outer world. That's not all. The relic won't disappoint you, the young man said. Why are you telling me? Yifutian studied the other.
The youth had come for a reason, seemingly not only to resolve tensions between him and Zhao Han but to say these things. But if that was the case, why didn't he just come and directly tell Yifutian? Of course it's because of your talent, the youth said, smiling. If you wish to go, we can go together. He will also go. With that, he pointed at the other one cultivating in the corridor. Before Yifutian's group, only they were in the corridor. I might cultivate here for a while, Yifutian said. No problem. How about I come to find you in 3 months? The youth asked. Okay. Yifutian nodded and didn't say anything else. Goodbye. The youth smiled and left. Walking past Zhao Han, he said, This is over. Yes, young Master Qian. Zhao Han nodded, not daring to make any objections. Then the youth walked away. The people involuntarily made way for him. He was obviously highly respected. When he left, Zhao Han glared at Yifutian.
He completely embarrassed himself today, but he couldn't even take revenge. Let's go, he uttered and left with Xianxia. Xianxia looked unwilling. He still couldn't help but look at the beautiful figure in the corridor. He couldn't accept that the girl he liked would become someone else's servant. Thinking that she would serve a man, he felt furious. But he couldn't do anything.
Even Zhao Han was powerless now. He could only leave as well. The spectators whispered amongst themselves. Yi Futian was valued highly by young Master Qian and was invited to Lulan City. With Yi Futian's talent, he would be terrifying in the future. Perhaps young Master Qian wanted to pull Yi Futian under him. If he agreed, he might become a top figure of the Qianmeng area. Young Master Qian was the young leader of the Qianmeng area. Yi Futian didn't think about Zhao Han. Just as the young man had said, this truly was a small matter. He anticipated more interesting things from the ancient barren world. Of course, he knew why the man had invited him. There was definitely a use for him. Maybe the man wanted to use him, but he didn't mind. This was mutual, and he'd see after arriving at Lulan City. He stepped out and onto the corridor. Faint intent weighed down on him. He walked down the corridor. Whenever he walked past a statue, he could feel the intent coming from it. It was very clear, and it was easy to sense under the statue. There were also many caves in the grotto that seemed natural. Yi Futian walked into one. The outside pressure was gone.
If he didn't want to endure the pressure, he could go into a cave. After familiarizing himself, Yi Futian walked down the corridor. He returned to outside the 13 steps of death. He walked through it again without using the Emperor's intent. Instead, he used pure elemental power, such as fire, water. He continued using the Noble Grotto to test himself. This made many speechless. The Noble Grotto, the place with the strongest fate in Qianmeng City, had become Yi Futian's toy. He could cultivate however he wanted. In the following days, the people who remained saw Yi Futian cultivate in various ways. Sometimes he used comprehension, sometimes he communicated with the statue's intent. Sometimes he walked before the grotto as if relaxing. The poor geniuses couldn't even take 7 steps. Seeing Yi Futian's active figure, they really wanted to beat him up. Even worse, the black wind eagle would sometimes get up and caw. Every time it flapped its wings excitedly, the others wanted to roast it. This beast was too much of a bully. After a few days, Yi Futian finally quieted down. He walked into a cave inside the grotto. The grotto was deep and dark. They couldn't see him. What made them speechless was that he made Yun Qianma guard the cave so the others couldn't peek at him. He was really ordering the beauty around like a servant. Time flew by. Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, and the others were also cultivating quietly. One day, a terrifying aura filled the air outside Yi Futian's cave. His body produced a huge rumbling sound. His blood bubbled and roared. 3 life spirits appeared behind Yi Futian: the majestic thunder dragon, the dazzling golden rock, and the aggressively powerful ape. The 3 released 4 elements: thunder, wind, metal, and earth. Outside the cave, horrible spiritual qi flowed wildly into the cave. The spiritual qi in the grotto seemed to be sucked dry as it grouped towards Yi Futian. It used the life spirits as the original shape and covered them to create dharmas. Cultivators in the dharma plane could create dharmas. Martial artists could create dharma with the martial arts intent, and sorcerers used spiritual qi and spells. The dharma could greatly increase combat power and endlessly cast spell attacks. Mandate sorcerers usually used life spirits to solidify dharma and fused the life spirit into the dharma. Yi Futian had more than one life spirit. Theoretically, he could create many dharmas. Now, the 3 life spirits behind him were going to create 3 different dharma. However, Yi Futian didn't do that. His emperor's intent came to life and enveloped the life spirits and dharma. At the same time, he released noble intent and fused it in. There was a whoosh and the world tree was released. The 3 dharmas were swept into the tree, turning into a terrifying vortex. The various elements intertwined and screamed. The cave seemed to turn into a black hole, crazily swallowing the spiritual qi from the outside. Rumbling continued, reverberating in Yun Qianma's ears outside the cave. She really wanted to go see what was happening that could make such a commotion, but she didn't. Yi Futian had ordered her seriously. She didn't know what Yi Futian would do if she intruded. The guy looked harmless but was nothing nice. The commotion lasted for a long time. Inside the cave, only one dharma was behind Yi Futian. It looked quite strange. It had the terrifying body of the ape and flashed with gold and dirt yellow glow. Thunder and lightning flowed past it. Every part of this ape was like a dragon.
Its hands were filled with power but were sharp as if it could transform into the golden rock's claws at any moment. Behind the ape there was also a pair of domineering wings. At a glance, the ape seemed to push up against the heavens. Like the snow ape at the Mount Tianyao, it could stir the world. Yi Futian cultivated the practice techniques Emperor Yi Qing gave him. The Dharma he created today was dedicated to Emperor Yi Qing and the snow ape. Yi Futian's 3 main life spirits were included in this Dharma. Covered by the Dharma, no one could be able to tell what it was. However, Yi Futian didn't stop. The Dharma disappeared and he closed his eyes to continue. He had many life spirits. Since he combined his 3 main life spirits into one Dharma, he could continue making other Dharmas. 168 You can't take it in the grotto's cave. Yi Futian was still cultivating quietly. After countless days, Yun Qianma sat outside the cave. She felt a shocking fire elemental spiritual qi charge towards the cave. She could feel the heat even sitting outside the cave. He's doing it again. Yun Qianma's eyes flashed. What exactly was that guy cultivating? The commotion a few days ago was huge. Was he going to do it again now? If he was agglomerating Dharma, he'd already succeeded days ago. Was he agglomerating double Dharma? After a while, Yun Qianma felt the terrifying would elemental spiritual qi go wild again. She quivered inside. From what she knew, Yi Futian had already released 6 of the 7 elements. Add that to the fact that he was a musical sorcerer, this meant that he was probably a full attribute sorcerer including spiritual sorcery. Yi Futian had only performed twice in the Qianmeng city, once at the Tsang Mountain Relic and once at the Noble Grotto. Both times, he was groundbreaking and earth-shattering. No one could match him. However, Yun Qianma vaguely felt that Yi Futian hadn't truly fought yet. His plane was too low. Earlier he was in the glory plane and had only just entered the Dharma plane now. No one paid attention to his true skills or his elemental talent. But Yun Qianma could feel that Yi Futian's cultivation talent was terrifyingly high. His combat abilities would be shocking as well. Terrifying spiritual qi around her surged into the cave and a gust of heat came out. She could feel the currents of the heat waves. This persisted for a long time. The cave brightened and people in the distance could vaguely see firelight appear in the cave. Deep inside the cave, Yi Futian sat with crossed legs. Behind him, another frightening Dharma appeared. It was a gigantic tree of flames, a sun hanging above it. Below the sun, it was like a furnace. Flames tossed and turned and roared. After that, the tree slowly melted into the sun, seeping in bit by bit. Finally, the sun hung there with the shadow of a tree within. Below it was a sea of fire like a furnace, rumbling and roaring. This persisted for a long time. The Dharma disappeared, but Yi Futian still didn't go out. He continued to cultivate in the cave. This lasted for a long while. Now he'd entered the Dharma plane and created his Dharma. Next, he had to stabilize the state and feel the intent that he'd received. Time passed quickly. People continued to come to the noble grotto and step forward. When they saw the many figures and demon in the corridor, many felt helpless. 3 months finally ended. This day, a group of strong cultivators arrived before the noble grotto. The young man at the head was respectfully called Young Master Qian by many. This was the young man who had made the promise with Yi Futian earlier. When he arrived, he saw Yi Futian and Yu Shang talking about something in the corridor. As if seeing him, Yi Futian's group walked down. There was a qualitative change to their auras. Yi Wuqian had broken into the 4th level Dharma plane while cultivating in the grotto. His understanding of the sword intent had increased as well. Forcefully walking the 13 steps of death was a transformation for him. There were 3 people behind young Master Qian. Yi Futian saw Zhao Han and a strong man with a huge axe standing quietly behind. The people from the Qianmeng area looked at him with some shock. Shi Tong, the monstrous talent of the true martial clan, was now following young Master Qian. According to rumors, it had already been decided that he would become the head of the true martial clan and protect young Master Qian's Qianmeng area. Other than Shi Tong and Zhao Han, there was also a girl. She wore a thin long dress and had beautiful figures. Her body was thin and soft as if she had no bones. A certain part was extremely full and her skin was almost translucent. Her mesmerizing eyes had some sort of invisible attractive power. She was definitely a rarity. Her looks were comparable to Yun Qianma but under Lin Yuyao. However, she was fatally attractive to men. Was she with young Master Qian now? At this time, the other youth who had been cultivating on the corridor walked down too. This was Du Guling, the pride of the Qianmeng area. Apparently, he was an orphan and used his extraordinary intent to make a name for himself in Qianmeng. Now he cultivated with the chief and was accepted as a disciple. His talent was frightening. With Yi Futian, Yu Xing, and Yi Wuchen, everyone else shuddered inwardly. Young Master Qian had 4 people with him: Du Guling, Shi Tong, Zhao Han, and Yu Linglong. Zhao Han, the top disciple of the Sword Clan, was probably the least talented. The others had all surpassed him in the Noble Grotto. Yi Futian's group was much lower in plane, but their talent was undeniable. Maybe the 2 girls, Lin Yueyao and Yun Qianma, were weaker, but young Master Qian mainly invited Yi Futian's trio. Those 3 were who he valued. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qian Yang. This is Du Guling, Shi Tong, and Yu Linglong. You already know Zhao Han. Let's put past feelings to the side. Everyone here is a top cultivator of the Dharma plane in the Qianmeng area, Qian Yang said with a smile. Yi Futian, Yu Xing, Yi Wuchen, Lin Yuyao, Yun Qianma, Yi Futian said, introducing them all. Since you're ready, let's go, Qian Yang said, smiling, and walked out. The black winged eagle unfurled its wings. Yi Futian's group all climbed up and got ready to soar. Yi Futian, a voice suddenly called. Yi Futian turned and saw Chu Kuangren looking over. His eyes were trained on the group on the black-winged eagle. He had been extremely arrogant at the Nanda Nation's Tingfeng banquet, looking down at everything. He provoked Yu Futian and Yi Wuchen many times, but they'd never fought before. After everything else happened, both Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen had left him in the dust. This made him unhappy. Was he, the pride of the Yunchu nation, that bad? You've entered the Dharma plane and have agglomerated your Dharma these months, right? Chu Kuangren asked. Let me see your Dharma. He asked to see it, but really it was an invitation to fight. He wanted to see if he was truly surpassed by the one who used to be in the glory plane. Yi Futian's eyes flashed and he said, You can't take it. Boom. A gust of strong power bloomed from Chu Kuangren, sweeping to Yi Futian. Yu Shang walked forward. He was about to fight, but Yi Futian stopped him and said, In that case, lose all hope. As soon as he spoke, a sun appeared behind him. His body seemed to be bathed in endless fire. The terrifying sun shone down directly, appearing to contain the endless strength of fire. When Chu Kuangren looked at Yu Futian's Dharma, beams of sunlight pierced downward. His eyes started burning instantly. The sun's mark appeared in his eyes. Ah! With a cry, Chu Kuangren shut his eyes painfully. Figures from the Yunchu nation rushed up, but the black-winged eagle flapped its wings and flew. Yu Futian's Dharma disappeared. Chu Kuangren didn't open his eyes until they soared into the air. Blood flowed from his eyes and the sight was disturbing. Chu Kuangren looked at the disappearing figure. Just as Yu Futian had said, his red eyes were filled with despair. He was once the man who said he'd teach Yu Futian a lesson. His nickname was Kuangren, meaning wild man, so his personality was obvious. But now, he realized that some people weren't that eye-catching in a lower plane, but one day would suddenly become someone who couldn't be surpassed. He was definitely a bit hopeless. The talent he'd been proud of for so long was now like nothing. He wanted to see Yi Futian's Dharma, and Yi Futian said he wouldn't be able to take it. He really couldn't. He couldn't even glance at it. Qian Yang's group of 5 sat on another demon in the air. It was a wind rock. When the black-winged eagle caught up, Qian Yang chuckled and said, Your Dharma is pretty good. Was it created with a spell and spiritual qi? It's all right, Yi Futian said casually. He obviously wouldn't tell Qian Yang that he'd included his life spirit in his Dharma as well as spiritual intent. Otherwise, why would Chu Kuangren get hurt just from a glance? You're being modest. We're headed towards Lulan City now, though. Perhaps you'll see even more talented people, Qian Yang said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded and didn't speak further. Yun Qianma, Qian Yang called the girl behind Yi Futian. Yun Qianma looked over. It was very difficult for you to make the decision. You have guts. On the other hand, Zhao Han is a bit too arrogant and I told him to move on from it. Don't worry about it, Qian Yang said. Thank you, young Master Qian. Yun Qianma was a bit reassured. The group continued forward. The wind rock sparkled and was extremely fast. The black-winged eagle didn't want to appear weak. It rode with the wind as if trying to compete with the wind rock. Its eyes were more arrogant now and occasionally glanced at the wind rock with pride. It had eaten wind rock meat before, after all, and it was tasty. It wondered when this wind rock could be cooked too. After countless days, a city even grander and more ancient than Qianmeng City appeared in Yi Futian's sight. They'd arrived at the Lulan City. The ancient Lulan has an extremely long city. This city was built inside the ancient barren world by the ancient Lulan countless years ago. Inside this ancient city, the ancient Lulan has absolute power, Yun Qianma said behind Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded. The black wind eagle sped up and caught up with the wind rock. Yi Futian asked, "Where are we going now?" Qianyang turned to look at Yi Futian and answered with a smile. "We're going to visit the Lulan Palace inside the ancient barren world." Ancient Lulan was inside the Lulan city of the ancient barren world. For countless years, ancient Lulan controlled this old city. They even built a palace inside. Apparently, it connected the outer world to the true Lulan Palace. Even the top forces from the barren city couldn't shake ancient Lulan's status in this city. According to rumors, ancient Lulan only had one reason for controlling the Lulan Palace, forbidding anyone from looking into it: the Lulan Relic. The Lulan Relic was the most well-known relic of Lulan City. Apparently, even ancient Lulan didn't have some of the items inside. Thus, for many years, ancient Lulan had been sending strong cultivators into the relic to dig everything out. To enter the relic, one must receive permission from the Lulan royalty. Therefore, Qianyang went straight to the Lulan Palace after arriving at the city. Clearly, he was prepared and had planned this early on. The palace was the most majestic building in the Lulan city. It had an ancient aura about it. When Yi Futian's group arrived, the black wind eagle and wind rock descended. Many people were outside the palace, gazing at the steps before the palace and the majestic arched gate. There were also many guards. "Qianyang, the young master of the Qianmeng area, is here to visit," Shi Tong called in the palace's direction as he stepped forward. "Welcome," a guard declared, raising his spear. He seemed to know about their group's visit and let them through. Qianyang walked forward. The others followed and entered the Lulan Palace. Many people in the palace looked at them with a strange expression. They seemed to come from Qianmeng City. The junior leader had come personally with his group. It was obvious they were here for the Lulan relic, but many top figures from all over the ancient barren world had come. Things were going to get interesting. The group was brought to a peaceful place. There were various independent pavilions and they chose one each. "Yi Futian, go rest in your pavilions first. I'll find you if anything happens," Qianyang said. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Along the way he'd asked Yun Qianma some questions, but she didn't know much. She only knew that this trip was for the Lulan relic and didn't know anything else. "Young master, can you explain this trip to us?" Yi Futian asked. "What are you in a hurry for?" Beside Qianyang, Yulinglong smiled at Yi Futian. Her sexy body was alluring and so were her eyes. "Since young Master Qian brought you to the palace, he'll naturally take you into the relic. Just wait for news." "But I'm still unsure about some things," Yi Futian replied. He didn't believe that Qianyang had brought him out of the good of his heart. There must be another reason. "You don't need to know," Shi Tong said indifferently. "Yi Futian." Qianyang reached out to stop Shi Tong and said, "I know your suspicions. The relic is a magical place. You won't receive anything just because you're in a high plane. I need your talent, so I teamed up with you. If we receive anything in the relic, we can discuss how to split it. You don't need to worry over anything else." "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. He walked away towards the pavilion he would reside in. After entering the pavilion, Lin Yueyao's pretty eyes flashed. "I don't know how genuine he is," she said. "There shouldn't be a problem in trying to ally with you. It must be because of the talent you displayed in the grotto. But if we really receive anything, how do we split it?" Qianyang only had 5 people, but they were all at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane. Qianyang, especially, had the noble fate which could greatly increase combat ability. The abilities of the two sides were totally unequal. At that time, it wouldn't be up to Yi Futian to decide. "I feel like he's just tricking us step by step," Yusheng said, furrowing his brows. "But we still came, despite knowing there may be problems," Yi Futian said, chuckling. "Since we came, we'll do it. Even without Qianyang, we'll still be up against others if we charge into the relic.
From the looks of things, we aren't the only group here. Oh. Yuxing nodded and didn't say anything else. They would come to the Lulan relic sooner or later.
In the following days, Lulan Palace was filled with activity, but Yi Futian's group just stayed inside to cultivate. They didn't even know what Chen Yang's group was doing. Finally, Yu Linglong came to Yi Futian's pavilion and found him. Get ready. Ancient Lulan prepared a feast for everyone.
The Virgin of the country will be there too, Yu Linglong said with a smile. The Virgin of Ancient Lulan? Yu Futian glanced at her. Why not the princess? Didn't your servant tell you?
Ancient Lulan doesn't have a princess, only a virgin. Young Master Qian is waiting outside. Hurry up. Yu Linglong left, smiling. Yi Futian didn't think too much. He called his group and left the pavilion to see Chen Yang's group there already. Let's go, Chen Yang said, smiling. They started towards somewhere. They arrived at the steps before a palace. The feast was already prepared and many people were there. The atmosphere was extraordinary. They'd all come from different places. Chen Yang found a seat and sat down. Yi Futian's group all sat down in the area.
Here, it seemed that the people of each force sat in one area. There were many groups. When they sat down, many people looked over, sizing them up. At that time, a group strode over from the palace and came to the top of the steps. Everyone's eyes were instantly attracted.
Lulan Shui, the Virgin of Ancient Lulan, was as rumored. Her long hair was like snow, shining with silver light, and spilled down her shoulders. She was ethereal and holy, and her aura was like frost. She seemed like a fairy. Her eyes shimmered with silver light.
They were unordinary and were breathtakingly beautiful. What, you can't move your eyes away? Lin Yao smiled as she looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked away and smiled at her. Someone beat you again. Are you unhappy? Is she as pretty as your girlfriend? Lin Yao asked, chuckling.
Nope, Yi Futian replied. She's too cold and nowhere near Jeyu. Is a cold beauty with a different temperament bad? Lin Yao smiled subtly. They spoke very quietly and the steps were far away. Their subject couldn't hear. I'm not like that, Yi Futian said seriously.
Lin Yao gave him a look. She didn't know if he was telling the truth or not. Many people present were attracted by Lulan Shui. Actually, Lin Yao was extremely pretty too. Her features were equal to Lulan Shui, but the latter's temperament was too extraordinary.
A young man stood beside Lulan Shui. His eyes were extremely sharp as he scanned everyone and said, You all have traveled far. Thus the Virgin personally prepared this welcoming banquet. In addition, there are some words that must be said about the Lulan relic. Everyone listened quietly.
The young man continued, You are not from ancient Lulan, but we invited you. Naturally, we wish to use the abilities of talents from all over. Everyone present has an extraordinary identity, so there will not be another test. You all can enter the relic with the talents of ancient Lulan.
However, the Lulan relic belongs to our country. Many of the rare items belong to our country. Therefore, if you receive anything in the relic, you may take the ritual implements. As for anything special, if ancient Lulan requires it, we will exchange it with an item of equal value.
If you agree, you may enter. If not, please leave at your own discretion. We will not force you. When Yu Futian heard this, his eyes flashed. Ancient Lulan seemed to really want the items in the Lulan relic and even invited foreigners to enter the relic. What exactly was in it? He was excited now. According to Qian Yang, the ritual implements of the Lulan relic contained noble fate. It would be difficult for any country in the 100 lands to produce ritual implements of this level. The people were still quiet. They knew about this already.
If you do not speak, I'll take it as acquiescence. As for the dangers in the relic, I'm sure you all have thought about it. I will not waste any more time, the youth said. Let us begin the banquet. Everyone's expressions flickered. They all had different thoughts but still looked at Lulan Shui.
Just then she stood up and faced them all. Please eat your fill. I have other matters to attend and must excuse myself. Virgin, are you going to test the people of ancient Lulan? Someone asked her. Lulan Shui paused. She looked over and nodded. The banquet is unnecessary.
Can I go along with you to see the talents of Lulan? The person asked with a smile. Lulan Shui gazed at the youth. She muttered something and left. The youth turned to everyone and asked, Are you all interested in going? It's boring eating here. Why don't we go observe? Someone else said, All right, those who wish to go may follow me. The others may dine or leave as you wish, the youth said calmly. Many stood up instantly and walked over to him. Let's go too, Xianxia said. He stood up and walked towards the youth. However, one group left quietly. They didn't follow the others and seemed to be disinterested. Xianxia knitted his brows at them. They seemed to come from there. If people from there were also interested in the Lulan relic, the consequences would be unimaginable. Countless people were gathered around the palace's military drill ground. There was a matrix inside the large military drill ground. It was covered in fog and battle drums were on all sides of it. Armored soldiers beat the drums, causing the matrix to be like a scary battlefield. The people of the ancient Lulan had their assessments here. If they could move past the entire battlefield, they would pass. The moment the virgin Lulan Shui arrived, she attracted many eyes. Her silver hair, silver eyes, and extraordinary aura were all shocking. They'd never seen such a beautiful lady with such a unique aura before. However, she was too cold, as if no one could approach her. The virgin stood before the military drill ground and looked downward. Instantly, many people stepped onto the grounds as if they wanted to show off. This seems to be a fantasy battlefield, Yifuyan said, looking at the grounds. Apparently, the Lulan relic is a battlefield. Maybe this is to get us accustomed, Yun Qianma said from beside him. Will you go try? Lin Yueyao asked with a smile. We can go directly into the relic. There's no point in wasting time, Yifuyan said. You can perform in front of the Virgin, Lin Yueyao said, smiling. Yifuyan glared at her, not bothering to reply. Beside them were people from other areas who'd come for the banquet. At this time, someone said, I heard that the relic is a battlefield and this assessment might be a drill. Would anyone like to try? The speaker came from the Yen city of the ancient barren world. The Yen clan was a terrifyingly powerful force with an extremely high attainment in fire. The Yen clan was the top of these comers. The other two parties came from Yunshao City and Jiutian City. Yunshao City's head force was the Yunshao Mountain clan. They had absolute authority in that city. In the outside world, the Yunshao Mountain was a renowned sacred mountain. Countless clans pledged loyalty to it. The Jiutian City's top force was the Jiutian Pavilion. In the outside world, the Jiutian Pavilion ruled over many kingdoms. In those places, the kings didn't dare disobey them. These cities all represented powerful regions in the outside world. The 100 lands couldn't be compared. The Yen clan cultivates fire and the ancient Lulan cultivates water. Fire and water do not mix. I'm afraid the Yen clan will find it difficult during this trip into the relic, someone from Yunshao City joked. Shouldn't fire and water be complementary? A Yen clan member chuckled nonchalantly. This matrix is a battle matrix that tests the will. If you all are interested, you can try, the sharp-eyed youth beside the virgin Lulan Shui said to the group from the podium. Everyone's eyes flashed, seeming to be a bit interested. The head of the Jiutian city said, Why don't each of us send 3 people forward to try? All right. People of the Yen city and Yunshao city agreed. Sure. Qianxia nodded too. He looked to Yifuyan and said, You 3 performed brilliantly at the grotto. This matrix is like a different melody that utilizes the same playing techniques. It is quite similar, so how about you all take this chance? No need. We're not interested. Yifuyan smiled and shook his head. Xianxia glanced at them. He quickly smiled and nodded. No problem. If that's the case, then you go try. Behind him, Shitong, Yu Linglong, and Zhao Han all nodded and walked to the other end of the grounds. You're willing to miss such a good opportunity? Qianxia asked Yifuyan with a chuckle. Aren't you the same? Yifuyan replied, smiling. Xianxia's eyes flashed and didn't say anything. Not too long after, the 4 parties entered the drilling ground at the same time. Shitong was extremely domineering. He cut open a path with his axe. Yu Linglong was agile while Zhao Han opened a path with his sword. The Yen clan had terrifying flames. The Yunshao Mountain clan was bathed in thunder. And the Jiutian Pavilion's cultivators all had different tricks. They were all extraordinary and forced their way through the matrix. When they reached the end, they looked up at the virgin Lulan. Lulan Shui nodded lightly, but her expression was still as cold as ever. She didn't say anything either, as if she was born with this personality. Everyone returned to their positions. Yu Linglong smiled and said, The virgin is so cold but also so beautiful.
Indeed, Shi Tong nodded.
Xianxia's eyes flashed. He studied the woman as cold as ice with something deep in his eyes. Wait for me, Yi Futian suddenly said to Yushang and the others. Then he started walking towards the side. Where's he going? Lin Yueyao looked at him. Everyone watched as Yi Futian walked towards the podium with an odd expression. Even Xianxia's group stared at his backside, wondering where he was going. Who is he? Someone from the Yen clan asked. Many looked at him curiously. Yi Futian was dressed in all white and looked like a rich noble.
He was extremely handsome, and one had to admit that his temperament stood out from the crowd. He walked slowly to the podium the Virgin Lulan was at. Lin Yuyao blinked. Could he do this? At this moment, the sharp youth beside the Virgin looked to Yi Futian as well and saw that he was calm as if he was someone extremely important. May I help you? He asked. I have some questions for the Virgin, Yi Futian said calmly. The sharp youth furrowed his brows, but the Virgin Lulan Shui looked over to Yi Futian. She said, let him come. Thus the youth let him pass. Yi Futian walked to Lulan Shui and asked with a smile. You cultivate the power of ice, focusing on spiritual sorcery, correct? Lulan Shui looked at him in shock and asked coolly, how do you know? You can see one's cultivation from their temperament. Virgin, you are so cold that you naturally cultivate ice. As for spiritual sorcery, it can be seen through the eyes, Yi Futian said calmly. He walked to the Virgin's side and looked down at the drilling ground. The people from the four forces all stared at Yi Futian, dumbfounded. Right now, he stood side by side with the Virgin. His temperament was unsurpassed, as if he was someone extraordinary. Who is he? The people of the Yen clan and Yunshao Mountain clan all asked. They looked to Qianyang, wondering who exactly was the leader of the Qianmeng city. From the looks of Yi Futian's aura besides the Virgin, he seemed to be the one in charge of things. Qianyang's expression was twisted while Lin Yueyao looked at Yi Futian speechlessly. So shameless. She's just the Virgin Lulan, Yushang said coolly. What was so special about her? Nowadays, those with high status might not be able to stand beside Yi Futian in the future. Lin Yueyao glanced at Yushang, speechless again. Did these two not even care about the Virgin of the ancient Lulan? Now Lulan Shui also looked at Yi Futian with some shock. The people of different forces always tried to show off before her, and the people from the four parties had done the same when entering the drilling ground. She'd never expected someone to walk to her so shamelessly. Earlier in the banquet, I heard your guard say that there's something that ancient Lulan wants in the relic, Yi Futian said to her. If you say what specifically it is, it'll be easier to find. Lulan Shui looked at him with her silver eyes. If there are treasurable books in the relic, you can pay special attention to them. I understand. Yi Futian nodded and said, I am in a low plane while I don't fully trust the people with me. If I receive the treasure that the ancient Lulan wants, I'll hand it over. But will the Virgin protect me once I leave the relic? After all, people will try to forcefully take it from me. Lulan Shui looked at him. He was in a slightly lower plane, but he was still so confident. Still, she nodded. I will also enter the relic. If you find anything, you can come to me. Much thanks. Yi Futian smiled and went back to the crowd. What did you say to the Virgin? Qianyang came up to ask. I asked her what kind of man she likes. Yi Futian replied with a grin. Young master, let's go back. Watching Yi Futian leave, Qianyang frowned. Was this guy joking? How could he say something like that to the Virgin? Zhao Han looked at Yi Futian darkly. This bastard never took the normal path. The others all tried to show off to the Virgin while he just walked up and started chatting with her. Yi Futian was too lazy to worry about what they were thinking. He truly didn't trust Qianyang. The other hadn't mentioned the relic's situation at all, but Yi Futian bet that Qianyang hadn't investigated it. It would be okay if he couldn't find anything in the relic. If he really did find the treasure, then anything could happen. It was better safe than sorry. 3 days later, many people were grouped deep inside the palace. Yi Futian's group from the Qianmeng city, the people chosen from the Yen city, Yunshao city, Jutian city, and Lulan city, and those who hadn't gone to the drilling ground after the banquet were all present. Lulan Shui was there as well. She'd personally brought people here. Behind her, there were many guards, all with extraordinary auras.
They were clearly trained well and were now elites in the Dharma plane. Yifutian studied them all and then looked to the mysterious group from an unknown place. There were 4 of them, all quiet but with a dangerous aura. They were probably extremely powerful. There was a gate up ahead. Behind it was a fog zone. One could vaguely see an extremely ancient city wall and gate. That was where the relic was located. The Lulan Palace was built before the Lulan relic to guard it. "Let us set off," the youth beside Lulan Shui said now. Everyone nodded and walked forward. "Let's go," Xianxia said. Yifutian's group stepped out, walking past the gate and into the foggy area. A strange feeling filled the air. They passed through the fog and the old city wall became clearer. "The relic is past the city gate. Be careful," the man beside Lulan Shui said. Everyone grew more guarded as they walked towards the old city gate. Yifutian activated his freedom meditation and looked forward to see through the fog. Yifutian's gaze seemed to penetrate through the heavy fog. Looking beyond the fog, Yifutian finally laid eyes on the scene that was unfolding. His expression changed drastically before yelling, "Look out!" He had only just spoken when tens of thousands of arrows whisked through the air straight toward them like a meteor shower, covering the entirety of the sky above. In an instant, figures lifted into the air one by one. Next to Chen Yang, Zhaohan, Shitong, and others stepped forward. Sword intent cut through the air as a huge axe flew forward, destroying the wave of arrows headed for them. "Let's go," Chen Yang called out before he ran ahead. The cultivators from the other groups also sped up, moving at the speed of light. In front of Yifutian, the black-winged eagle shook its large wings, creating a gust of wind that pushed away the attacking arrows. At the same time, the beast led Yifutian and the others towards the gates ahead. They made it through the fog and into the relic. They were met with a large armored army which seemed to have no end from where they were looking. "Let's go to the soldier's mound," a voice spoke out suddenly. It came from the sharp-looking young man next to the Virgin. Yifutian's eyes lit up and he ordered the black-winged eagle to follow behind the Virgin and her group. It was definitely not their first time in this relic. What was the soldier's mound? The endless army they had just seen was not made up of real people, but it was as if they were alive because they initiated an attack. Boom! A fearsome force of energy blanketed the area. The army below was actually using sorcery. Their attack charged directly at the group up in the air. Virgin Lulan Shui looked down with her silver eyes. A terrifying glow emitted from her eyes, sealed all the charging arrows in ice as they made their way into the skies. On Yifutian's side, the black-winged eagle kept spitting out wind blades down at the army. However, the army seemed to have an unlimited supply of arrows. Yun Qianma descended from the skies to release a shower of swords. Light gleamed off of the blades as the swords rained down, creating a protective field in the surrounding area to aid the black-winged eagle's advance. An ancient city. Yifutian lifted his head to look up ahead. The Lulan relic was actually a mysterious ancient city. Furthermore, it seemed as if the entire city was set up to form a powerful matrix. Traveling straight ahead, Yifutian noticed that the city below was packed full of people. There were powerful cultivators everywhere. "This is a matrix," said Yifutian, "a very powerful one at that." The matrix covered the entire city. Entering the city, they had also made their way into the matrix. Yifutian observed the crowd below. The armies suited in silver armor radiated the aura of the lower-level Dharma planes. However, among those clad in silver, there were generals suited in golden armors. The aura they emitted was that of the mid-level Dharma planes. The huge matrix had separated the armies in the ancient city by planes of cultivation. Lulan Shui led the way as everyone else followed behind. They were moving very fast, but that did not stop the armies from below who would charge into the skies at them every now and then. However, among the people entering the relic, only Yifutian and his friends were in the lower-level Dharma planes. All the others were top-level Dharma plane cultivators. Naturally, the people below were not able to stop them from moving forward. Despite this, Yifutian predicted there would be an existence of greater power at this historical site. After some time, they arrived at a location guarded by generals in gold armors. There were even some people donning rose-gold armors. Their aura let others know that they were of the higher-level Dharma planes. Kill them. Beside Lulan Shui, the sharp-looking young man led his people forward. His Dharma appeared behind him and a windstorm brewed. From the storm shot out countless spears, killing the armor-clad generals. The others joined in on the action, and in the blink of an eye, the whole area was in disarray. Very quickly, they had killed everyone guarding the location. Up ahead, a solemn tower appeared. It radiated an aura of mystery. Ritual implements of all sorts floated in the air around the tower. Soldier's Mound. Yu Futian's eyes brightened. Was this tower the soldier's mound? As long you can manage to take the ritual implements with you, they belong to you, said Lulan Shui. It was an expansive area that the implements were spread out in. Everyone looked around at the glowing objects, ready to make their picks. Rumors said it was extremely difficult to take the implements away from the Lulan relic. Even if they were right in front of your very eyes, you couldn't take them with you. Noble will circulated in these implements, so it would require an individual to have enough willpower of their own. Zhao Han headed in the direction of a certain sword. It glowed with a golden light, making its blade seem extremely sharp. One could even see their own reflection on the blade of the sword. Mine, said Zhao Han, releasing a fearsome force of sword intent. He walked up to the sword. He extended his arm to reach for the sword. But just then, the sword exploded with a shocking and destructive force of sword intent itself. Within seconds, the strong force had launched Zhao Han's body backward with a low groan of pain. He spat blood and the color washed from his face. Everyone's eyes fell on him. The ritual implements of the Lulan relic were not that easy to obtain. If it were that simple, the implements at the historical relic would have been long gone. What happened? Xianxia asked Zhao Han. Although he had already done prior research, this was also his first time in the Lulan relic. The sword seems to have a mind of its own. It repelled me, said a pale-faced Zhao Han. Behind them, Yi Futian's eyes browsed through each ritual implement. With the freedom meditation in motion, he was able to see the terrifying willpower in each implement. It almost looked as if the power was locked within the objects. This force of will was most likely noble will. Another figure moved forward. It was a cultivator from Yunshao Mountain clan. As he stepped forward, his entire body was bathed in the glow of lightning. Reaching out his hand, even his hand carried the terrifying power of lightning. His palm wrapped around a thunder hammer basking in a rosy gold gleam of dominance. A thundering force of power erupted in the air. The power of lightning in the palm of the cultivator's palm suppressed the force from the ritual implement. Just then, the force followed the curvature of the cultivator's arm and rushed crazily into his body. The horrific willpower from the implement clashed with the will in his body. Following this was a groan from this cultivator who cultivated in the element of lightning. He had been struck by lightning and was fried pitch black. The cultivator from the Yunshao Mountain clan was met with this pitiful result and fell to the ground from the skies. People stepped up for their own attempts one by one, but not one succeeded. The ancient historical site had been around of ages, but all the ritual implements were still there. This meant that not a single person had been able to take an implement away from the Lulan relic. It was an impossible task. Lulan Shui watched everything unfold quietly. Were the sealed noble will ritual implements still unable to find their successors? Yi Futian, aren't you going to give it a try? Xianxia asked with his eyes trained on Yi Futian. After you, young master. Xianxia stepped out. Fate from his body exploded, reaching the air 10 feet above him. The noble fate attracted the attention of everyone around. Young Master Qian will definitely be able to claim one of the implements, said Zhao Han. I'll try it out first. Xianxia had spoken. He moved towards the golden sword Zhao Han had attempted to claim just before. Noble fate formed into a dragon, revolving around his body, and its sharp claws reached for the hilt of the sword. A fearsome force of sword intent burst from the sword, disregarding the power of the fate. It rushed directly into Qianxia's mind. His fate returned to his body. The will that made up his noble fate was terrifyingly powerful. Closing his eyes, his will fought against the sword intent in his mind. The two parties engaged in a formless battle. Sword intent flowed outside of Qianxia's body, creating a sharp screeching sound as it battled against his willpower. Zhao Han and the others had their eyes glued on Xianxia. Just a little while later, Xianxia's forehead was already drenched in sweat.
Perspiration ran down his face like an endless waterfall.
Whoosh! A force of sword intent whisked by. Xianxia was pushed back and the sword intent dissipated, returning back into the sword. A voice spoke out right after, still lacking a little something. Hearing the voice, everyone's eyes widened and looked towards the sword.
Could it even make noises like that?
Who was speaking?
Xianxia's face was drenched in sweat and he had turned pale as a ghost. He had actually failed. I couldn't win against the noble will in the sword. The ritual implements of the soldier's mound choose their successors, said Xianxia with a heavy expression. The implements had life, the life of their original owners. Their noble will was not destroyed and was sealed in this historical site to live on in the implements they possessed when they were living. The sword and the noble will came as a package deal. The will would never be destroyed. Thus, one must obtain the acknowledgement of the noble will within before being able to take control of the ritual implement. Yi Futian observed in silence. He had also deduced that the implements of the soldier's mound choose their own successors, just as Xianxia had said.
I'll give it a go, said Yi Futian. He walked forward and laid eyes on a flame scepter. Getting up close, a burning flame was ignited in the palm of his hand as he reached out for the scepter. A first-level Dharma plane cultivator? Everyone looked at Yi Futian in shock. This was the guy who walked up to stand side by side with the Virgin the other day. No one expected his level of cultivation to be so low. The moment Yi Futian's palm wrapped around the flame scepter, a wild force of fire will rushed into his mind. It was almost as if the power from the terrifying force wanted to burn him down to nothing. Yi Futian immediately let go and took steps back. He stared at the flame scepter in front of him. Where's the Virgin Lulan? Asked a voice that suddenly appeared. Lulan Shui stepped forward and finally spoke. Here. Just then, an apparition formed by will appeared next to the flame scepter. The figure was engulfed in flames. Everyone's gaze was frozen at his sudden appearance. This is getting out of hand. You're even allowing first-level Dharma plane cultivators into the relic as a contender of the ritual implements. The fiery apparition asked the Virgin Lulan. He was very obviously discontented. Lulan Shui glanced over at Yi Futian quickly. She had not known that he was in such a low level of cultivation. Are things really going downhill with every passing generation? Is there anyone else who wants to try? The figure looked around the room at the others. A mere first-level Dharma plane cultivator's will would never be able to intake his will. Even top-level Dharma plane cultivators could barely manage. Yi Futian looked at that figure, a bit depressed. He was looked down on by the remnants of an intent. If that's the case, I won't bother you, Yi Futian said with a smile and walked away. I'll do it, a voice said then. Someone walked forward. It was a strong cultivator from the Yen clan who specialized in fire. He was currently bathed in flames, and the mark of a flame lit up between his eyes. He grabbed at the flame scepter up ahead. The flame figure was embedded inside the scepter. At that moment, a terrifying gust of fire intent exploded. The mark between the Yen clan cultivator's brows seemed to light up and transform into powerful fire intent. It was at the noble level. The surrounding spiritual chi surged into the mark. It glowed brighter and brighter like a fire zone. The two came to a stalemate. After a long while, a lazy voice drawled, I'll just settle with you. I'm not willing to wait anymore. I hope you won't bring disgrace to my ritual implement. I will accompany your last few days in the relic. How much fire intent you can inherit is entirely up to you. Once out of the relic, you can only use your own abilities to activate the power inside the instrument. Thank you, Senior. The Yen clan cultivator looked excited. He was the first to receive a ritual implement that contained noble intent. With this, he would have the chance to turn the noble intent into the purest and strongest fire intent, creating a mid-level noble intent. With its help, he would also have extremely explosive abilities, especially inside the relic because the other could aid him. Many people glanced at Yi Futian. How could a first-level Dharma plane cultivator think so highly of himself and enter the relic? At the same time, many people made attempts after seeing the Yen clan member succeed, but they all failed. But just then, there was a shocked cry. In one area, a few people received recognition from the ritual implement at almost the same time. It's them. Everyone else's eyes flashed. It was the 4 mysterious people. Now, 3 of them had received ritual implements with the noble intent. Even the virgin Lulan Shui was a bit stunned. When the last person received his ritual implement, the 4 of them flew into the air and left without glancing at anyone else. Virgin, the sharp youth beside Lulan Shui said, "These people come from the barren city. They're interested in the relic as well, and there might be a variable." Lulan Shui's eyes flashed. She could obviously tell that the 4 from the barren city were frightening. They were probably at the top level. If they really were interested in the Lulan relic and received something, they most likely wouldn't exchange with ancient Lulan. At this time, Yi Wuchen walked to somewhere in the air. There was a sword before him. It was silver, gleaming with sharpness within the silver light. Yi Wuchen's gaze was like a sword, and he was instantly surrounded by sword intent. It radiated from him, enveloping towards the silver sword. In an instant, the silver sword burst with dazzling light. Shocking sword intent pierced into Yi Wuchen's mind as if trying to kill him. Yi Wuchen's eyes were extremely sharp. Sword intent went flying from between his eyes, fighting against the other sword intent and trying to rush into the sword. Crackle! A burst of terrifying sword intent instantly swept through the air, wrapping Yi Wuchen within. It was out for the kill and wanted to shatter Yi Wuchen's will. He seemed to not feel anything. His body appeared to transform into a sword. Endless sword intent flew past him. He seemed not to be of flesh anymore, rather he had the body of a sword. Instead of retreating, he forged onwards. Crack! There was a sharp sound, and blood appeared at the corner of Yi Wuchen's lips. It was like the final warning to him. Yi Wuchen closed his eyes. He could feel the sword pointed at him as if it could end his life at any time. At that moment, in his senses, Yi Wuchen also transformed into a sword. He went towards the sword in front, trying to resonate with it. The 2 swords clashed, and the one that Yi Wuchen transformed into cracked. It broke apart bit by bit, but the broken sword melded into the other one. It couldn't be killed. The sword clanged and shone brightly. Then it was grasped in Yi Wuchen's hand. The sword intent fused with Yi Wuchen's will. He succeeded. Everyone's eyes flashed, trained on Yi Wuchen. Xianxia's eyes were also odd. He invited Yi Futian's group because he saw the trio's performance at the Noble Grotto. They could triumph over the Noble Grotto. Could they triumph over the noble ritual implements? Reality proved that they could. Yi Wuchen had received one while he and Zhao Han had failed. It was a different sword, but it showed that Yi Wuchen's will was strong and was recognized by the sword. Yi Futian saw Yi Wuchen with the sword in the air. A smile appeared in his eyes. He couldn't be left behind. Picking up his feet, Yi Futian arrived at a place further back. There was a dragon-shaped guqin before him. He stood before it and strummed the strings. In that instant, terrifying musical sorcery rushed into Yi Futian's mind. It shook in everyone else's eardrums at the same time, but the attack on Yi Futian was stronger. The music created when the strings were played was like a dragon's cry. The guqin contains dragon charm. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He played the strings again, and the dragon cry once again shook the sky and earth. This time, the intent shaking inside Yi Futian's mind was even stronger, like a type of backlash. "Stop!" an ice-cold voice said. Yi Futian looked up and saw that flame scepter in the hands of the Yen clan cultivator. The illusory intent appeared again. The flame figure stared at Yi Futian and said coldly, "You are not allowed to touch that instrument." "Why?" Yi Futian glanced over. It was one thing for the figure to not let Yi Futian touch it since it was the physical incarnate of the scepter's intent. But why did it care if Yi Futian wanted to choose another ritual implement? "No reason. If I tell you to stop, then stop," the flame figure replied indifferently. It appeared extremely overbearing. Yi Futian glanced at it and then lowered his head. He played the instrument again. True dragon roar sounded, shaking the world. His mind suffered from the backlash again. He realized that the guqin only had pure intent and no consciousness. The intent was completely melded into the guqin. "I want this," Yi Futian said coolly to the flame figure, looking up. "You can't withstand it," the flame figure said coldly. It seemed to care for the guqin and didn't want Yi Futian to disgrace it. "Oh," Yi Futian sneered. He strummed the instrument strings and music streamed out continuously, like a dragon roaring from a mountain. A burst of extremely powerful intent charged endlessly into Yifutian's mind. The flame figure glared at him. A first-level Dharma plane dares to touch this Guqin?
He's looking for death. Yifutian didn't know what it was thinking. He continued playing while his mind continued to suffer the melody's backlash. It transformed into a shocking intent attack. The dragon's roar shattered everything. This instrument seemed to not allow anyone to play it.
But Yifutian wouldn't give up. He continued. The dragon's roar intensified, almost tearing apart his will. The emperor's intent descended, protecting his will. Playing the instrument, he overlooked everything. Ignoring everything, he plucked the strings and an extraordinary aura radiated from him.
The dragon cried and the music continued without break. The surrounding people stared at Yifutian, listening to his melody. The flame figure furrowed its brows. The music grew higher and more domineering, but Yifutian was still unmoved. A strange look flashed past its eyes.
Could Yifutian really stimulate the Guqin? But how could he withstand the backlash with his plane? The old and simple Guqin slowly started glowing as Yifutian played. The music grew more and more terrifying while the light became brighter and brighter. Following an extremely loud dragon roar that shook the sky, the music became bright. It cut across the sky and many ritual implements rattled, seemingly affected by the music. At that moment, Yifutian felt something break in the Guqin. It was dazzling bright and his intent finally melded directly into the Guqin, no longer feeling any backlash.
In fact, he felt the extremely powerful intent contained within the Guqin. It seemed to lie on the instrument just as how the flame figure had been on the scepter. Seeing this, the flame figure's expression grew uncomfortable. Yifutian had actually awakened the Guqin.
Terrifying flame intent burst from its eyes, going to brand Yifutian. It was so frightening. Yifutian's emperor's intent seeped into the Guqin. He plucked the strings and a shockingly resonant music seemed to explode. It was like a true dragon coming to life. It collided with the incoming fire intent, shattering it. The surrounding ritual implements shook even more violently, seemingly guided by the music. The flame figure's eyes were extremely cold. It attacked once again, but Yifutian, immersed in the Guqin, didn't even look. He played the strings again and an even more powerful note tore through everything, wiping towards the flame figure's intent. Seeing this, everyone's eyes were on Yifutian. He had received the ritual implement and it seemed to be really powerful. Yifutian used its strength to fight directly against the flame scepter's intent. What they didn't understand was why this flame figure wanted to stop Yifutian. What was the story behind this Guqin? Finally, the flame figure stopped. It looked at Yifutian and said coldly, "You are able to receive this instrument by serendipity. If I see you disgrace this Guqin in the relic, I will kill you." Yifutian glanced coldly at it.
He tried to communicate with it but was rejected directly because of his low plane. Now that he'd received the Guqin, it was still being nosy. Yifutian continued to play. He could feel the remaining bit of will within the Guqin and wanted to awaken it. Yuxing threw a cold glance at the fiery figure before it disappeared. Then he made his way toward a ritual implement. It was a giant axe. The golden axe was filled with a sharp intent and a thick feeling. The implement seemed like it would destroy just about anything. Previously, Shurtong from the Qianmeng area wanted this giant axe but failed. Yuxing reached out, grabbing the handle of the axe. In an instant, a fearsome force of sharp intent rushed into his mind. He could faintly see the gleaming of the axe's blade as it cut down on his will. He growled.
Yusheng released his will in a frenzy. However, all he got in return was a voice in his mind that told him, "You're too weak." His level of cultivation was the same as Yifutian's at the first-level Dharma plane. He was far from Shurtong's level.
In his mind, his will formed into what seemed like a demon god with a fierce aura. The demon god stood opposite of the will of the axe. Coldly, Yusheng asked, "Are you going to come with me?" Everyone around froze and stared at Yusheng. Was there something wrong with this guy? The ritual implements picked their owners and needed to go through the test of will. But here he was asking the will directly, "Are you going to come with me?" Who did he think he was?
Yusheng did not care about all that. Naturally, his will was nowhere near as strong as the will of the axe. Its will was at the noble level. How could he compare?
But Yusheng didn't care. So what if its will was at the noble level? If this noble will wouldn't acknowledge him, then he would move on to the next implement. The words that the will of the flame scepter said to Yu Futian had ignited a flame of rage in Yu Sheng. How dare it look down on Yi Futian when he was willing to choose that instrument? The will of this ritual implement was the same. If this was how it would act, then Yu Sheng would simply ask if it would go with him. If the answer was no, then he would simply switch over to another instrument. He was not going to waste his time seeking acknowledgement from the other party. Yu Sheng was the one picking a ritual implement, not the other way around. The will of the giant axe felt the willpower of the apparition in Yu Sheng's mind. Then, the glow on the instrument slowly dimmed, lying peacefully in the palm of Yu Sheng's hand. Yu Sheng retracted his extended arm, taking the axe with him as he turned around. Spectators were completely dumbfounded by the scene that unfolded. Was that even possible? Shurtong's expression did not look too good. He had his sights on the giant axe but was rejected by its will. Now, the will of the axe had no objections after one simple question from Yu Sheng. Shurtong felt so humiliated. Zhao Han had a fairly similar expression on his face. He stepped out once more to walk toward the sharp golden sword. Clasping his hand around the hilt of the sword, he released a powerful force of will before asking fiercely, "Are you coming with me?" Everyone stopped what they were doing to watch Zhao Han. It seemed that even the sword faltered momentarily as the glow from the instrument froze. In the next moment, an even more terrifying force of will exploded along with a voice that spoke coldly. "Do you have a death wish?" Following this question, Zhao Han let out a petrifying scream. He was propelled backward. The pain on his face made it obvious that he was deeply injured by the sword intent. Yu Sheng threw a cold glance at Zhao Han, while others gave the injured young man strange looks. Lin Yueyao could not help but laugh. Even the black-winged eagle let out an odd laughter, slapping its wings. Did that idiot think he was Yu Sheng? Zhao Han recovered slowly. His expression was even sourer than before. How did Yu Sheng do it? Could it be that Yu Sheng had a more forceful aura? But his level was higher than Yu Sheng and his willpower was more powerful. Standing beside Zhao Han, Chen Yang was not smiling. He had invited Yi Futian's trio to join them into the relic because he could see just how tough their will was. Now, the three of them had actually received recognition from the ritual implements and gotten their own noble-level instruments. All the while, as the young master of the Qianmeng area, Chen Yang had yet to be acknowledged by any of the ritual implements. Yi Futian, who was in the midst of acquainting himself with the Guqin, also stared slack-jawed at Yu Sheng. He sighed inwardly, realizing that he was one-upped by Yu Sheng. Within the Guqin, that bit of will seemed to have been awakened but did not make a sound. Yi Futian did not have anything to say to it either. Both Lin Yueyao and Yun Chenma made attempts but also failed to be acknowledged by any ritual implement. Yi Futian thought to himself, what would happen if I tried to take another ritual implement? Would it reject me? However, he did not make any attempts to do so. Otherwise, if he actually succeeded, he would be public enemy number one. These people could not even get one ritual implement. If he took two, did that mean that he could take even more? Yi Futian would probably be cornered by people asking him for implements. "Let's go," said Yi Futian. He mounted the black-winged eagle and others followed right after him. Everyone turned their attention to the group. "Follow them," said Chen Yang. The 5 cultivators from the Qianmeng area got on the wind rock and trailed after Yi Futian and his friends. Everything that happened was the perfect proof that Chen Yang made the right choice inviting Yi Futian and the others into the relic. He wanted to see what further advantages Yi Futian would get following this. "Let's go," said the Yen clan member who had obtained the flame scepter. He was the head of Yen City, a prodigy of the Yen clan Xiao Mu. He was extremely gifted in the element of fire. Everyone in Yen City listened to his orders. His position was equal to that of Chen Yang in the Qianmeng area. The others also tried to communicate with the ritual implements but quickly realized that they would not be acknowledged. Accepting their failure, they joined their leader in the skies to chase after the 2 groups that had previously departed. Only the virgin Lulan Shui's people were left at the site. Something flashed through Lulan Shui's silver eyes. This situation was different from before. This time, everyone chose to follow closely after Yi Futian.
It was probably because they witnessed 3 low-level cultivators obtain ritual implements. This might have sparked something in their minds. Those from the barren city were also very outstanding. All 4 of them had acquired implements, but no one chased after them. Most likely because the 4 were much too terrifying. They were a group of their own and did not acquaint themselves with others. In a flash, Lulan Shui was also following after Yi Futian. There were more people who had acquired implements today than there ever was in the history of the site. No one knew how this would affect the site of the Lulan relic. Atop the Black Wind Eagle, Yi Futian and the others could clearly see the trail of people chasing behind them, but they did not care. Yi Futian was still getting acquainted with the Guqin. How would he be able to release its power if he was not well acquainted with the instrument? This is the imperial palace of the old Lulan kingdom, Yi Wuchen suddenly said. Yi Futian gave him a strange look before asking, another palace? He looked at Yi Wuchen's sword. The sword contained will, just like the flame scepter. It might know some things about the ancient past. Ancient Lulan is called ancient because the Lulan kingdom had once fallen. The imperial palace was taken over and all the powerful cultivators in the palace were brutally murdered. The Lulan kingdom was utterly destroyed and the nation collapsed. Later, a woman unlike any other arrived out of the blue with half a treasurable book in her possession. She revived the kingdom and was dubbed Celestial Empress. After that, the Lulan kingdom became Ancient Lulan and only virgin saints were chosen. There are no princes or princesses. The virgin saints would be the ones inherited the place of the Celestial Empress, said Yi Wuchen. Then why is the old imperial palace in the ancient barren world and what is that below? Yi Futian looked down. There, armor-clad soldiers were everywhere. The old Lulan kingdom had 2 treasurable books. The emperor used one of the books to kill invaders and prepared to go down with his enemies. Knowing that the end was near, he used the power of the book to seal the imperial palace in a matrix, allowing the will within the matrix to be preserved forever. At the same time, he hid all the treasures of the royal Lulan family in the palace. He then created the soldiers' mound, allowing the soldiers who had passed to pick the successors of their will. The matrix sealed in the book was then sent into the ancient barren world and managed to slip through the cracks of the well-regulated world, allowing Lulan descendants to enter for trials, Yi Wuchen explained. So that would mean that the Celestial Empress who revived the old Lulan kingdom got her hands on half of the book here. Yi Futian thought back to the treasurable book that Lulan Shui had mentioned before and could not help but to be filled with curiosity. Furthermore, the treasures of the old Lulan palace were all sealed in the relic. No wonder why the people of ancient Lulan all rushed to the relic. They had total control of the Lulan relic. Ask the will in the sword who my Guqin belonged to, Yi Futian said to Yi Wuchen. He wanted to know why the will of the flame scepter cared so much about it. Yi Wuchen looked at him and replied, the prince of the old Lulan kingdom. Yi Futian's eyes widened. His will traveled into the Guqin and asked, you're the prince? Yes, replied a voice that seemed very far away. Will you disappear after leaving this historical site? Asked Yi Futian. There was a slight pause before the voice answered, yes. After I disappear, it is up to you to activate the willpower contained in this Guqin. That's such a shame, sighed Yi Futian. I will do my best to aid you while we're still in the relic, said the prince. He thought Yi Futian's comment meant it was a shame that he could not help with increasing his powers. Your Guqin is more well-known than you, said Yi Futian. What he meant was that it was a shame the prince could not watch his kingdom flourish. Since you're the prince, you must be very familiar with this place. Take me to find the treasures, said Yi Futian. The Black Wind Eagle continued moving forward. Up ahead, a thundering noise came from below. Yi Futian looked down to see a battle platform. Many soldiers stood in a straight line in front of war drums. They were suited in armors of flame. Heat radiated off their bodies, permeating the entirety of the ancient platform. In the center of the line of drums was a long, narrow table. On top of the table was a furnace, and on top of the furnace floated a majestic-looking book of flames. Boom! A thundering noise spread through the air. The Black Wind Eagle screeched loudly as it began its descent after losing stability. Yi Futian and the others felt vibrations in their minds. The sounds of the drums were too terrifying. They descended in front of the platform and looked straight ahead. Was the treasure really going to be placed out in the open like this? It wasn't hidden at all. Was this how the emperor of the old Lulan kingdom hid all his treasures? Let's go. Yi Futian and his friends stepped forward. He had the guqin in his hands, and was prepared to head over and grab the Book of Flames. "Get out of here."
"You actually think you're worthy?" a voice rang out coldly through the air. The people who followed Yi Futian saw what was going on below and descended immediately. Still in the air, it was the will of the flame scepter in Xiao Mu's hand that had spoken. The fiery apparition appeared once again and looked to the book. It was a treasure he could not even lay hands on while living. Now it was simply placed out in the open. "Go get it. It'll help you greatly in cultivation. I'll be at your aid," the apparition said to Xiao Mu.
"Okay." Xiao Mu nodded and walked forward with the flame scepter in hand. He could obviously see that the Book of Flames was necessary for his cultivation of the flame. Even though the Virgin Lulan had said that non-ritual implement treasures must be exchanged with the ancient Lulan, they obviously had other ideas. They could at least cultivate a bit within the relic. Yi Futian's group glanced at the flame figure. How many times had it been now? Rather than acting, he watched Xiao Mu walk towards the battle podium. The armored soldiers started beating the battle drums again. In an instant, a terrifying aura burst forth. The drumbeats shook the air. Fire intent seemed to meld into the drum, charging towards Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu's intent fused into the scepter and he placed it before him. In a second, terrifying firelight wrapped around him. Shocking intent burst and clashed with the intent within the pounding drumbeats. Xiao Mu charged forward, wanting to take the Book of Flames. No one behind him dared to move recklessly. They could feel the mightiness of the battle drum. It was frightening. When Xiao Mu took a step, the drum started shaking again. This time was even more frightening than the first time. Xiao Mu furrowed his brows. The noble level fate burst from his body and activated the power of the scepter. At that moment, he was like someone from the noble plane. He was bathed in fire and seemed indomitable. As a leading figure from the Yen city, Xiao Mu had come to the relic after receiving the noble intent. He had terrifying abilities, otherwise he couldn't receive the ritual implement's recognition. Wild waves of fire tossed on the battle platform. Xiao Mu almost drowned in them, but he used the scepter's power to walk forward steadily. This was a battle of will. He used his noble intent to urge the noble scepter. The intent that burst forth was definitely close to that of the noble plane. There was no reason he couldn't receive the Book of Flames. As he walked forward, the drumbeats pounded the sky. The people behind him couldn't stop retreating. Their intent kept shaking, especially those who didn't have the noble fate. They just felt that they couldn't withstand this power. They probably wouldn't be able to receive anything in this relic. Without a noble fate, they would need a ritual implement to make up for it, but most people didn't have either. Bathed in endless fire, Xiao Mu walked forward like a noble. The soldiers beat the drums again. The drumbeats connected, seeming to resonate with the entire world. The skies and earth became one and transformed into undefeatable power that swept towards Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu paused. The terrifying heat wave blew onto him and the hand holding the scepter trembled. He was close to the Book of Flames, he could get it after 7 steps. However, he had a feeling that he probably wouldn't have the chance to take these 7 steps. He forced his feet forward. With a boom, the drumbeats started up again. In an instant, gales of fire swept through. Terrifying intent went alongside the drumbeats, attacking the scepter and Xiao Mu. Boom. With a loud boom, Xiao Mu was forced back. He frantically urged the power within the scepter. The mark between his eyes burned brightly, but the scepter cracked. It almost broke, but he held on. The crack healed and he panted heavily, his pallor slightly pale. He failed. Many people's eyes flashed. The powerful Xiao Mu had failed, even with the help of the noble ritual implement. This meant that they had no chance. In the back, the sharp youth besides Lulan Shui said, "It seems difficult for anyone to receive it. I wonder if those in the barren city would be able to do it." For many years, generation after generation of strong cultivators walked into the relic. The ritual implements that could be taken were all taken already. The ones that still remained were extremely difficult to take. The sharp man had tried for the Book of Flames before but had failed, though he'd gone further than Xiao Mu. Virgin Lulan Shui had obviously tried before too. She'd almost succeeded but failed at the last step. The flame figure appeared once again where Xiao Mu was. His expression was not pretty. "Senior, I tried my best," Xiao Mu said. "I know." The flame figure nodded. "It seems that no one can take it. What a pity. Were the treasures in the palace so hard to take nowadays?
If so, there would probably be no other gains. People started whispering amongst each other when they heard its words. Could no one take it? Since the noble, intense physical incarnate said so, it must be so. But just then, a figure clad in white walked out towards the battle platform, stealing everyone's attention. Everyone looked at him with some shock.
Yi Futian's talent was unparalleled and was recognized by a ritual implement, but his plane was low. He didn't have the noble fate either. How would he utilize all the power of the ritual implement? Would he try something that even Xiao Mu couldn't accomplish?
The flame figure was stunned when Yu Futian walked past it. It looked at him in shock and asked coolly, "What are you doing?" "Trying, of course." Yu Futian smiled at it. "Are you stupid?" the flame figure asked coldly. Xiao Mu had failed even with its help, but Yu Futian still wanted to try.
Was he qualified to try? He totally didn't know his place. Maybe I'm lucky? Yu Futian smiled. You overestimate yourself? The flame figure said coldly. Yu Futian didn't reply and continued forward. Drumbeats sounded continuously, shaking in his ears. He could faintly feel the heat. Placing the guqin before him, Yu Futian carried it with one hand and plucked the strings with the other. Music streamed out. The scene was like a battlefield, so the decree of the general was obviously the most suitable song. In an instant, everyone was pulled into the artistic conception as if they were truly in a battlefield. Yi Futian really didn't have a completed noble fate, but he had the emperor's intent. Fusing it into the guqin could influence the ancient Lulan prince's intent to the max and activate the guqin's power. The music streamed out. A powerful feeling seeped from it, and there seemed to be a stampede of horses on the battlefield. On the other side, the drumbeats pounded. They transformed into a terrifying presence as well. The two auras collided and extinguished together. Yi Futian walked steadily. He had a peculiar pattern and advanced with the music's rhythm. The music continued strengthening. Each time it strengthened, he took a step. Activating the noble intent and ritual implement with the emperor's intent caused the decree of the general to be much more powerful than he'd ever imagined. The drumbeats and music continued to overlap. The two forces were all terrifying. They went from weak to strong and became scarier and scarier until everyone present felt that they were on a battlefield, watching two armies clash. They seemed to have underestimated Yi Futian again. With this grandeur, he could most likely catch up to Xiao Mu's progress. But they couldn't figure out how Yi Futian accomplished this with his abilities. How could he activate the ritual implement to this degree? At this time, Yu Futian's surroundings were all filled with flames. The terrifying flames seemed to bury his body, but a music storm wrapped around him. It destroyed everything as if it was made of intent. The flames couldn't break through. He continued advancing, nearing where Xiao Mu had been. This made Xiao Mu uncomfortable. The flame figure stared deeply at Yi Futian. It looked down on Yi Futian because the youth's plane was too low and didn't have the noble fate. With this ability, he couldn't do anything in the relic. However, Yi Futian first received a ritual implement and then made the same progress as Xiao Mu. This shocked the flame figure. Had it judged incorrectly? He can't go further. It didn't believe that it could be wrong. It watched as the drumbeats grew stronger and the mightiness multiplied. It tore through everything, and that music storm was no match. Yi Futian's fingers seemed to transform into shadows. He strummed the strings violently and a music storm swept out. He sent out the decree of the general. Rather than continuing to defend, he started an offensive attack. "You're looking to die," the flame figure said coldly at this. If he continued forward steadily, he might get closer to the Book of Flames, but right now he was going to die. But Yi Futian obviously wouldn't search for death. He took many steps, and the music swept up with the far-reaching intent. Clashed with the drumbeats. The space was in chaos. The abominable intent seemed to want to tear everything apart. The decree of the general had arrived. At this moment, beams of Emperor's intent music seemed to bypass the attack and snake into the drums. With another boom, the drums shook the sky and destroyed everything. The music storm before Yu Futian had already disappeared. He'd used up everything in that attack. "This is suicide," the flame figure uttered. In its eyes, Yu Futian was already dead. The others saw this as well. That intent attack really could kill Yu Futian. But at that moment, Yu Futian raised his hand to play the guqin. The drumbeats resonated with the music.
Gusts of destructive wind burst from the battle drums, destroying everything. The next moment, under everyone's shocked scrutiny, the armored soldiers crumbled to dust.
Everyone's pupils contracted at this. What was this? How did Yi Futian do this? The flame figure trained its eyes on him too. Yi Futian had really succeeded and killed the soldiers. The Book of Flames hovered there without any other obstacles. Xiaomu flashed and charged forward, ready to steal it. Yi Futian glanced back and played his guqin again.
The music once again resonated with the drumbeats and produced a tumultuous intent. Xiaomu's expression changed drastically. When it swept over with the terrifying intent, he grunted and paled. He stopped and blood spewed from his mouth. The flame figure appeared beside the scepter, its eyes unsettled. Clearly, it had misjudged. Yi Futian was stronger than Xiaomu. The resonance between the musical sorcery and drums was very powerful. You've received my recognition.
Come take the scepter, the flame figure said, ready to abandon Xiaomu.
Xiaomu paled at the fiery figure's words. To be acknowledged by a noble-level ritual implement was supposed to be something he could be proud of, but now the implement was actually abandoning him. It was not difficult to take a guess as to how Xiaomu felt. Everyone standing behind him was also surprised. Yi Futian's gifts actually received recognition from a noble implement. As long as he agreed, Yi Futian would be in control of two noble implements. It was undoubtedly going to elevate his abilities.
Although the apparition of the flame will was not too nice to Yi Futian before, he was still a noble-level existence. There was no reason for Yi Futian to reject now that he was willing to help him. This was an opportunity extremely hard to come by. The apparition stared at Yi Futian. He knew that he had not been the friendliest being to Yi Futian, but he was a noble plane cultivator after all. He was now willing to help Yi Futian and bless him with a noble implement. Why would Yi Futian reject? This was not what Yusheng thought though. This flame scepter had previously insulted Yi Futian. How could he sound so righteous while practically begging Yi Futian to take him in? To be honest, after he rejected Yi Futian the first time, Yusheng was already pissed off. It was a miracle that he was able to keep his temper under control until now. You actually think you're worthy? Asked Yusheng in a cold demeanor. He was throwing the words the will in the scepter used with Yi Futian right back at him. The fiery figure frowned at Yusheng. What did you say? He asked, his tone just as cold. You said yourself that you would rather be with someone at the top-level Dharma plane than someone at the first-level Dharma plane. Now, you actually have the audacity to ask for a change in owners?
What would he need you for? Said Yusheng. He stepped closer and continued, where did you get the confidence to sound so righteous while asking to be taken in?
You think someone like you is worthy of being used by him? How preposterous! Scolded the figure. He was formed by noble will. How dare a junior in the mere first-level Dharma plane speak to him in such an insulting manner?
Yushin, you're at fault here. Yi Futian spoke up suddenly. Both Yushin and the apparition looked to Yi Futian. Everyone else followed suit. His eyes were glued on the fiery figure with a smile on his face. Yushin was hot-tempered, but Yi Futian knew what to do in his own advantage. The fiery apparition of Will looked satisfied at Yi Futian's words. Don't worry. If you're already this capable, you'll only get stronger with my help. Yi Futian looked at him with a smile. Pardon? Art thou worthy? The figure shot Yi Futian a glare. Everyone else also looked over at him, some not understand the meaning behind his words. Are you playing me? The fiery Will asked coldly. Yi Futian did not look at him. Instead, he said to Yusheng, what were you thinking?
Although this guy is a bit of an idiot, we can just get rid of him. It is a noble implement after all. Even if I don't use it, I can still sell it, right? Yusheng was dumbfounded by Yi Futian's utterance. A smile then spread across his face. His rage dissipated and he scratched the back of his head. I guess you're right. Jaws dropped all around as the bystanders stared at Yi Futian. Forget about whether or not Yi Futian would actually be able to get rid of the flame will of the scepter. If it really was possible, it would greatly reduce the power of the ritual implement while still in the Lulan relic. Was Yi Futian really not planning on using the implement? The apparition's expression fell as he stared dead at Yi Futian. In a cold demeanor, he spoke. You dare to insult me? You're too noisy, so you can disappear now. Finished with what he had to say, Yi Futian's emperor will surged into the guqin.
However, the will of the prince in the Guqin was unwilling to cooperate this time. The fiery apparition used to be a lord in the Lulan kingdom. Yu Futian's eyes grew cold. So what if he refused to cooperate?
The emperor will pushed on forcefully. Yu Futian's fingers danced across the strings of the instrument. The music instantly rushed into the war drums, striking down on them. The drumbeats shook the air, creating a terrifying battlefield. The sounds of the Guqin and the drums intertwined to form a ferocious force of willpower. A terrifying windstorm washed towards the fiery figure. "You're acting out of line," reprimanded the apparition. He was formed by will, and the flames around him blazed wildly to withstand the incoming windstorm. "Kill him," Yu Futian shouted. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sounds of the Guqin started once again. The energy was through the roof.
The drumbeats vibrated through the air in the melody of a chaotic nation.
The music was a destructive force. The windstorm swept past and the fiery figure shouted, "You psycho!" After his outburst, 2 gusts of wind came together and washed over the figure with great force. The power from the combined forces wiped out the apparition formed by flame will.
The spectators shook in fear as their eyes remained on the young man clad in white. This was crazy. He actually destroyed the will of a noble implement others couldn't obtain. The reason being it was unworthy of him. What an arrogant guy. "Yu Sheng, hold on to this for now," chuckled Yu Futian.
Yu Sheng nodded and walked forward to take the scepter. Xiao Mu watched from the sidelines but could do nothing to stop him. He was injured by Yu Futian even when he had the ritual implement in his possession. Now without the instrument, Xiao Mu was definitely no match for Yu Futian.
So, of course, he wouldn't want to go ahead and get in Yu Sheng's way. Yu Futian walked over to the Book of Flames and reached out for it. In an instant, the Book of Flames turned into nothing. The Chinese characters seemed to have escaped the pages of the book and were floating in midair. Each character contained a powerful will. Yu Futian released his own will. Afterward, he felt a rush of fire intent to assimilate into his own will. At this moment, Yu Futian glowed in a strange light. The Book of Flames was truly mystical. The characters from the Book of Flames were incorporated into his released Sun Dharma under the guidance of willpower, becoming the power of the Dharma. At the same time, every character became ingrained in his mind. He acquired more fate, and the Book of Flame will probably enhance the power of his Dharma. Everyone around stared at Yu Futian. Xiao Mu's expression was far from happy. He couldn't do anything about Yu Futian now. All he could do now was to wait until they left the relic so he could steal Yu Futian's fate. The Book of Flame might have been able to aid his noble fate into becoming mid-level noble fate, but now it had been taken by Yu Futian. Yu Futian turned his head to look in the Virgin Lulan Xue's direction. He gave her an apologetic smile. He couldn't possibly be blamed for this, right?
The Book of Flame had been absorbed into his Dharma. There was no way he could exchange it with ancient Lulan even if he wanted to. "I'm off," said Yu Futian. The Black Wind Eagle came forward immediately. The group stepped on to the back of the demon beast and they continued to travel ahead.
When everyone else saw Yu Futian leave, they immediately moved to follow behind them. Who cared if they weren't able to take down Yu Futian now?
They could at least witness how far he could go. They finally understood. It was not their fault that they could not receive recognition from the implements. They should not even think about getting something from the relics based on their abilities. The Lulan relic existed for so many years. Who knew how many powerful cultivators from ancient Lulan had already set foot in the relic? Although ancient Lulan was inviting people from all different places to enter the relic now, the reality was, anything that could be taken was already taken by ancient Lulan. To ancient Lulan, the most important thing now should have been to get their hands on the treasures they could not obtain previously. That was the real truth behind the invitations to the cultivators of other cities. Looking ahead at the figures on the Black Wind Eagle, nobody would have expected for a first-level Dharma Plane cultivator to have the most outstanding performance in the relic. Chen Yang, Zhao Han, and the others were in even greater disbelief.
Xianxia thought that even though Yu Futian had extraordinary gifts, everything would still be easily controlled since his level of cultivation was so low. On the Black Wind Eagle, Yu Futian's will entered the Guqin.
He asked, "Do you know where the treasurable books of the Lulan Kingdom are located?" "No," answered the prince. He sounded very aloof. The prince had not wanted to destroy the fiery apparition before, But Yi Futian used his powers by force. Although the power was greatly weakened because of his resistance, Yi Futian was still able to activate the will in the war drums with the power of his own will, creating a harmony with the Guqin to wipe out the flame will. Despite it all, he was a noble will.
You were too arrogant. The prince's will in the Guqin was not happy. Is noble will really that powerful? Yu Futian asked nonchalantly. Can't you feel the difference in my class of will? What class? Asked the prince after a brief silence.
Although he could feel that it was powerful, he could not really tell of what class Yi Futian's will belonged. Emperor will, Yi Futian answered. Yi Futian's godfather had instilled many ideologies in him since he was young. He had witnessed the snow ape's demeanor and he had met the Donghuang general. His body once exploded with the true power of Emperor Will. Because of all of this, cultivators of the noble plane meant nothing to him. They weren't an unreachable existence. The noble plane was simply another plane in cultivation. The day would soon come when Yi Futian would slay a cultivator of the noble plane. The Nandu nation's Emperor Luo was someone he must kill. It was also because of this that he chose to wipe out the fiery apparition even though many others thought he might forgive him. Are you joking? Asked the prince. It's a shame that I cannot release its power in all its glory just yet. I can only activate simple uses of this power. And to think you won't even be able to witness it in the future. Yi Futian did not try to argue with the prince. Lead the way. The black-winged eagle continued moving forward, ignoring the many armies on the ground below. Somewhere far ahead, large buildings could be seen faintly. The simple but classic architecture seemed to be the emperor's living quarters. Despite this new discovery, Yu Futian currently had his brows tightly knit. A terrifying aura radiated from the area ahead. A loud cry carried through the air. It sounded like a horrific battle had erupted. Seems like someone broke into the emperor's quarters. Yi Futian focused his attention up ahead. The prince had led them into the center of the ancient historical site. This should also be the most dangerous area. If it was true that someone broke in, then it should be the four from the barren city. They had left right after acquiring their ritual implements. Did they come here directly? Continuing forward, they could see the large group of people on the stairs down below. Many of them were donning armors. They seemed to be a fearsome army. This army even consisted of many high-level Dharma plane cultivators. There were many generals in the rose-gold armors. However, all of them were now clustered around a single figure. This domineering figure stood at the very center of the crowd. He wore a simple long robe with no armor. From this figure came an indescribable aura, one of a true noble plane cultivator. His gaze closed in on Yi Futian's group. His stern eyes were ice-cold. Had more people come to deliver themselves to death's door? All those years ago, the emperor of the Lulan kingdom met his demise bringing down this army. But not before he managed to set up a huge matrix to train the descendants of his kingdom. He even hid the kingdom's treasures in the matrix. Since things had already come to this, then they would kill anyone and everyone who approached. Yi Futian focused his gaze on that figure like a true noble figure. It was most likely that the will of a noble cultivator who entered the ancient Lulan palace wouldn't extinguish. This noble's abilities would appear in the figure created by the flame's intent. Die! The noble uttered coldly. As soon as he spoke, the military stepped forward at once. A burst of destructive intent agglomerated and hurled towards Yi Futian's group in the sky, wanting to destroy them all. Yi Wuchen took a step forward. He waved his sword and sword rain instantly poured from the sky, falling towards the incoming attack. Everything in its path was pulverized. However, the intimidating figures continued. The army didn't fear death. Yuxing also stepped forward. He brought his axe down. Its shadow cut through the air, shattering all the armored soldiers in its path. Yi Futian sat cross-legged on the black-winged eagle. He placed the Guqin on his knees and stared forward at the noble. He now knew what level his combat ability was in the relic, but he was unclear how powerful the noble was. The people following Yi Futian also saw this scene, but no one went forward to fight. Yi Futian's trio had all received ritual implements of the noble level. Of the others, only those with noble fate would have any combat ability. The others would die a certain death if they were hit by noble-level cultivators. This wasn't a true noble, but it was created by noble intent. The Virgin Lulan Shui's group stood in the back and watched quietly. Yi Futian was going straight to the relic's core where the emperor had once been. Other than Yi Futian, there was also chaos up ahead. Lulan Xue knew that a battle must have erupted. The strong cultivators of the barren city must have arrived and fought into it. It was highly possible that the geniuses from the barren city were at the peak of the eastern barren territory. They used the Lulan relic as a trial ground and were terrifyingly strong. Seeing that the army continued to be destroyed, the noble stepped forward. A terrifying aura instantly spread from him. His body seemed to transform into an illusory shadow. He walked in the air, directly going towards Yi Futian's group. His intent was horribly strong. He was the physical incarnate of a complete noble intent. Yi Wuqian's figure flashed. He walked forward and an indestructible intent radiated from him. It was about to upend every existence. The surrounding air shook horrifyingly. Yusheng also walked up and brought his axe down. They could all feel how powerful the other party was. The noble's figure walked towards the combat range of Yi Wuqian and Yusheng. Extremely wild intent burst from his body. At that moment, it was as if a huge hand came slapping down for the kill. It swept past and the sword intent extinguished under the palm. The light of Yusheng's axe went out as well. After all, Yi Wuqian and Yusheng were in a lower plane and didn't even have noble fate. They couldn't activate true noble-level intent attack from the ritual implement. Music sounded. Yi Futian sat on the black winged eagle and played his guqin. In an instant, strings of music intent rushed into the noble's body. Musical sorcery was best at attacks to the spiritual intent. It would definitely have a countering effect. However, the figure's body was like an illusory light. Terrifying earthy light wrapped around it while extreme pressure enveloped the black-winged eagle and the people. In an instant, the black-winged eagle couldn't withstand the power and dropped down. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Even just the intent of a noble cultivator was frightening. He continued to play the guqin, urging it on with the emperor's intent. The melody, a chaotic nation, ripped through everything with the resounding notes. It tore apart the palm coming down on him. The noble huffed. He transformed into an afterimage and was fast to the extreme. Endless palms overlapped towards Yi Futian, Yi Wuqian, and Yusheng. He stood with his hands behind his back, displaying his noble aura. A sword storm swept up around Yi Wuqian, and Yusheng's axe continued hacking downward. However, they could barely manage to stop the opponent's attacks. Yi Futian lowered his head and continued to play. The music continued rising stronger and stronger. It continuously ripped apart the palm. Around him, a shocking music storm appeared, destroying all intent. The noble overlooked everything. He walked straight towards the music storm. Did a first-level Dharma plane cultivator want to fight against him with a noble-level ritual implement? He was only an intent rather than a true noble, but he was more than enough to squash Yi Futian. The noble stepped directly into Yi Futian's sword storm. In an instant, Yi Futian felt the horrible intent press down on him. He couldn't counter the mightiness at all. Though he could use the emperor's intent to urge the ritual implement, it was still far from true noble intent. At that moment, he activated the imperial tactics. An unusual glow seemed to appear around him, as insufferable as an emperor. Even stronger imperial intent rushed into the guqin. At that moment, the prince seemed to be stunned. The intense power was pushed to the max, playing the guqin with the emperor's intent. Once again, the rising music caused the storm around Yi Futian to glow brilliantly and hit the noble. The noble seemed to feel threatened. He dared to kill Yi Futian directly because he had felt that Yi Futian couldn't defeat him with the musical sorcery. But at that moment, the music storm had become so terrifying. His body shook and became more illusory. However, he still didn't retreat. At this point, there was no way back. As a noble, he was still proud even though only his intent remained. Boom! Even stronger intent charged at Yi Futian to crush him. The black-winged eagle and the others had fallen down long ago. Only Yi Futian remained, fighting him in the air. Yi Futian used the emperor's intent to protect himself while his fingers didn't pause at all. A more terrifying gust of music burst forth, going directly through the other's body. The noble looked down with an ugly expression, but his feet didn't falter. He continued pressing towards Yi Futian. Die! Yi Futian uttered coldly. His song was still rising. He finally understood the terrifying pressure that his grandmaster had withstood when playing the chaotic nation. Fighting with this, he was destined to die. The music storm destroyed everything. It pierced through the noble figure, tearing it apart bit by bit. The illusory figure was unwilling but finally transformed into nothing. When the wild current dissipated, the people behind looked forward in shock. Yifutian had actually killed that noble. Noble intent couldn't be compared to a true noble, but this was still shocking. Lulan Shui was surprised. Yifutian's accomplishments were beyond her expectations. The army below was still charging forward, but they weren't a threat anymore. Yi Wuchen and Yu Xing worked together and killed them one by one. "Let's go," Yifutian said. The Emperor's pavilion was up ahead and seemed to be in unrest. The prides from the barren city had entered it and he wanted to see what it was like. The black winged eagle landed by Yifutian's feet and flew forward. The group moved on while the others followed close behind. "They're so annoying," Yu Shang said coldly. They followed without fighting at all. Were they really the prides of their cities? Were they all planning on stealing the treasures after they found them? Finally, Yifutian came to the site of chaos. Screams shook the sky from all directions. "Be careful," Yifutian said. The black-winged eagle slowed down. They were at some steps now. The majestic Emperor's pavilion was right in front, but there was unrest left and right. At that time, a horrible aura came from behind. Yifutian looked back and saw countless terrifying armies rush in from all direction. They seemed to know they'd broken in and were encircling them. The people behind Yifutian were aghast. These armies all had generals in the noble plane and they couldn't fight at all. With a flash, they moved aside, escaping quickly. "We're entering the pavilion," Yifutian said. At this point, there was no reason to retreat. But here, two figures flashed quickly from both left and right. Behind them, countless noble figures chased after like lightning. These four were the strong cultivators from the barren city. They'd arrived here first and had been surrounded. "He's leading them here." Yi Wuchen frowned, his eyes sharp. The four cultivators saw Yifutian's group arrive and came running here. The nobles and armies from either side, as well as the people behind them, vaguely surrounded them. "Go forward," Yifutian said instantly. The black-winged eagle shot forward like a streak of lightning. Wild wind swept left and right. The four figures came to Yifutian's side, sandwiching his group. They ran towards the pavilion, side by side. Yifutian placed the Guqin in his lap. He sat on the black-winged eagle and music streamed out. He was ready to fight at any time. "Go back." A barren city cultivator rushed before Yifutian's group and withdrew his sword. It burst and sword light submerged everything, enveloping everyone on the black-winged eagle. Not only that, but the other three acted at the same time. Using the power of the ritual implements, the four worked together, forcing the black-winged eagle back. After forcing them back, their spells disappeared. They didn't really want to kill Yifutian's group. Instead, they just wanted them to block the pursuers. Streaks of noble figures descended and rushed to Yifutian, coldly glancing at the four who had entered the pavilion. Cold, murderous intent flashed past the eyes of these nobles. In their eyes, Yifutian's group was already dead. Those beside Yifutian did not have pleasant expressions on their faces. The pursuit of the four cultivators had actually pushed their group back to block the army chasing after the four while they escaped scot-free into the pavilion. Just then, multiple figures formed by noble will appeared in front of them. It was terrifying enough to that one figure at the beginning. Now, it was basically mission impossible. They were not going to stop until Yifutian's whole group was dead. "Respectable seniors, please carry on. I'm simply passing by," smiled Yifutian. The black-winged eagle retreated into the sky above the pavilion, clearing the entrance to the building. But the noble beings just stood there, disregarding Yifutian's words. An enormous army rushed towards them from behind. It seemed like all the cultivators in this area of the palace were gathering here. Looking out at the ocean of soldiers, there seemed to be no end. A truly terrifying sight to witness. At the wave of a noble being's hand, the armored soldiers began to advance from all directions in the sky. They had the whole area on lockdown and had no intentions of letting any intruders leave unscathed. Away from where Yifutian was, the people who were chasing him were now trying to get away from where he was. They were being chased as well. Had they turned around just a bit later, they might have been caught in the same situation as Yi Futian and his friends. Luckily, it did not seem like the noble beings noticed them. But even so, the army chasing after them had their hearts pounding. After getting far away, they looked back at the pavilion. The entire area had been completely filled by the army. A shiver ran up their spines every time they laid eyes on the enormous army. The pavilion was at the very center of the relic and also where the most powerful cultivators were gathered. It was difficult for anyone who set foot in the area to make it out alive. From the corners of their eyes, they were faintly able to see the blurred figures of Yi Futian and his friends. They were still hovering above the pavilion, completely surrounded by the army. There was no escape. This was probably going to be the end of Yi Futian and the others. The group watching from a distance had witnessed the fight between Yi Futian and the noble from before. The opponent was just too powerful. Yi Futian used all he had to kill the noble. But in this situation now, it did not seem like he had a chance. "Can they escape?" asked the sharp youth beside the virgin Lulan. It was said that ancient Lulan had sent numerous cultivators into this area over the year, but none had succeeded. Those who entered never exit. However, some extraordinary beings have been discovered during this expedition into the relic. Monster cultivator Yi Futian, as well as the 4 prodigies from the barren city. That group had already made their way into the pavilion. Perhaps they would be able to find half of a treasurable book. "Keep moving." Lulan Xue did not answer his question because she did not know the answer either, but things were not looking good. Seeing that the army was still chasing after them, they could only continue to run. It would be easy enough for them to kill these ordinary soldiers, but they could not risk attracting attention from the nobles. Things would be tough if that happened. Although the royals of ancient Lulan were prepared for all types of situations, they did not have to get involved just yet. It was better to just observe for the time being. Above the pavilion, Yi Futian and the others were surrounded. Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen were on either side of Yi Futian, prepared for combat. "We already cleared the way for you. Seniors, can't you guys go after them first?" Yi Futian asked, feeling slightly defeated. "You're all going to die anyway. The order doesn't matter," said one of the nobles. "Why do you guys have to be this way? I don't want things to end badly for both sides." "How preposterous," said another noble. "End badly for both sides?" Did Yi Futian really have what it took to say something like that? Just then, one of the nobles waved his hand, signaling for the army to move in closer. The armored soldiers all charged toward Yi Futian's group. "You guys take care of this," said Yi Futian. Yi Wuchen and Yu Shang nodded. They might not be able to go against the nobles, but the soldiers were not a problem at all. The 2 of them attacked from either side. When the enemy approached, Yi Wuchen's sword and Yu Shang's battle axe swung out at the same time. Blood was shed immediately. Yi Futian sat down in the air above the pavilion and began to play his guqin. The crisp sound of the instrument filled the air, disturbing the atmosphere. The imperial tactics were activated and, in an instant, Yi Futian's body was surrounded by an invisible force field. He sat there with a majestic vibe around him. As he played, the notes elevated, vibrating through the air. The sound created a force that was able to disturb all consciousness. The soldiers charged forward one by one but were stopped when the sounds of the guqin reached their ears. Crackling noises filled the area and the soldiers were destroyed with nothing left of their bodies. After all, they weren't really living beings. At this time, another battle had started inside the pavilion. Shocking forces of energy were given off of 5 figures. The 4 barren city cultivators had one person surrounded. This person was another noble but had a majestic vibe. His noble will was extremely powerful and domineering. He was like an emperor and exuded superiority in a single glance. This person was the one who led his army in the invasion of the Lulan kingdom. He was the emperor of another powerful kingdom. He stood guard in the imperial palace and no one could make it past him. The barren city cultivators did not come from the same group. They were sent by 4 different powerful groups in the eastern barren territory. Groups from there treated the Lulan relic as a training ground and a test. The test was to see who could acquire the most treasures from the Lulan relic. They all had noble fate and mid-level noble fate at that. In addition to their powers as top-level Dharma plane cultivators and their ritual implements, they were extremely capable. However, they were still no match for one noble even after joining forces. The noble's abilities were incredible. He wielded his sword, also formed from noble will, ready to kill. The barren city cultivators kept retreating. They only managed to defend themselves against the opponent's attacks when working together. "Let's go," said one of the cultivators.
It seemed that it would be impossible to get any treasures from this building. Under the watch of such a fearsome being as well as the ones outside, they were overpowered and had no chance of finding anything remotely valuable. The four fought back as they retreat.
Even though the noble was very powerful, there was no way he could kill all four of them. The group of cultivators continued to escape from one side. Finally, the four ritual implements released a significant force at the same time, giving them a chance to turn and make a quick escape.
The soldiers outside could not even stop them. The noble wanted to chase after them, but even if he managed to catch up, he wouldn't be able to stop all four of them. He turned his attention to what was going on outside of the pavilion. A terrifying musical storm had erupted. He could faintly see a gleam of light glowing in the distance. He thought to himself, had the younger generation of the Lulan kingdom already gotten so powerful?
The noble headed outside. Yi Futian activated his ritual implement using the imperial tactics. The air exploded as he played his piece. A chaotic nation. Even the nobles stepping toward Yi Futian could feel the fearsome power of his music. The sound from his guqin could be threatening to them. It was then that the noble arrived, wielding his sword. Yi Wuchen noticed him approach from behind and formed a sword filled with intent to shot towards the noble. The noble huffed. Did he want a competition of sword intent?
The emperor's sword swung out and the area immediately filled with sword intent. The gleam of a blade shot through the air toward Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen gathered all his power and released it at the incoming sword. His attack was destroyed. His silver sword vibrated, threatening to escape his grip as his body flew backward. The noble made his way to Yi Futian. All the soldiers bowed at the sight of their emperor. "Are you a Lulan royal?" the emperor asked Yi Futian.
Yi Futian continued to play as he looked up at the person speaking to him. "No, I'm not from the Lulan kingdom. I'm just a person who came for a trial. How about we call it a day?" "Call it a day?" The emperor's expression was ice cold. For people had already escaped. There was no way they could let these people get away as well. "Since you're already here, then stay," said the emperor. "Don't force my hand." Yi Futian stared at the emperor, his eyes just as cold. "Oh, really?" sneered the emperor.
"Kill them." Yi Futian continued to stare as he spoke. "Yu Sheng, take the others into the pavilion to search for the treasures. Wuchen, you watch my back. I'll take care of these people." Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and the others widened their eyes.
Yi Futian spoke so nonchalantly, but how was he going to take care of such powerful beings? "Go. Trust me," said Yi Futian. As if he could feel the self-confidence exuding from Yi Futian, Yu Sheng nodded and guided the others into the pavilion. The emperor and the other nobles looked at Yi Futian as if he were insane. Was he going to take care of them? Where did this arrogant bastard come from?
Yi Wuchen took a step back to stand behind Yi Futian. He was also curious where Yi Futian got all that confidence from. What made him so sure he could take care of the nobles?
After Yu Sheng and the others were out of sight, Yi Futian looked to the emperor and said, "Senior, you're a swordsman and is formed by will. If I am victorious today, then you shouldn't let your sword will go to waste. My friend is an extremely talented swordsman and definitely will not disgrace you. Will you consider allowing him to be the successor of your will?" The emperor had on a look of disbelief. Not only was Yi Futian super confident, but he also wanted his will? Preposterous indeed. Yi Wuchen had a similar look on his face. So, this was why Yi Futian wanted him to say? He was being too gutsy. If it was really able to obtain the will of a single noble, he might be able to get noble-level will. The emperor took one look at Yi Futian but did not give him an answer. At the wave of his hand, the nobles made their way toward Yi Futian.
A terrifying force of will was released into the area, ready for destruction. "Please reconsider what I said, senior. Isn't having a successor to your sword techniques a form of living on?" said Yi Futian. He then lowered his head, activating the imperial tactics from within.
His blood flowed wildly through his veins, and the emperor's mark appeared within. Right now, Yi Futian's body was ignited. All the spiritual qi around rushed into his body. The glow around him grew brighter and brighter. The spiritual qi mixed with noble fate. It was unbelievable. At this moment, Yi Futian, who sat crossed-legged, looked like a majestic emperor. During the Donghai City battle, the mysterious emperor's intent appeared within Yi Futian. It helped him kill someone of the Arcana plane, but this power didn't belong to him. However, that emperor's intent gave him the imperial tactics. After that, he was able to use the imperial tactics to activate the emperor's intent hidden within him. Yi Futian knew that the imperial tactics could raise his fighting to another level, but he never fully used it before or pushed the imperial tactics to the extreme. Today, though, faced with the bombardment of all the noble intents, he knew that he couldn't succeed even with the emperor's intent. Thus, he broke out all the power within him. He urged the imperial tactics to the limit without holding back at all. The familiar feeling from the Donghai City was back. Last time, the mysterious intent was controlling and guiding him. This time, it was completely his power, though it was far less powerful than at the Donghai City. If the opponent was a true noble figure, Yi Futian would die without a doubt. He would die even if the opponent was in the Arcana plane, let alone the noble plane. Intent power could greatly magnify a cultivator's combat ability, but he still couldn't overlook the difference in plane. It was different in the Lulan relic, though. The opponent wasn't a true noble and was just the physical incarnate of the intent. In the lower ancient barren world, even the strongest intent was restricted to the Dharma plane. Since the opponent's body was formed by intent, Yi Futian only had to repress it from that aspect to defeat it. That was why Yi Futian was so confident. He didn't perceive a true noble intent yet, but by fully activating the emperor's intent, fusing it into his Guqin to attack, he believed he could surpass the opponent with his strong intent. The emperor's mark burst inside him. Yi Futian's body seemed to morph. Behind him, Yi Wuqian watched his changes in shock. He could sense that perhaps this was the true undisguised Yi Futian. He was like a natural-born emperor. The nobles before him were stunned as well. They stared hard at Yi Futian's body. What level of intent was this? At this moment, a handsome figure stood before them. He was too beautiful. Even as nobles, they wanted to worship him. He was high and mighty and should be loved by all. This kind of temperament and intent was not learned. It was something he was born with. It seems that you really aren't from Lulan. The emperor sighed as he studied Yi Futian. Ancient Lulan wouldn't have someone like him. Senior, are you planning on giving up now? Yi Futian asked, studying the other. The emperor gazed at him and then into the distance. His eyes seemed tired. He was obviously discontent to exist in this relic for so many years as intent, turned into a chess piece for testing the descendants of ancient Lulan for his opponent. Thus, he would kill anyone who stepped foot in here. If he had to be a chess piece, he would kill all Lulan descendants. He was long tired of this and survived through persistence. No. He looked away and said to Yi Futian, if you lose, you die. If you win, you can have anything you want. All right. Yi Futian lowered his head and didn't say anything else. His music continued to rise. In a moment, a burst of violent intent accompanied the music and swept out. The armored soldiers in its path were all pulverized. The emperor waved his hand. Various noble shadows charged forward with extremely terrifying noble intent, pressing towards Yi Futian. But Yi Futian, playing his instrument, was still calm as ever. There was a tinge of heroic tragedy in the music, just like Grandmaster before the Nanda clan before. However, this tragic feeling was for the opponent rather than himself. He would fully restrict the nobles existing as intent. They weren't even as threatening as the prides of the barren city. After all, they were at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane and possessed noble intent rather than being created by pure intent. Just as Yi Futian had predicted, the music seemed to be branded by the emperor's mark. It passed through the nobles' bodies, instantly marking them with destruction. The charging nobles looked down dazedly at their bodies. Boom, boom. Various holes appeared in their bodies. There wasn't any blood, but they could feel death approaching. Of course, they'd already died once, but this time they might disappear completely. The emperor watched all this quietly. His expression was extremely calm. Was the heroically tragic music played for them? He walked forward, standing before the nobles. He surrounded himself and whistling swords appeared. They seemed real. As he walked, the tens of thousands of swords followed. At that moment he was like a noble of swords. The countless swords flew to Yi Futian at once.
In a straight line, they destroyed everything in their way. Yi Futian continued playing his instrument quietly. The music was like heavenly cranes crying. The music storm swept out, the swords in its path were obliterated and turned to dust.
At the same time, rays of music ignored everything and bombarded the emperor. The most terrifying thing about musical sorcery was that it was difficult to defend against. The dazzling emperor's marks seemed to burn on his body. Like golden flames, they were beautiful. Intent restraint? He muttered. He didn't expect that someone in the relic could restrain his intent, but anything was possible. Someone in the first-level Dharma plane could restrict his intent. As the physical form of intent, he was suffering from intent restraint. How could he continue fighting?
He wasn't even as strong as a slightly more powerful Dharma plane cultivator. The solemn music continued. The storm blew past, submerging everything. The various nobles all burned from the emperor's intent. After that, their bodies grew illusory until they finally turned to dust and disappeared.
It was as if they'd never existed before. Yi Futian didn't continue. His music slowed and he looked up. His clear eyes gazed at the figure in the sky. Is his talent really as powerful as you say? The emperor asked.
His tone was calm, no sign that they had been intent on killing each other earlier. He received recognition by a noble ritual implement while in the fourth-level Dharma plane, Yi Futian said. He would definitely not stop at the noble plane in the future. Well, you're confident, the emperor said. He was a powerful noble and knew how difficult it was to advance further. Then, senior, do you believe me? Yi Futian asked. The figure in the air fell silent.
He looked at Yi Futian, understanding what he meant. Looking to Yi Wuchen, he said, "Do not fight back." Yi Wuchen looked at the figure in the air and nodded. After that, the figure slowly turned transparent, as if transforming into a boundless yet illusory sword shadow. It shot toward Yi Wuchen and dug into the spot between his brows. At that moment, Yi Wuchen closed his eyes tightly. Terrifying sword intent flowed across his body, strengthening by the second. Yi Futian watched this scene with a smile. His emperor's intent disappeared. He felt extremely weak, devoid of any strength. By fully using the imperial tactics, he'd used all his strength. Earlier, he'd supported himself with pure will. The figure in the air grew more and more insubstantial. The emperor's figure could disappear at any moment. What is that? At that moment, Yi Futian's eyes flashed. When the emperor grew less substantial, a beam of light appeared from his body. Within it, there was a thread of coldness. I said earlier that if you defeat me, you will receive what you want, the emperor said to Yi Futian. As soon as he finished, the apparition scattered in the sky, all going towards Yi Wuchen. A voice sounded in the air. Dying with Lulan back then was not due to war. With that, he disappeared completely. Half a scroll of a valuable book hovered in the air. It radiated with shocking coldness. Yi Futian now understood what those words meant. The book was inside the emperor's body. He could only receive it if the emperor died. Such strong intent. Yi Futian couldn't help but shudder at the coldness. He used freedom meditation and instantly, Yi Futian felt even stronger intent seep from the book. With his emperor's intent, he could faintly feel that this scroll might contain intent above the noble level. It was for cultivators above the noble level. The coldness spread and frost appeared, covering the world. Soon, Yi Futian's long hair and eyebrows were all covered in white. He saw a beautiful and mighty picture in the book. It was of a boundless snowy peak. Snowflakes floated in the sky, falling down. It gave one the feeling of absolute coldness at a glance. In the sky, an icy moon hung in the air. It was even colder than the snowy mountain. This was a picture of loneliness and coldness. It snowed around Yi Futian as well. The snowflakes melted into his body and endless water elemental spiritual chi flooded towards his body, streaming in. In his life palace, the world tree rustled. It seemed to be covered in a layer of frost as well. Above it, a cool moon formed gradually, hanging in the sky. On the other side, the sun life spirit hung high. The sun and moon shone in turn. The sun was yang and the moon was yin. Fire and water, yin and yang, they represented life. In the outside world, Yi Wuqian accepted the intense inheritance. When he opened his eyes, he was covered frost. He looked around and saw that the army up ahead was all sealed in ice, looking like various ice sculptures. The entire world seemed to be about to turn into a world of ice. Even the faraway Virgin Lulan could feel the iciness spreading to them. She reached out and a snowflake floated down. She trembled inwardly. "Let's go." She flashed and charged forward hurriedly. The half-scroll might have been found. The will of ice seal spread to cover the whole relic. The immeasurable armored soldiers had all become sculptures of ice, crackling and crumbling into nothing, destroyed. Not only this, but some of the architecture had begun to collapse as well, vanishing from view. It was as if the entire site of the imperial palace was just a figment of the imagination. However, there were still some parts that were real, like the ritual implements containing noble will and the treasures within the relic. The noble wills in the implements could feel that they were about to disappear. The matrix was disintegrating. Buildings collapsed all around Yifutian and Yi Wuqian, disappearing right in front of their very eyes. Half of the treasurable book floated in the air above and its strong will rushed into Yifutian, causing the air around him to grow cold. "I'm about to disappear," said the voice from the Guqin. "What's left of my will shall be left to you." After that, the will escaped the Guqin and headed for Yifutian. The will was just as shocked as everyone else at the power of the piece that he had previously played, a chaotic nation. Perhaps it was just as Yifutian had said, he had the Emperor's will. Two types of will entered Yifutian's body. Suddenly, Yifutian's eyes snapped open, sweeping the environment he was in. The Emperor's pavilion was collapsing and vanishing from his sight. He said to Yi Wuqian, "Get out of here quickly." A gust of wind brought the half of the treasurable book to Yifutian. He received it and used his will to order the black-winged eagle to come to him immediately. "Wuqian, give me a hand," said Yifutian. Yi Wuqian looked curiously at Yifutian before helping him onto the black-winged eagle. "Have you overexerted yourself?" asked Yi Wuqian. He had witnessed every second of Yifutian's battle. The power of his will was so scary. It seemed like the pure force of the power would burn Yifutian up from the inside out. Whether it was will or spiritual chi and energy, all his powers were ignited and used to fight the nobles. "There's no such thing as a free lunch. Let's go," said Yifutian. Yuxing, Yunqianma, and the others were in shock when they joined the two. Yifutian had really succeeded. He killed all the nobles and even destroyed the area. Now, everything, the entire Lulan relic was going to collapse. Yuxin and the others felt the drop in temperature even while they were inside the pavilion. They knew that the object Yifutian acquired was special and was also what led to these results. The black-winged eagle lifted off and traveled with great speed. They could no longer stay here, especially when Yifutian's combat abilities were diminished. The battle took up all the power he had. If he hadn't even it his all, it would not have been possible to defeat the nobles. However, they did not get too far before getting stopped. For figures approached them and cut off the black-winged eagle's path from all different directions. They were the barren city cultivators who had previously escaped the relic. After they were forced by the noble to retreat, they had given up on this area, knowing they had no chance there. However, they were able to feel the chilling temperatures of the ice will come from the Lulan relic and made some predictions about what was going on. And so, they decided to head back to the site immediately. Presently, the gazes of the four cultivators fell on Yifutian. They were immensely shocked. When they had pushed Yifutian and his friends to block the nobles and the army, they did not think it would be possible for them to destroy the nobles and the relic site. Although they were not clear as to how they accomplished such a task, they knew it must not have been easy. "How did you guys do it?" one of the barren city cultivators asked. "How did these low-leveled cultivators make the nobles disappear?" The cultivators had experienced the power of the noble emperor firsthand. He was extremely powerful. There was no way Yifutian and the others could beat them. Unless they had some others' methods to destroy the relic, which then led to the demise of the nobles. Nobody answered their question. The barren city cultivators were not bothered by the lack of a reply. "It doesn't really matter how you did it. Hand over all the treasures you acquired." Since Yifutian's group had taken care of the group of nobles for them, the barren city cultivators were now the strongest beings in the relic. From the other direction, Virgin Lulan and the others rushed over. The barren city cultivators were surprised to see them but chose not to care.
It's only the Virgin Lulan. She might have been an all-powerful being to the people of the cities around Lulan City, but to them she was simply a pretty girl with an okay gift. They were more interested in her beauty than in her abilities. With her silver hair and bright eyes, she was graceful beyond words. Behind Lulan Shui, powerful cultivators from other groups joined. They had a feeling that the collapse of the relic was due to the appearance of the most important treasure. What's more, the wills in the noble ritual instruments all disappeared following the collapse of the relic. Without the help of the wills in the implements, it would be difficult for anyone to activate the power of the implements with their own spiritual will. The implements definitely were not as powerful as before. If so, they now had a chance against Yi Futian, though those chances were not too high. There were also those who were smart and decided not to chase after Yi Futian. Instead, they immediately rushed in the opposite direction. Xianxia was one of those people. He knew the cultivators from the barren city were there, and there was more to Lulan Shui than she let on. Even if he tried to go fight for the treasures, his chances of victory were slim. And so, he decided it was best to first go and get his hands on the ritual implements at the soldier's mound. Yi Futian was now the passive party. He saw all the powerful cultivators around him. He had no power for another fight while Yi Wuchen and Yu Sheng's level of cultivation were still too low. They would not be able to withstand an attack from all these people. Hand it over, a voice rang out coldly. It was the sharp young man beside Lulan Shui. His eyes glowed gold as he stared at Yi Futian and his friends. If the treasurable book had indeed appeared, the royals of the old Lulan kingdom must get their hands on it. It was a treasure the celestial empress wanted. In the past, the empress borrowed the power of half a treasurable book to rebuild Lulan. She had always wanted to have a completed book. Many people predicted that once the two books were joined, it would give the empress a chance to reach a level higher than the noble plane. If that was true, then ancient Lulan would be able to take control of the entire Eastern Barren territory. Yi Futian frowned and looked over at the sharp youth coldly. He then turned to Lulan Shui and said, "I will fulfill my promise to you, but what about what you promised me?" He had agreed to make the exchange with Lulan Shui. The treasurable book appeared, and from that, he was able to gain a life spirit using the freedom meditation. He was also able to obtain willpower. The exchange would be worth it to him. Especially in a situation like this, he had no choice. But there was no way he would hand over the book first. As soon as he did so, he would lose his leverage against her. Lulan Shui took one look at Yu Futian before giving her orders. Protect their safety. Understood. Her people came out from behind. The Virgin Lulan, as well as the young man beside her, moved to stand between Yi Futian's group and the group from the barren city. She said, "Ancient Lulan has no need for the things you guys acquired from the relic. We will allow you all to keep them. You guys may leave now." "You think you can stop us?" one of the four cultivators asked. They all held their ritual implements in their hands. Noble-level fate rushed up, causing their auras to grow terrifyingly. "You guys are stepping out of line here," said the sharp youth. "This is the Imperial Palace of Lulan." "So what?" asked the cultivator holding the thunderwood. He took a step forward, bathed in the glow of lightning. The thunderwood in his hand began to absorb thunder spiritual chi from all around. His figure looked like that of a thunder god. "Get in formation!" shouted the sharp youth. Immediately, a group of Dharma plane cultivators stepped out from behind. All with ritual implements in hand, though not all of them were noble-level implements. Still, the group gave off an impressive aura. It seemed they were all metal elemental cultivators. They got into formation, perhaps setting up a matrix. A great light of the metal element shined towards the same direction. The light gathered there, and a golden pattern appeared, spitting out an immense energy. The cultivator holding the thunderwood huffed before moving closer. His Dharma appeared behind him. It was a large, thunderous apparition, comparable to a majestic thunder god. A ferocious wave of thunder sorcery was released, coloring the world in a hue of purple, like the sky of a stormy night. He charged forward. The cultivators in formation let out a loud roar, releasing more energy, which caused the matrix they had formed to glow even brighter. The curtain of golden light blocked a thunderous attack from their opponent. It was easy to imagine just how powerful a matrix formed by a group of top-level Dharma plane cultivators would be.
They were the very cultivators groomed by the ancient Lulan for the specific purpose of protecting the relic. It had been the same generation after generation. The other three from the barren city finally made their moves as well. The energy they exuded was terrifying. The sharp youth beside Lulan Shui stepped up, followed by two other people. The trio held ritual implements they had obtained from the relic some time ago and went against one person. Lulan Shui had an ice scepter in hand, another ritual implement from the relic site. Her silver hair blew in the wind. The world frosted over as she stared at her opponents. A storm of frost blew toward them, ready to seal it all in ice. At this time, however, there was still the other barren city cultivator. He was a swordsman. A smile spread across his face even though his eyes were ice cold. In a flash, his body shot forward like a sword, headed straight for Yi Futian, and the others shielded behind the lineup from the ancient Lulan. Lulan Shui frowned. The four cultivators from the barren city were too strong. Any one of them could fight against the top-level Dharma Plane cultivators alone, while the lot of them could only stop 3 of the 4. More people are coming from the palace. Just hold on a little longer, said Lulan Shui. Her voice was completely overpowered by the noises of every attack. She wanted to comfort Yi Futian and his friends. Let's go, said Yi Futian. Spell scrolls appeared in his hand and he threw them in the direction ahead. The scrolls released powerful attack spells at the cultivator headed for them. The barren city cultivator simply smiled. Did they really think spell scrolls could stop him? Sword intent flowed from his body, slicing through the attacks. But he could see that Yi Futian continued to activate spell scrolls. However, he did not use them to attack, he covered the Black Wind Eagle with them. They were wind elemental spell scrolls. A gust of wind blew past and the Black Wind Eagle flew away quickly. A light flashed past the swordsman's eyes. The spell scrolls were probably top-level Dharma Plane spells. They were indeed well-prepared for escape, but when he was the opponent, they amounted to nothing. The sword he acquired from the relic floated in front of him. He stepped onto the blade of the sword and was carried away at the speed of light to chase after the demon beast. The figures mounted on the Black Wind Eagle did not look too good. Just then, Yi Wuchen stepped off the Black Wind Eagle to head for the cultivator chasing them. He screamed out, "You guys leave first!" Wuchen. Yi Futian's expression changed drastically. Yi Wuchen was at the 4th level Dharma Plane while the other was the pinnacle. They both had ritual implements of swords. Even if Yi Wuchen had received noble intent, the other also had noble fate. In comparison, Yi Wuchen could only be defeated. There was no chance of victory. However, he still walked out without hesitation. He could truly die here. Stop! Yi Futian ordered the Black Wind Eagle. Don't stop. Go! Yu Sheng yelled. His eyes were red as he stared at Yi Wuchen's leaving figure. To him, Yi Futian's life was above all else. He wouldn't hesitate to use his own life in exchange either. The top figures of the barren city had noble fate and top-level ritual implements. They really couldn't put up a fight. The Black Wind Eagle screamed and continued flying forward, disobeying Yi Futian for the first time. Yi Futian's eyes were bloodshot. This scene was so familiar. He continued to take out spell scrolls, stacking them wildly around the Black Wind Eagle so they could hurry to the Lulan Palace. The relic had collapsed already. Lulan Shui said strong cultivators from the palace would come. He had to find them quickly. The moment Yi Wuchen stepped down from the Black Wind Eagle, his noble intent exploded. It was filled with omnipresent sword intent that surged into the ritual implement. Then his body seemed to transform into a sword. He became one with the ritual implement. That moment, his determined strength seemed ready to kill anyone blocking his way. Li Daoyan looked at the incoming Yi Wuchen. Irony flashed past his eyes. Was a 4th-level Dharma Plane going to challenge him? It was suicide. The sword was like wind, fast as a shadow and sharp to the max. He seemed to transform into the apparition of a sword and went straight towards the sword intent Yi Wuchen released. All sword intent in his path moved aside, it couldn't stop him at all. He was before Yi Wuchen in an instant. They were both going forward with no sign of retreating. The power seemed to contain true sword intent. In an instant, 2 ritual implement swords clashed. The sword tips collided and clanged. Waves of terrifying sword intent burst in all directions.
Yi Wuchen was far below Li Daoyun, but the gap between them had reduced because they both used noble intent to activate their ritual implements. To Yi Wuchen, the increase was even bigger. If he didn't have the noble intent or ritual implement, he wouldn't be able to withstand the hit. Despite that, he still couldn't be equal to Li Daoyun. The moment the swords touched, Yi Wuchen retreated hurriedly. They seemed to have turned into straight lines. Li Daoyun's sword aura pressed towards Yi Wuchen wildly. He was so fast he was like an afterimage in the air. Amongst the rising sword intent, Yi Wuchen grouped endless sword intent. His left hand reached out. Endless sword intent seemed to be between his 5 fingers. Noble intent burst out, stabbing towards the figure before him. "You want to die?" Li Daoyun said coldly. His sword sliced past Yi Wuchen's face like water. It was extremely cold and came down on Yi Wuchen's outstretched arm. It was too fast. Swords were fast on their own, but this was Li Daoyun's sword. With a squelch, the sword's flash swept past the arm and it fell off. Blood splattered. But Yi Wuchen seemed to feel nothing. In fact, the moment his arm was chopped off, a small silver sword shot out from between his brows. Endless sword intent was included in that sword. Faster than lightning, it streaked towards Li Daoyun. It was as if the sword from his now broken arm was a trick. He seemed to have predicted that his arm would be chopped off. A battle between swordsmen was naturally dangerous. Victory and defeat was a matter of seconds. Li Daoyun's sword was fast, but Yi Wuchen wasn't slow either, especially at such a close distance. When Li Daoyun chopped off his arm, he even stopped retreating. The silver sword was like a beam of light that flew directly to the point between Li Daoyun's brows. Li Daoyun was powerful. The moment he chopped Yi Wuchen's arm, he felt the danger. Horrible sword intent burst from between his brows, protecting him. When the sword stabbed in, endless sword intent seemed to explode from him. The two seemed to be frozen in space, even time seemed to stop. Blood seeped from between Li Daoyun's brows. He roared and swords appeared behind him. The silver sword between his brows was forced out. The endless swords behind him went flying at Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen waved his sword. Like rain, the sword blocked all the sword flashes. He flew back. "You used your arm as bait." Li Daoyun's expression was ugly. Sword aura wrapped around his brows. He'd been hurt by someone in the 4th level Dharma plane. This was humiliating. Yi Wuchen didn't reply. He turned and left decisively. He knew his abilities weren't enough, so he baited the enemy with his arm and lost it. But it was better than losing his life. Li Daoyun closed his eyes. The sword aura remained, healing the injuries. After a while, he opened his eyes. He shot into the sky again, fast to the extreme like lightning. The murderous intent in his eyes was so harsh. He wanted Yi Wuchen dead, not just Yi Wuchen, but all of them. Yi Futian now approached the palace. The relic had collapsed and this place wasn't big. In the distance, a group of people flashed. Their auras were extraordinary and were clad in Lulan armor. The leader was very powerful. They saw Yi Futian's group rush over. "I have the book," Yi Futian said straightforwardly. The people stopped and Yi Futian continued. "I already agreed to exchange with the Virgin, but someone is trying to steal it from me. Follow me." As soon as he finished, the black-winged eagle immediately turned around. The group didn't know what was the truth, but they still followed to check. Now, Yi Wuchen also came in this direction, but his left arm was empty. Blood dyed his clothing red. It was a shocking sight. "Yi Wuchen." Lin Yuyao paled. Did Yi Wuchen, the most talented figure of the Kangi kingdom, lose his arm? But Yi Wuchen climbed onto the black-winged eagle expressionlessly. Seeing the Lulan royalty, he said, "The people after us are extremely powerful and may be equal to your virgin. Can you fight them?" The leader's eyes flashed. "I must determine if this is true." Yi Futian took out the book and coldness filled the air. "The book is right here. You can ask the Virgin if it's true later. The people are from the barren city. Think about the consequences if they take it." The leader had a heavy expression. "More people will come. I'll bring some men to stop the pursuers. Go to the palace first." With that, he ordered some men to protect them. Of course, this was also to ensure that Yi Futian wouldn't escape. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. He advanced with the people from the palace. Behind them, horrible sword intent came rushing over. It was Li Daoyun after them. The people of ancient Lulan grew serious. He truly was powerful. The leader waved his hand and led his men forward. "Whoever blocks me dies," Li Daoyun said coldly. He released his dharma and endless sword light burst forth. The figures pursuing him were stabbed between the brows and died immediately. Yi Futian looked over coldly and continued using spell scrolls to go forward. Before entering the ancient barren world, he'd taken many spell scrolls from the Kangi kingdom. The wind spell scroll was specifically for this type of situation. He looked at Yi Wuqian's arm and murderous intent flashed past his eyes. "Why did you do this?" he asked. Even though Yi Wuqian losing his arm angered him, he knew that it was already difficult for Yi Wuqian to stop the other and escape. The moment he walked off could have been his last step. Having one person die is better than many dying. Yi Wuqian's answer was simple and sounded logical. But who would choose to sacrifice himself for another? When he'd stepped off the black-winged eagle, he was as straightforward and decisive as his sword. It was so rare to see someone with that determination. Perhaps this was why he could complete the 13 steps of death and receive a ritual implement at the 4th level Dharma plane. "Your arm?" Yi Futian looked at Yi Wuqian's shoulder. "It doesn't affect my swordsmanship." Yi Wuqian was calm, so Yi Futian didn't say anything else. He made a silent decision, though. "We're brothers from now on," Xianxia said from the side. "He'll use his life to repay your arm." Lin Yueyao and Yun Chenma looked at this quietly without saying anything. Lin Yueyao understood clearly that there was a difference between her and Yi Futian and Xianxia, despite being the top beauty of the Kangi kingdom. At first, she'd been unhappy and thought that Yi Futian was too arrogant. But as Yi Futian and Xianxia displayed astonishing talent time and time again, she finally realized where the distance came from. They weren't from the same world. She could even feel that to Xianxia only Yi Futian existed. The latter was his religion and an existence he must protect. There was even distance between Yuxin and Yi Wuqian. But with what Xianxia had just said after this event, she understood that the distance didn't exist anymore. She suddenly thought about a lot. The top 3 of the Kangi Kingdom's Fenghua rank, the 3 top figures who had stolen the spotlight at the Nanda Nation's Tingfeng banquet, had stirred up a storm in the ancient barren world too. They made all the top talents in the outer world lose color. What miracles would be made if they were together? She might never be able to imagine what would happen. The palace appeared before them. Even more strong cultivators flooded out. After understanding the situation, they all went over there. The danger was temporarily dissolved. Li Daoyan couldn't attack the Lulan Palace. Near the Lulan Palace, Yi Futian and the others stood on top of the black-winged eagle and watched the battle unfold in the distance. Li Daoyun was even more powerful than they had imagined. He made his way near the palace. Many people had died under his sword. Ancient Lulan had absolute control over Lulan City, but their control was limited to the areas surrounding Lulan City. Li Daoyun, who came from a powerful group of the Barren City, he did not care about ancient Lulan. So what if he killed many of their people? It wasn't like they would send people to his clan and try to even the score. He cared even less about them while in the ancient barren world. Corpses laid all over the ground, but Li Daoyun still couldn't advance to the Lulan Palace was right there in front of him. Everyone knew what would happen if he made it there. Just then, those fighting Li Daoyun got into formation, attacking him and blocked his way. Li Daoyun stood there and looked over at Yi Futian standing far away. His cutting gaze also held a hint of ridicule. "You guys got lucky this time. If the Lulan Palace hadn't been here, Yi Futian and his friends would have never made it out alive. It was a pity that he could not get his hands on the treasure." Li Daoyan turned and was prepared to leave, still as arrogant as ever. "What's your name? Where are you from?" Yi Futian suddenly asked. Li Daoyan stopped in his track. Turning around, his eyes fell on Yi Futian. The ridicule in his eyes grew. What could he have wanted? Revenge? This was the way everyone lived. They always dreamt of getting revenge after being humiliated. What they did not know was, there was never a happy ending to revenge. Just death. Li Daoyun of the Fuyun Sword Clan. "Remember that," he replied. Everyone heard what he said. From his tone, it was easy to tell that he looked down on Yi Futian. Li Daoyun did not deem Yi Futian a worthy opponent. Of those from ancient Lulan, the ones who had heard of the Fuyun Sword Clan felt a shiver. They were left speechless. Although Li Daoyan had killed many of their people, it seemed like it would be impossible to get revenge. Li Daoyan left those words before leaving. He obviously didn't care about what Yi Futian thought. He was just a little disappointed that he could not steal the treasure from Yi Futian.
However, this also did not bother him too much. This was the pride he had from being from one of the most powerful clans in the Eastern Barren Territory. Li Daoyun of the Fuyun Sword Clan, mumbled Yi Futian, repeating his name. He was also unbothered by Li Daoyun. They shared similar thoughts.
In Li Daoyun's opinion, Yi Futian would only end up dead if he tried to get revenge. But in Yi Futian's opinion, Li Daoyun was dead as soon as he introduced himself. Cultivators of ancient Lulan left to bring back Virgin Lulan Shui. "Let's go," said Yi Futian.
He turned around and headed for the palace. Many of the cultivators of ancient Lulan stayed behind them to ensure their safety. Mounted on the black winged eagle, Yi Futian seemed to be in deep thought.
He remained that way for a while before whispering, "What would have happened if I handed the book over to them? Would Yi Wuchen's arms still be chopped off if he had released the book to the barren city cultivators?"
"Don't think too much about it," said Yi Wuchen. He did not dwell on the situation at all. "Had you given the book away right in front of the Virgin, could you have ensured that the people of ancient Lulan wouldn't come after you?" Yi Futian made no further remarks. Returning to the same residence in the palace, Yi Futian took out the treasurable book. A chilling energy was still coming from the object. The picture in the book was just as icy cold as before, bone-chillingly cold.
However, besides the terrifying will and the chilling artistic conception, there did not seem to be anything special about the treasurable book. Could it be that the existence of this half of the book was for the sheer purpose of carrying on the energy of this ice will? If so, then what was contained in the other half?
He was very curious. The book would only be complete with both halves, but rumors had it the Empress of ancient Lulan rebuilt the kingdom with the power of just half a book.
Although these rumors could not be fully trusted, Yi Futian refused to believe that a person with no gifts could become the Empress of ancient Lulan by relying solely on the power of a treasure. This was not to say that the power of treasurable books should be looked down on.
There was obviously something special about it for the people of ancient Lulan to hold it in such esteem. Not long after, Lulan Shui returned with her people and arrived at Yi Futian's residence. "What are your conditions?" Lulan Shui stood in front of Yi Futian and asked in her usual cold demeanor. She definitely did not beat around the bush. "I want to take a look at the other half of the book," he said to Lulan Shui.
"Of course, if the Virgin doesn't agree to it, I can consider changing my conditions." Ancient Lulan had previously stated that they wanted to do an exchange of equal value.
To be honest, Yi Futian was the disadvantaged party when it came to trading his half of the book for a glimpse of the other half. However, ancient Lulan still might not agree with his request, and he was not going to force them to comply. After all, he did not have the right to bargain after their people provided him with protection to keep him alive. "I'll have to ask the Celestial Empress," said Lulan Shui. When it came to the other half of the book, she could not make a decision.
"All right, then you can take this half first." Yi Futian handed the book over to the Virgin. She looked at him in confusion but took the book anyway. Yi Futian did this to make his attitude known. Otherwise, the Empress might think that he was using the book as leverage.
That might put them in danger once again. In the best-case scenario would be that they get a chance to see the other half of the book. If not, then he'll just have to change his conditions. "Wait here for my news," Lulan Shui said before turning to leave. Not long after the departure of the Virgin, another group of people arrived. It was Qianyang and his posse. They had previously stayed in the pavilion across. "Yi Futian." Qianyang walked up to him with a seemingly friendly smile.
"You sure got a lot from Lulan relic trip I invited you on." "I had some gains but also lost a lot," said Yi Futian. Qianyang looked over at Yi Wuchen's dismembered arm and continued, "I heard you got your hands on the treasurable book ancient Lulan wanted most. I bet you made set some conditions for an exchange with the Virgin, right?"
"Before bringing you guys here, I said that we'll split anything we got from the relic site. What do you plan to do now?" Qianyang stared at Yi Futian. When everyone had rushed to fight over the book, Qianyang had headed to the soldier's mound. But when he got there, all the ritual implements had already been taken. In other words, he did not get a single thing from this trip to the Lulan relic. Unlike him, Yi Futian and his friends gained so much. Right from the beginning, they each acquired a ritual implement from the soldier's mound. Then, they even obtained the most important treasure at the relic site. There was also the Book of Flames and probably even more they did not know of. With his bad mood, Xianxia was bound to have certain opinions of Yi Futian. Split. Yi Futian's group looked at Xianxia's group. Yusheng's eyes were ice cold when he asked, "Where did you get the audacity to ask such a question?" Xianxia did not tell them a thing about the relic site before they entered. Neither did he warn them of potential dangers. It was obvious that Xianxia was just using them. In Xianxia's eyes, it did not matter if Yi Futian and his friends got a hold of the treasures because everything they got belonged to him. So why would it have mattered to him if they died during the collapse of the relic site?
"Watch your mouth," Shirtong said coldly. His eyes fell on Yusheng's battle axe. He wanted it for himself. "Did you ever chip in when we were fighting the nobles for the treasures?" Yi Futian asked with a sarcastic smile. Xianxia looked uncomfortable at the question.
It was Zhao Han beside him who spoke up. "If it hadn't been for young Master Qin, you guys wouldn't have even been allowed to enter the relic. Now you guys want to keep all the treasures for yourselves." He wanted the sword in Yi Wuqian's hand. Now that the wills in the implements had disappeared, there was no need to get acknowledgement. As long as they could get their hands on the implements, it was theirs. Yi Futian looked at Zhao Han and knew there was no need to argue. He chuckled. That's right. If he said they were keeping everything for themselves, then that was exactly what they were going to do. "Have you thought this through?" asked Xianxia. He still had a smile on his face. "Absolutely," replied Yi Futian. The two met eyes. Although they had gained a lot from this trip, Yi Wuqian had lost his arm. How dare these people come at them with talks of splitting the treasures?
"What a joke. I'm going to stay at the residence just across." Thinking it over a little more. "Perhaps you'll change your mind," chuckled Xianxia before leaving. Zhao Han and Shirtong glared at Yi Futian and the others while Yu Linglong smiled charmingly at them. "Things are different here, outside of the relic. How strong can you be even with a noble implement if there's no noble will to help you?" she asked softly.
Within every ritual implement in the relic, existed a noble level will that used their powers to help activate the powers of the implements they once used. In that situation, the powers of the implements were not to be doubted, but now an implement was just an implement. It was only powerful if the person wielding it was powerful, and at the level of Yi Futian and his friends, the implements wouldn't be too powerful. "Yun Qianma." Xianxia suddenly spoke up again with his back still turned to everyone else. "You should also think things over." Yun Qianma was shaken up by his words. Zhao Han turned his head to look back at her. His cold eyes pierced into her before he finally left. Right now, it was possible to see the conflict within Yun Qianma from her eyes. She knew how powerful Yi Futian could be and was able to say that everyone in his circle was more powerful than Xianxia and his posse. If she continued to cultivate with him, it would really help her. But now it was possible that Yi Futian and Xianxia might come face to face for a battle. Xianxia was the young leader of the Qianmeng area and Zhao Han was the son of her master. She could not stand on their opposing side. Furthermore, Yi Futian and the others were powerful, but how would they go against Xianxia's group outside of the relic?
Yi Futian turned to Yun Qianma. It was almost as if he could see the conflict in her eyes because he said, "If you want to leave, I'll let you go." Yun Qianma's gaze froze on Yi Futian. Making a final decision, she said, "I can't stand against them." Yi Futian observed her calmly.
Although Yun Qianma's gifts were not too strong, she was a fairly resolute person. It was obvious when she had made the decision to become his maid. It was the same this time around. Once again, she was firm with the choice she made. Yusheng watched Yun Qianma with his cold eyes.
It was then that Yi Futian brushed past Yun Qianma. He said, "Yusheng, take her fate and let her leave." Stealing a fate was a cruel thing. Using one's intent to tear the other's intent away, the latter would decrease in plane.
But Yi Futian still made Yusheng do it. Ignoring Yun Qianma's hateful eyes. People had to pay for their choices. If Yun Qianma hadn't agreed to be his servant, he couldn't have forced her to do so. This was a voluntary matter.
Later, Yun Qianma had fulfilled her duties and so he helped her when possible. Yun Qianma had gained much at the Tsang Mountain Relic and Noble Grotto. Now Qianyang and Zhao Han had made it obvious they were enemies. Yun Qianma was prepared to leave with just one sentence. How could it be so easy?
When she went back, she would be part of the Sword Clan again. Zhao Han's junior sister. What would she do to them? If Yun Qianma chose to leave after things settled, Yi Futian wouldn't snatch her fate. But she had to leave in this dangerous time after Yi Wuchen lost his arm. Yi Futian's mood went without saying. Yun Qianma left after her fate was taken. She didn't fight. Yi Wuchen's ability to escape from Li Daoyun proved his abilities. Even though he lost his arm, she still wasn't his match. Only Qian Yang with his noble fate could restrict Yi Wuchen. Yun Qianma didn't know that not only had Yi Wuchen escaped, but he'd also injured Li Daoyun. She also didn't know that Yi Futian hadn't used the intent contained in the ritual implement to receive the book Punish the King. He didn't use fate either and instead had an even stronger intent. Only Yi Wuchen saw the secret. Yi Futian had had Yu Shang take them to the pavilion because he didn't them to see the secret. Yu Shang had understood this. After Yun Qianma left, Yi Futian cultivated peacefully while waiting for Lulan Xue's news. Ancient Lulan Palace. The true Lulan Palace was not in the ancient barren world. The majestic palace was simple and clean, not opulent at all. A middle-aged woman clad in a white robe sat quietly in the ice matrix. She stared forward. There, a gust of terrifying coldness seeped out. It was the two scrolls. Right now, they were being combined gradually. She focused entirely on the books. She felt coldness bite into her bones from the books. It was like the intent of a sage and was extremely frightening. Sage? At that moment, her expression suddenly changed. As the Empress of ancient Lulan, she'd never been so serious before. Yes, a voice rang out in her mind. It was from the book. The Empress's heart quivered. The rumors were true. The scrolls of Lulan's ancestors contained and preserved sage intent. The one who had the scroll would win the world. Are you the Empress of Lulan? The intense voice said. Sage, I am the descendant of Lulan's first empress, the Empress said. Very few people knew this. They only knew that the talented girl had recovered Lulan's glory with a precious book and was given the title of Empress. But in reality, she was the descendant of ancient Lulan. Every virgin after that was actually all the Empress daughter. They inherited the position and continued ancient Lulan's bloodline. The book was silent for a while. Then a voice sounded, and the Empress listened quietly. After a long while, she closed the book and looked outside. Lulan Xue, she called. Outside, a beautiful figure walked over. She had silver hair and white eyes. Bowing, she called Empress. The person before her was not only ancient Lulan's Empress, she was her mother. Bring him here, the Empress said. I will lend the book to him to read. Yes. Lulan Xue left. The palace of Lulan Xue was connected to the ancient barren world. The entrance was right in the palace, so Lulan Xue quickly entered the palace in the ancient barren world and found Yi Futian. The Empress wants to see you in the Lulan Palace. She agreed to your request, she said. Yi Futian's eyes brightened. The Empress wanted to see him? Okay. Yi Futian nodded and said to Yu Shang beside him, I'm going. Wait for me here. With that, he left with Lulan Xue. The sharp man and a group of guards were beside them too. They were curious why the Empress wanted to see Yi Futian. He stepped into the passageway with Lulan Xue and found that he'd arrived before an immensely majestic palace. This was the true Lulan Palace. The strong force was truly confident in itself. It controlled the passageway alone. Anyone from the ancient world who wished to enter the ancient barren world needed Lulan's permission. The true Lulan Palace was obviously more imposing than the one in the ancient barren world. It was bold and simple. Yi Futian and the others arrived before a large pavilion. He looked left and right and saw guards everywhere. A beautiful figure stood on the steps. She was extremely elegant and felt like a king despite being a woman. Empress. Everyone greeted and bowed. Her eyes instantly fell on Yi Futian. She turned and walked towards the pavilion while saying, Lulan Xue, bring him in. Yes. Lulan Xue nodded. She brought Yi Futian up the steps and into the pavilion. The pavilion was open and clean. There was an ice matrix in the front, coldness seeped from it. The book hovered above the ice matrix, releasing powerful coldness. I heard that you received the book with only the first-level Dharma plane. You killed many noble intents too. How did you accomplish this? The Empress asked. She stood before the matrix, back to Yi Futian. It was luck. I almost lost my life, Yi Futian said. The Empress obviously knew he didn't say everything. She didn't continue asking and just said, This is where I cultivate. The book is here. You can cultivate here for a period of time. Thank you, Empress, Yi Futian said. You deserve it, she replied coolly and turned around. Her eyes were silvery as well. They seemed to see through Yi Futian. Then she started walking out. Let us go. Lulan Shui obviously knew the Empress was talking to her. She glanced at Yi Futian and followed the Empress away.
If I cultivate for too long, please notify my friends, Yi Futian spoke out. Okay, Lulan Shui replied. The Empress and Lulan Shui left. Yi Futian said amongst the ice matrix that the Empress was cultivating from. The powerful frozen water elements surrounded him. With a thought, the freezing power surged into his body. Behind him, the ice dharma appeared. It began absorbing the coldness. The matrix spun, and his body was buried in the foggy coldness. The freedom meditation was activated. Yi Futian gazed at the hovering book. The artistic conception of the moon, snowy peaks, and frozen world remained on it. Above the snowy peaks, he could faintly see a snowy figure sitting quietly at the top. Yi Futian's heart shuddered. This wasn't there before. Now, the book was complete and more objects appeared in the picture. The freedom meditation was pushed to the max. Yi Futian felt another attractive force. His mind was pulled into the book and arrived at the top of the snowy mountain. So cold. Yi Futian shivered. The cold moon hung high while the figure at the mountaintop sat quietly. Yi Futian's mind walked over. The figure turned slowly. Seeing Yi Futian, he smiled. I didn't think you really could enter. Senior, is this the space created by your intent? Yi Futian asked curiously. You can say that. Unfortunately, you are not a descendant of Lulan. This book must remain in Lulan. Since you can come here, I won't let you go empty-handed. The figure rose slowly. His eyes had turned white, terrifyingly so. At that moment, Yi Futian felt various ancient words float into his mind. He absorbed them wildly, but every word contained extreme coldness, sealing his mind in ice. It's like the Book of Flames. Is that book of a similar level? Yi Futian asked, heart trembling. It was long ago, but the flame technique lost its spirit and sage intent. The figure replied. Endless icy words entered Yi Futian's mind. After a long while, his mind was transformed into an ice sculpture and shattered. In the outer world, Yi Futian remained sitting quietly in the matrix. There was a layer of ice over him. He didn't move. The days passed by but nothing happened inside the ice matrix. Lulan Shui came many times, but it was always the same. Today she came again with the Empress. The Empress sat quietly outside the matrix. Seeing Yi Futian, she was shocked inwardly. The sage was correct. Yi Futian could dig up more of the book's potential than the Lulan royalty. Unfortunately, he wasn't from Lulan. Let us go. The Empress left after a short while. After a few more days, something terrifying came from within the matrix. Scalding hot currents flowed out. The ice on Yi Futian melted bit by bit. Then a terrible aura burst out. Behind Yi Futian, a strange sight appeared. The sun and moon hung high. Coldness and heat overlapped, transforming into a horrible whirlpool. All the surrounding spiritual chi sizzled. There was a sea of fire below the sun. Below the moon, icy glaciers appeared. This was Dharma. Now, Yi Futian created yet another Dharma. This was the artistic conception of the ice matrix. It was even stronger than the sun Dharma from before. Sun, moon, water, fire, Yi Futian murmured. Not only did the Lulan sage have the ability to cultivate ice, but he also cultivated fire. However, the sage intent in the Book of Flames disappeared later. The flame talent disappeared gradually and only the ice ability was passed down. Lulan Palace, the Empress Pavilion. Presently, the Empress sat quietly in a gazebo. Beside her, Lulan Shui stood still like a statue. What do you think of him? The Empress asked out of the blue. Lulan Shui looked at the Empress in confusion. Yi Futian, she clarified. He is very talented, answered Lulan Shui. Besides talented, the Empress continued to ask. Lulan Shui blinked a couple of times, still not understanding the meaning behind her mother's questions. Seeing how confused Lulan Shui was, the Empress realized just how clueless her daughter was to these things. Her eyes drifted toward the pond by the gazebo. She said softly, He's got the look. It's hard to find someone so handsome in the palace.
Plus, he is also gifted. Although he is a little young, age has never been a problem when it comes to the world of cultivation.
What do you think? Lulan Xue's beautiful silver eyes widened. The expression on her face meant she finally understood her mother's meaning. I never thought about it, said Lulan Xue. It's not too late to start thinking now, the Empress said, turning her gaze back to her daughter.
You'll have to start thinking about this topic sooner or later. Now the perfect match has arrived. If you let him go, it'll find hard to find a better guy. Lulan Xue looked into her mother's eyes, realizing she had a point. Yi Futian was able to acquire ritual implements and the book at the first-level Dharma plane. Her mother also told her that Yi Futian was able to communicate with the sage's will in the book. There was no doubt that he was extremely gifted. He was also very handsome, which indeed made him the perfect candidate. The Empress noticed that Lulan Xue was thinking about what she had just said. If you don't choose him now, you'll still have to pick someone in the future. Think carefully. Lulan Xue hesitated briefly before nodding. All right. Her reply was simple, as if she hadn't just made one of the most important decisions in her life. It was simply a mission to be accomplished by her. Just as the Empress had said, she was going to have to find a man sooner or later, and she did indeed have a great impression of Yi Futian. He was easy on the eyes. Then it's settled, smiled the Empress. She had a clear understanding of her daughter's personality. Lulan Xue was disinterested in most things, just like the vibe she gave off to others. This also applied to her love life. She had not known Yi Futian for long, so naturally, she had no special feelings for him. But she did know how to make the best choice for herself. Yi Futian was definitely not a bad choice. Empress? A servant girl stepped in to report. He has emerged. Perfect timing. The Empress smiled.
Have him come over. The girl was shocked. The Empress was inviting Yi Futian into her pavilion? No other man had ever had the privilege of doing so. Although she was shocked, she had to suppress her emotions. The servant girl bowed and was off to carry out the Empress' order. Not long after, Yi Futian was brought to the Empress.
In his eyes, the Empress and Lulan Xue looked like sisters, both cold yet beautiful. Except, the Empress was more of a dignified beauty. No one would dare to disrespect her. With silver hair and eyes, Lulan Xue's beauty was bewitching. Greetings to the Honorable Empress. Yi Futian bowed. The Empress nodded in acknowledgement and looked straight at him. How did the cultivation go? I have made some progress thanks to you, Empress, said Yi Futian, expressing his gratitude. He was worried about why the Empress had summoned him. The pavilion where the Empress and the Virgin resided hardly seemed like a place where he should be entering. You earned it, the Empress replied nonchalantly. What do you think of the Virgin's looks? Yi Futian froze. All he managed to do was blink. What was going on? He looked over to Lulan Xue. She simply stood there, cold and silent, like a statue. She's beautiful, of course, Yi Futian answered with a nod. This was the truth. He was a truthful man. In ancient Lulan, whether it be the Virgin's appearance or her gifts, she is truly outstanding. Peerless, if I may say so, the Empress rambled on, complimenting her daughter. The wheels turned in his head as Yi Futian tried to figure out why the Empress was saying all this to him. And so, it's difficult to find a man worthy of the Virgin in ancient Lulan, she said. The topic of her future is a big headache. Yi Futian did not dare to follow up with any comment. A ridiculous thought popped into his mind. Have my good looks brought me trouble once again? Do you have any thoughts about this? The Empress asked Yi Futian with a smile. I wouldn't dare to express any opinions on such an important subject. Yi Futian lowered his head. He had a bad feeling about all this. The Empress chuckled. Was he playing dumb? Her intentions were already very clear, but he was still not giving a proper reply. Did she really have to spell it out for him? This boy was too sly. How would you feel if I betrothed the Virgin to you? Asked the Empress. Her tone was extremely casual. Yi Futian's entire body tensed up. He was even more nervous now than he had been fighting the nobles and the army in the relic. Right now, he was in the pavilion of another kingdom's empress, and she was trying to marry her daughter to him. No words were needed to explain just how stressed he was. How could I be worth on the Virgin? Yi Futian said politely. As soon as he was finished, an invisible force descended upon him. He felt cold. It was the Empress' aura.
If I say you're worthy, then there's no problem, said the Empress. How did this boy say no?
Yifutian was completely dumbfounded. The wheels in his head turned faster. The Virgin and I have not known each other for long and have barely communicated. It's hardly fair to the Virgin to make such a rash decision. Lulan Shui looked at him calmly and said, I have no objections.
Yifutian was rendered speechless. I know I'm good-looking, but how can they be so direct? If you're already standing here, it means that I've already asked for her opinion. There's no need for you to consider anything else, the Empress said. I'm going to pick a good date and announce it to the people. Let's get you guys married as soon as possible.
How about it? Empress, you can't do this. There was a change in his expression. Hua Jiu was still waiting for him in the Kangi kingdom. There was no way he could just marry another girl. The Empress frowned. Another force of majestic energy was released from her and pushed down on Yifutian. I already have a woman I love. Yifutian knew there was no other way around this. All he could do was tell the truth. How can she be better than the Virgin? Asked the Empress after pausing briefly in shock. She was trying to betroth Lulan Shui to Yifutian and he was actually unwilling. Now, he was doing everything he could to get out of this situation. She was the Empress, so of course, this put her in a foul mood. Empress, this isn't a matter of who is better or more gifted, said Yifutian. In his heart, Hua Jiu was obviously better, but he couldn't come out and say that to the Empress. The Empress stared at Yifutian. She could see the determination in his eyes. He was looking her straight in the eyes, unwilling to back down. The force of energy disappeared and she spoke again. If so, then you can take the girl as a concubine. Make Hua Jiu a concubine? Yifutian shook his head at the Empress. The Empress' frown grew and she continued to stare at him. Don't tell me you're planning to make the Virgin be a concubine? She was already being very polite to him. If it wasn't because the sage favored Yifutian, she wouldn't be here bartering with a junior. She was the Empress for crying out loud. But here he was, not appreciating her kindness. Then I'll just have to kill her, said the Empress coldly. As soon as he heard this, the look in Yifutian's eyes sharpened, shooting daggers at the Empress. His fists clenched tight. He was trying to control his boiling anger. Seemingly sensing the change in Yifutian, the Empress' aura grew colder. Everything in the surrounding looked about ready to freeze over. The atmosphere in the room was ice cold. Lulan Shui also did not anticipate for things to end this way. She looked at the two people in front of her and said, If he doesn't want to, then forget it. Not only did the Empress' anger not die down after these words, her aura grew even colder. She had brought up marriage for her daughter and offered to betroth Lulan Shui to Yifutian. Then he actually rejected. Hearing her daughter's words now only made her feel that Lulan Shui had been wronged. The Empress called out to summon someone and multiple females appeared. Capture the bastard and keep a close eye on him, ordered the Empress. Yes. The females stepped closer to him. I can show myself out, said Yifutian. He turned around and began to walk away with the females following behind him. How preposterous, said the Empress in anger. This bastard. You wanted me to marry him because you valued his talent and wanted him to become a citizen on ancient Lulan, but by doing this, you are offending him. Lulan Shui remained calm all throughout, although she did feel strange. Her mother had made an offer to marry her to Yifutian, and she had even agreed to it herself. Now they had both been rejected. Then kill him, said the Empress in a cold demeanor. So what if he was extremely gifted? She had already made her compromise, allowing him to marry both females. It was that jackass who chose to reject. Did he really plan to make Lulan Shui his concubine? Or did he think that Lulan Shui was not worthy to be his wife? Why do you have to do this? Didn't you say that the sage holds him in high esteem? Lulan Shui attempted to dissuade her mother from killing Yifutian. The Empress' anger began to die down. She was just pissed. After all, this was her only daughter. As the Empress, of course, she would be upset after getting rejected by Yifutian after she had been the one to offer her daughter's hand in marriage. I shall go speak with the sage. In a flash, the Empress disappeared and showed up at the hall for cultivation. She sat down at the center of the ice matrix. The book was still floating in the air. The Empress' consciousness slipped into the book. Not long after, She opened her eyes with a strange expression on her face. Lifting her feet, she walked outside. She then arrived at the place where Yi Futian was being put on lockdown. He was being watched. Seeing the Empress approach really pissed him off. Indeed, Lulan Xue was beautiful, but so what?
Did that mean he had to marry her? What were you thinking? The Empress stopped right in front of Yi Futian. Her tone was much calmer now. The anger from before was no longer there. I don't understand what you mean, said Yi Futian.
When you tried to leave before, I really wanted to kill you, but the Virgin begged for me to have mercy on you, she answered. Then, please thank her for me, Yi Futian replied coldly. I'll make another compromise.
What if you just take both of them as your wives? I'm not marrying her, Yi Futian answered calmly. Yi Futian's decisive rejection changed the Empress' calm expression. This was blasphemous.
She was the Empress, and her daughter, Lulan Xue, was extremely talented and her beauty was unbeatable. She was willing to marry below her status but was rejected. Now, she was even willing to have her daughter share with another woman but was still rejected.
The Virgin isn't qualified enough for you? The Empress asked coldly. If not for the sage's words, she would slap this boy to death. Empress, you must know that the Virgin doesn't have any feelings for me. How can something like this be so casual? Yi Futian asked. Just because she is pretty?
Does that mean I should marry every pretty girl? Feelings can develop slowly. After being together, you will naturally fall for her, the Empress said. Was this bastard pretending to be pure? Didn't all men only care about looks? After getting used to Lulan Xue beside him, the Empress believed he would change heart. In her opinion, the girl Yi Futian liked couldn't be prettier than her daughter. Empress, I do not know the reason why you wish the Virgin to marry me, but I really do have a girlfriend already. Our relationship is very good as well. If you have your eyes on my talent, I've received some things in the Lulan relic and met the sage in the book. I can be friends with Lulan. You do not need to force me to marry the Virgin. Yi Futian knew that he was attractive, but the Empress was obviously doing this for his talent rather than his looks. She wanted to tie him in. Because he was in her territory, Yi Futian must bow down and first get through this.
The Empress stared at Yi Futian. This bastard was truly sensitive. She knew that Yi Futian's words were logical too, but Yi Futian would soon enter the ancient barren world to cultivate. He wasn't from Lulan either. How tight would their friendship be?
It would just be a favor at most. This wasn't what she wanted. The sage wished for Yi Futian to become a Lulan citizen. That was why she had the idea to marry her daughter. Only this relationship could tie Yi Futian tightly. He couldn't run if Lulan Xue had his child in the future. The Lulan bloodline could be passed down well too. But she didn't expect that Yi Futian would refuse. Looking at him, the Empress pondered. Her voice became slow and calm as she said, "In that case, I won't force you. I was too extreme earlier, but it is your fault too. The Virgin does have good feelings toward you. Maybe you will change your mind after some more interactions. Follow me." With that, she walked towards her own pavilion. "Thank you, Empress." Yi Futian followed her. The Empress' expression was cold as she cursed Yi Futian inwardly.
She really wanted to beat Yi Futian up. Yi Futian also looked at the Empress' backside, cursing her inwardly for changing so quickly. He wished he was strong enough to beat this old hag up. When Yi Futian saw Lulan Xue at the Empress' pavilion, she was quiet and cold as before.
It was as if nothing had happened. Perhaps this was her personality. Seeing the Empress and Yi Futian, she understood that they must have resolved things. "You'll return to the ancient barren world to cultivate soon," the Empress said. "Yi Futian, how long do you plan to stay there?" "I'm not sure.
I might go to the barren city," Yi Futian said. Yi Wuchen couldn't lose his arm for nothing. He still couldn't take revenge, but he wanted to learn about some things. This could help with entering the Eastern Barren territory as well. "Your plane is still too low," the Empress said.
"Ancient Lulan has placed many noble ritual implements in the ancient barren world. They're from the relic and have never been taken out. I heard that you received a guqin, but it won't be enough. I'll have the Virgin help you choose back in the ancient barren world." Yi Futian blinked. No wonder she was the Empress. Her tactics. Earlier, she seemed to want to kill him. Now, she was like a senior caring for her junior. So powerful. "Thank you, Empress," Yi Futian said. "Go out first. I must speak with the Virgin," the Empress then said. Yifutian nodded and went outside.
Lulan Shui looked up at the Empress. It seemed that she still hadn't given up. That bastard is very fake. With your features, I don't believe he won't change his mind. He'll forget his girlfriend within the month, the Empress said. At that time, I'll make him beg me to marry you. As if imagining that scene, a cold sneer appeared in the Empress's eyes. Lulan Shui studied her without saying anything. All right, you may go, the Empress said. Lulan Shui nodded. She left the pavilion and found Yifutian.
Let's return to the ancient barren world, she said. Okay. Yifutian nodded. They returned together. Lulan Shui was still as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. After returning to Yifutian's pavilion, the black-winged eagle came up. Yusheng also walked over. Yifutian asked him, "Have those people bothered you guys? They're very arrogant. They often come over to check as if they're guarding us and waiting for us to leave the Lulan Palace." Yusheng replied coldly. Yifutian's eyes flashed. Were they waiting to fight? Where's Wuchen? Yifutian saw Lin Yueyao but not Yi Wuchen. He's cultivating in private, Yusheng said. He improved greatly while you were gone. I've entered the second-level Dharma plane too. Not bad, Yifutian said, smiling. Me too. Lin Yueyao pouted. This group was crazy. She was only in the second-level Dharma plane right now. When she was in the 9-star glory plane, they were only in the 7-star. Now they had already caught up. That was only for planes. Their combat abilities were much higher than hers. Then we'll continue cultivating for a while and wait for Wuchen to finish, Yifutian said. Yi Wuchen had been nourished by noble intent in the relic, lost his arm, and received a ritual implement. He must have many thoughts and would need to spend some time on raising his plane, solidifying his intent. After that, Yifutian began cultivating peacefully. One day he was playing his guqin, a beautiful figure walked over. It was Yu Linglong. Zhao Han and Shi Tong were behind her. They looked at Yifutian coldly. Yu Linglong moved lightly and came before Yifutian, who was playing his instrument. Smiling, she said, "You're finally back. I actually missed you." Her smile was too beautiful and mesmerizing. Sadly, I'm not interested in older women, Yifutian said, raising his head. Yu Linglong's eyes hardened. Looking at Yifutian, she said, "Young Master Qian wanted me to ask you if you've thought it through yet." "Think what through?" Yifutian asked, not understanding. Shi Tong huffed. "I've heard that you went out of the ancient barren world and exchanged the book for some treasure these days." "Yeah. You want it?" Yifutian looked at Shi Tong. "Yifutian, are you planning on hiding in here forever?" Zhao Han asked straightforwardly. His voice was frigid. As long as Yifutian stayed in the palace, they couldn't do anything. It would disrespect the Lulan royalty. "Are you done?" Yifutian looked at them and said, "If you're done, scram." The three all stared at Yifutian, expressions cold. This guy was as arrogant as before. "I'll see how long you can hide," Zhao Han said as they left. "Hide?" Yifutian smirked. These guys really were waiting. After a few more days, Yi Wuchen finally came out. His temperament had changed, becoming purer. Even if he didn't release any aura, he gave one the impression of being a sword. "How's the cultivation?" Yifutian asked. "I'm at the 5th level now. My sword intent is more complete too." Yi Wuchen's voice was calm. "I see." Yifutian nodded. He left and found Lulan Shui requesting her to seal all news about the palace. That day, Qian Yang's group was still waiting for Yifutian. He was in a bad mood. Yifutian was really good at hiding. He didn't show any sign of leaving the palace, even after all these days. However, Qian Yang took the time to cultivate too. The Lulan royalty hadn't kicked them out. Just then, a figure walked into the pavilion quietly. His steps weren't fast. They had some sort of rhythm, entering the pavilion step by step. Before long, he stood before Qian Yang's group. Qian Yang, Zhao Han, Shi Tong, and the other two were together discussing something. Now they all looked forward. There was a one-armed figure. He walked quietly, his right hand holding a sword pointed downward. He made his way over to Qian Yang's group. They were bewildered. What did Yi Wuchen want? He'd really forced his way into the pavilion, killing someone with each strike. He was so brazen. Yi Wuchen stood there looking sharp as a sword. He had the 5 people in front of him. Leave or die. These past days, Qian Yang had made his attitude very clear.
They were waiting for Yi Futian's group to leave the palace so they could steal the treasures they acquired from the relic.
They had even come out and admitted to it. Qian Yang had nothing to hide. In the time that Yi Futian left for the outside world, Qian Yang kept a close eye on them. They were his prey. If so, then there was no need for discussion.
If Qian Yang and his people left, then it would be a happy ending for both parties. If they didn't, then they were the enemy and one party had to die. As always, Yi Wuchen was not much of a talker. In a few simple words, he had already made his point clear.
Qian Yang and the others were surprised by Yi Wuchen's words. They were all top-level Dharma plane cultivators. Even if Yi Wuchen had a ritual implement, how was he going to close the gap between himself and Qian Yang's group?
Yi Wuchen probably wouldn't even be able to take down just Zhao Han. Furthermore, Qian Yang's powers were boosted by the noble fate he possessed. It was enough for him to kill any ordinary top-level Dharma plane cultivator instantly. Is your brain failing after losing your arm? Shi Tong asked coldly. Young Master Qian, he's the one picking a fight, so if he dies here the Virgin can't blame us, right? Chuckled Yu Linglong. Zhao Han, kill him and the sword is yours, said Qian Yang.
Thank you, young Master Qian, nodded Zhao Han. He was thinking the same thing. He and Yi Wuchen were both swordsmen. Yi Wuchen's sword was going to be his. Stepping forward, Zhao Han released a dominating force of sword intent. Behind him, swords appeared.
All of them unsheathed loudly and floated in the air behind Zhao Han. Since you're asking for death, I'll give it to you. Zhao Han's eyes were cold. Everyone could feel his murderous intent. Zhao Han was the son of the clan master of the Fuyun Sword clan.
Although he was gifted, he was completely defeated by Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen at the grotto. That event made him feel utterly humiliated. Yi Wuchen was a swordsman just like him but was more gifted. However, it was a shame because no matter how gifted he was, he still had to die. The sword dermas behind Zhao Han shot out like flashes of lightning. The blades reflected in the daylight. The gleams of light from the swords were blinding. A deafening noise erupted, and in the blink of an eye, all the swords whistled through the wind headed straight for Yi Wuchen. Almost at the exact same time, sword intent exploded from Yi Wuchen's body. A formless flow of air wrapped around his body. With him at the center, a terrifying sword storm brewed. It was frightening to hear the sound the swords made as they cut through the air. When Zhao Han's swords approached, they were all destroyed by the air created by Yi Wuchen's swords. Zhao Han walked forward and with every step he took, his sword intent grew stronger. The swords came endlessly from behind him. It was as if they wanted to drown Yi Wuchen in an ocean of swords. The sword in Yi Wuchen's hand twirled slightly before charging forward. Any swords that came his way was destroyed. Zhao Han was still on the move. A sword also appeared in his hand. His body was guided by the sword, moving quickly. Suddenly, there was a gleam of light, the gleaming of a sword. The bright light caused Yi Wuchen to close his eyes. In the next moment, the light grew brighter. Not only was it bright, it was also cold. Cut through the air and towards Yi Wuchen. That's a quick sword, Yu Linglong exclaimed. Zhao Han was indeed the clan master's son. His abilities were not to be doubted. With the appearance of this sword, Yi Wuchen was bound to get hurt. It was a dead end for him. He released a force of sword intent which rushed into the sword in his hand. He waved the sword into the air. Swords fell like the rain. The light reflected off the blades resembled stars in the night sky. It was as if a meteor shower had struck the area. The chillingly bright light from Zhao Han's sword was drowned out by the meteor shower of swords. Yi Wuchen's sword cut through the light of Zhao Han's sword, destroying it. When the two swords met, everything stopped. Zhao Han stopped moving as well. He stood not far from Yi Wuchen. He lifted his head to look at Yi Wuchen with wide eyes. In his eyes were looks of shock, despair, and regret. In the following moment, he was bleeding from every orifice. His entire body was quickly covered in blood. When Qian Yang and the others saw Zhao Han hit the ground, they finally lost the relaxed expressions on their faces. Their carefree smiles had disappeared long ago. Dumbfounded and scared, all they could do was stare at Zhao Han's body on the ground. And then there was the one-armed figure who stood silently releasing Noble Fate. Noble Fate? Shi Tong stared at Yi Wuchen. When had he accomplished this?
Furthermore, it was mid-level noble fate along with the pure sword will. Bathed in this force of will, Yi Wuchen was lethal like the sharpest sword in the world. Yi Wuchen's level of cultivation had increased. He was now a 5th level Dharma plane cultivator. Before, this level of cultivation was nothing in their eyes, but having a pure noble level sword will on top of that was something to be afraid of. It was enough to allow Yi Wuchen to fight those in higher planes. The noble level will would boost his powers greatly. What's more, Yi Wuchen also possessed a ritual implement. An implement that once contained a noble will. Yi Wuchen's own noble will had been activated. He was going to be able to unleash the full power of the ritual implement. With 2 forces of noble will, his sword was going to be the most powerful sword in all of the Dharma plane. If he wasn't powerful, then he never would have made it out alive from the fight with Li Daoyun, though he did lose an arm. But with Li Daoyun's abilities, losing an arm was a light price to pay for his life. Now, Yi Wuchen was much stronger than he was when he fought Li Daoyun. He had made it into the next level with a pure will. Both of these things greatly improved his abilities. Whoosh! Yi Wuchen was on the move. As he moved, the entire area seemed to have been covered by a force of will. Xianxia and the 3 others released their dermas. Seeing that Yi Wuchen was getting close, Shi Tong of the true martial clan stepped out. A giant axe appeared in his hand followed by a loud noise. A fearsome energy pushed down on the surrounding area. An enormous figure appeared behind Shi Tong. In his hand was also a big axe. The figure swung the weapon down at Yi Wuchen, wanting to kill him with a single swing. The glimmer of a blade shot past, and along with it was a cold breeze. Following that, a crack had actually formed on Shi Tong's axe. A low sound was heard before blood spilled from the cut on his neck. There was no stop to the blood flow. Yi Wuchen's body turned into an afterimage and headed straight for Yu Linglong right after killing Shi Tong. Yu Linglong's facial expression changed immediately after she realized that Shi Tong could not even withstand one attack from Yi Wuchen. Her eyes became seductive. She looked at Yi Wuchen and an illusory figure appeared in his mind instantly. There Yu Linglong walked toward him. The clothes on her body fell to the ground one by one. She was bewitching and flirtatious. In a seductive tone, she asked, "Can you really bear to kill me?" She specialized in illusions and was a spirit elemental illusionary sorcerer. The mirages she created were strong. Her specialty was in male and female relations. It was difficult for those under her spell to pull themselves out. In Yi Wuchen's mind, all that was left on her body was a see-through piece of clothing. He could very faintly see what was underneath. She was so captivating, enough to make anyone lose focus. However, the Yi Wuchen now had a strong will, a noble level will. Countless swords appear in his mind and race towards the sexy body. The illusionary figure had been destroyed. Some noise sounded and Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes were frozen in place. All the color drained from her face. She was an illusionary sorcerer, but her defense skills couldn't even catch up to that of Shi Tong's. So, if Shi Tong was killed, then she was not going to end up any better. Yi Wuchen had killed 2 people in one go. Presently, only 2 people remained from the group of 5, Qianyang and Duguling. Qianyang did not look too good. His noble fate built up inside as he stared directly at Yi Wuchen, whose noble level sword will had released. Yi Wuchen did not seem like a 5th level Dharma plane cultivator at all. He was most definitely not any weaker than Qianyang. Qianyang's noble fate was of the lower level and was mixed. It had yet to form any type of pure will. Yi Wuchen moved closer to the 2 with his sword in hand. A powerful force of noble will was released, making Yi Wuchen look even scarier. A terrifying force of energy also released from Qianyang. Lightning, fire, sword, and powers of other elements were released. In addition to the noble fate, Qianyang was definitely not someone Zhao Han and Shi Tong could be compared to. Behind Qianyang, Duguling had a chilling energy revolving around him. He held a scimitar in his hand and was bursting with an incredible energy. Yi Wuchen flew into the air and lifted his sword. An endless amount of will erupted. Right now, Yi Wuchen seemed to have transformed into a true noble and even had the majestic feel of an emperor. This was because his will was inherited from a powerful emperor. Just then, all the airflow seemed to have gathered by his sword. Everything seemed to be at his mercy. Yi Wuchen's aura was getting stronger and stronger.
The sword in his hand turned into the emperor's sword. Xianxia also had noble fate, though it was of the lower level. But with his own abilities, he was going to be just as strong. Yi Wuqian was going to have to give it his all. Finally, Yi Wuqian's sword swung down. The emperor's sword controlled everything around. Air gathered around the sword, moving along to its every movement, and swung down on Xianxia below. From Xianxia, swords of both thunder and fire elements shot into the sky, and instantly, a thunder dragon and a fire dragon roared loudly. Sorcery and swordsman skills were combined together. Two forces clashed together, and Xianxia shouted, "Dugulang." At his call, Dugulang bounded into action. A force of energy erupted, was followed by cracking noises. Xianxia shook violently and his complexion paled. His aura was withdrawn. His swords fell straight out of the skies. Dugulang retreated right away. A shocking gash appeared on Xianxia's back. He shivered in pain and turned around. Looking at Dugulang, he asked, "Why?" Dugulang did not look at him. Instead, he lifted his head to speak to Yi Wuqian. "His father is my teacher. When I get back to Qianmeng, I will report to him that Xianxia and Zhao Han were killed by those from the barren city." Yi Wuqian looked at him but did not say anything. "If you kill me as well, ancient Lulan will help keep all this a secret, but my teacher will still investigate. He's bound to find clues to lead him to the truth." Dugulang continued, "That injury on his back is evidence that I also had a hand in his death. Naturally, I will keep this secret for the rest of my life." Xianxia glared at Dugulang and fell to the ground with despair and anger in his eyes. He was definitely not going to be resting in peace. Yi Wuqian stood in the air. Sword intent flowed across his body, his eyes stared at Dugulang. Xianxia possessed noble fate and was at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane. Even without a ritual implement, he could still fight Yi Wuqian. However, because of Dugulang, Xianxia died before he could even release his true abilities. He died unjustly and unwillingly. Of course, Yi Wuqian didn't pity him. He only felt that Dugulang was extremely cold-blooded. He'd stabbed Xianxia while he was fighting Yi Wuqian without any hesitation. And Yi Wuqian must admit that his words had been logical. After the relic, everyone else left. No one knew that Yi Futian and Xianxia's groups remained in the palace. As long as the people of ancient Lulan helped keep it a secret, no one outside would know. Yi Futian had the Virgin keep news in as well. News wouldn't spread, which was why he did it. But if Xianxia's group vanished, the Qianmeng area would definitely investigate and find some things out. If Dugulang could cooperate and blame it on the barren city, it would be even more perfect. As to how to keep it a secret, Dugulang definitely had his own tactics if he decided to do this. Yun Qianma is a flaw, Yi Wuqian said. She knew about the rivalry. Actually, if he killed Xianxia, he didn't fear the ancient barren world's revenge. The Qianmeng area wasn't capable of it. He only feared that they would take out their anger on the Kangyi kingdom. Since Yun Qianma agreed to be your servant, it's clear she's ambitious. My master only has one son. After Qianxia's death, it's most possible that I'll inherit the position of lord. With Zhao Han's death, if she's willing to ally with me, she may inherit the top position of the Sword Clan, Dugulang said. She's smart and I'm more convincing of the two. Dugulang was able to complete the 13 steps of death in the Noble Grotto. His talent was undeniable. Yi Wuqian fell silent and the sword intent disappeared. You better do what you said. I naturally know what to do, Dugulang said. With the talent of you three, I don't wish to become your enemy, even if I become the lord of the Qianmeng area. He'd witnessed their talent in the Noble Grotto. He couldn't kill them. He'd be the one to die. Qianxia and the others' deaths today were the best proof. Qianxia had wanted to use Yi Futian, but look at his demise. As an orphan, Dugulang had had it much harder than Qianxia. He knew to observe and was more cold-blooded. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive until now. Go, Yi Wuqian said. He must admit that he'd been persuaded and Yun Qianma truly was a flaw. It would be most suitable for Dugulang to take care of her. Goodbye. Dugulang turned and left. No one stopped him. After he left, Lulan Shui appeared. Yi Futian and Yushin also came. Yi Futian hadn't come out because he believed that Yi Wuqian would perform well. He didn't say anything before, Yushin said. Of the five, Dugulang had the least sense of existence. Even though his talent was equal to Qianxia, it was easy to overlook him. That kind is the most dangerous, Yi Futian said. Virgin, can you help me? he asked Lulan Shui. With what? Lulan Shui looked at him. Help me send men to Qianmeng City and keep an eye on them, Yi Futian said. He was involved with Du Guling now, but he still must be careful. He had to see if Du Guling could successfully keep things a secret. Qian Yang's death would spread to Qianmeng City sooner or later. Then they'd know the situation. Okay. Lulan Shui understood Yi Futian's motive. She nodded. We'll cultivate for a while and wait for their news. Then we'll head towards the barren city, Yi Futian said to the others. Naturally, no one opposed. The barren city was the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. The surrounding area was the entrance to the various forces of the Eastern Barren Territory. They all ruled over one part and fought inside the barren city. There would be many strong cultivators there, such as those equal to ancient Lulan. This may be their last stop in the ancient barren world. After traveling to the barren city, they would leave. There, Yi Futian would try to get rid of the threat of Luo Junlin joining the Royal Shen Temple. Months later, Yi Shao returned to the Kangyi Palace with strong cultivators protecting him. When Emperor Yi had brought them to the ancient barren world, we'd sent strong cultivators to wait for them. Everyone knew about Emperor Luo's desire to kill Yi Futian. He'd expressed his determination at the Tingfeng banquet. If Emperor Luo didn't want to go all out, he wouldn't act personally. However, Emperor Yi still had to be careful. Thus, he posted strong cultivators at the gate to the ancient barren world. In addition, the war between Kangyi and Nandu had intensified to the extreme. Emperor Yi always had his eyes on Emperor Luo. Since Yi Shao was back, Emperor Yi obviously went to meet him. Now, the talents of the Kangyi College also entered the palace with Yi Shao. How was the trip? Emperor Yi asked, looking at the group. The ancient barren world is filled with talents and prides. Now I know how big the world is. The Kangyi kingdom has many talents as well, but they're nothing there. Yi Shao sighed. Father, I must work harder. It's good that you know it. Emperor Yi nodded. It seemed that he had not received noble fate. Luo Junlin truly was talented to receive it. What about Futian and Wuqian? Did they not come back? He asked. Hearing the question, Yi Shao furrowed his brows. He started to speak but then stopped. Seeing his expression, Emperor Yi asked, Speak straightforwardly. Father, Yi Futian is an outsider after all. No matter how talented he is, aren't you leading trouble in? Yi Shao asked Emperor Yi. In the ancient barren world, he disrespected me just because of his talent and wouldn't travel with me. Yi Wuqian is also a pride of the Fenghua banquet, and they became closer while I became the outsider. Emperor Ye's eyes flashed. He glanced at the others. They all kept quiet as if silently agreeing with Yi Zhao's words. I see. Go rest now, Emperor Yi said indifferently. Yes. Yi Shao nodded and retreated. Summon Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi, Emperor Yi said to his guard after Yi Shao left. After a while, they arrived. Emperor Yi saw them and repeated what Yi Shao had said. Then he asked, What do you think? Yi Futian is proud, but he's not like that. Regardless of whether brother is a prince, he owes you and wouldn't do that, Yi Danshan said. I agree. At the Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian requested to heal his master while Yu Shang requested to find his master. Later, they all worked hard for this at the Nanda Nation's Tingfeng banquet, Yi Lingxi said. Father, you wouldn't treat him so well if not for his disposition, right? Emperor Ye's treatment towards Yi Futian was practically perfect. He'd accepted Hua Jieyu as goddaughter and practically declared war with Emperor Luo because of Yi Futian, leading to a true war, despite Luo Junlin being accepted by a force from the Eastern Barren Territory. If Emperor Yi only valued Yi Futian for his talent and he turned out to be heartless, what could he do if the Kangyi kingdom was at risk? So you two think Yi Shao is lying? Emperor Yi asked. Yi Danshan lowered his head. Yi Lingxi fell silent too. This was a sensitive matter after all. If that is the case, Yi Shao must have done something extremely antagonizing to Yi Futian, Emperor Yi said quietly. If not, Yi Shao had no need to report and offend Yi Futian. Yi Shao wouldn't act as the tattletale unless something happened between them. In addition, Yi Shao cultivated at the Kangyi College. It was normal for them to be close, but if they lied to the crown together. At that time, someone outside called, Your Majesty, Princess Jieyu requests admittance. Let Jieyu in, Emperor Yi said. He looked outside and saw Hua Jieyu walk in. Hua Jieyu was as beautiful and elegant as before. Her demeanor had become more extraordinary as well. Emperor Yi knew that Hua Jieyu had been cultivating with the imperial advisor, and she'd had many physical changes. She also improved quite a lot. Godfather. Hua Jieyu greeted, bowing. Jieyu, I've said that you don't need to bow like an outsider. Futian isn't even as polite as you, Emperor Yi said with a smile. Godfather. I heard that the eldest prince has returned, Hua Jieyu said. Emperor chuckled. Are you here for news about Futian? Yes. Hua Jieyu nodded. Yi Futian didn't return with Yi Xiao. He must still be in the ancient barren world. Yi Xiao isn't good at cultivation, so he returned early, Emperor Yi said. Godfather. I wish to go to the ancient barren world. Hua Jieyu gazed at Emperor Yi with her pretty eyes. No. Even though you've improved greatly, you're still only in the second-level Dharma plane. He went before even entering the Dharma plane, Hua Jieyu said. Plus, I just can't enter the third level. I wish to test myself in the ancient barren world too. Emperor Yi looked at Hua Jieyu's eyes and nodded. All right, Danshin and Lingxi will go with you. In addition, I'll have men protect you. Don't cause trouble in the ancient barren world. Thanks, Godfather. Hua Jieyu smiled and nodded. She left soon. After knowing that she would enter the ancient barren world, Hua Fenglu immediately refused. Jieyu, Futian is really smart. You shouldn't be worried. I really am worried, Hua Jieyu said. It's been so long, but he won't come back to see me. Seeing Hua Jieyu's expression, Hua Fenglu suddenly understood. He said, Jieyu, Futian looks like a playboy, but he won't do anything. Don't be worried. I trust him but not other girls, Hua Jieyu muttered. That boy is so bad. He's really likable. Hua Fenglu couldn't reply. The barren city was the heart of the ancient barren world. It was also the most majestic ancient city with a very long history. All the top talents from all over the eastern barren territory were grouped in the barren city. No matter how talented a foreigner was, they didn't dare go wild here. The slightest mistake could insult a disciple of a top force, and then they wouldn't even know how they died. Thus, the disciples of the top forces were the absolute stars in this glamorous city. The others were just the sidekicks. The disciples of top forces would often fight each other in the city. At this time, a group walked down the cobblestone road. They stood out from the crowd. The one in the center was around 17 or 18 years old. He was extremely handsome with a perpetual smile on his face. The smile was extremely effective on girls. On his left was a muscular man. He looked intimidating and was very burly. He seemed to be filled with endless power. On his right was a one-armed youth. He had a sword slung across his back. His eyes were sharp. He was definitely a powerful swordsman in training. Behind the three were two girls. They were both extremely beautiful, especially the girl on the right. Her silver hair was like snow, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. Her aura was cold. Behind them followed a group of men, seemingly guards. Passers-by would definitely take a second glance at a group like these, wondering if they were disciples of some top force in the Eastern Barren Territory. The only thing that stood out was the Black Wind Eagle. How could such a powerful group ride such a common demon? It wasn't good enough. Naturally, this group was Yi Futian and the others. Lulan Shui had followed them, as per the Empress' orders. She didn't even have her people with her. Yi Futian found it strange, but he couldn't say anything. Did you find out? Yi Futian asked Lin Yueyao now. Yes. Lin Yueyao nodded while glaring at Yi Futian. After arriving in the barren city, he told her to find out information whenever something happened. It seemed that she'd taken Yun Shenma's role as the maid after Yun Shenma left. It was annoying. Lead the way, Yi Futian said nonchalantly, seeming to not see Lin Yueyao's resentful eyes. The group climbed onto the Black Wind Eagle. It rode with the wind and traveled through the air. There were many demons above the barren city. They all went to different places and didn't disturb each other. Lin Yueyao and Lulan Shui's beauty occasionally attracted some gazes, but no one bothered them. After some time, they arrived at the heart of the city. The buildings here were even more magnificent. There were more demons too, as well as strong cultivators. Lin Yueyao held a map and pointed towards somewhere. Gradually, an extremely tall mountain appeared in their vision. This mountain stood in the heart of the city, but it didn't seem awkward at all.
Instead, there was a sacred aura about it.
Many people were heading towards it. As the black-winged eagle continued, they approached the mountain. They could see a huge stone monument before the mountain. It was very eye-catching with 3 giant words carved on it. Ancient barren world. These words were carved in the stone monument. This was where the name of this place came from. "We're here," Yifutian mumbled to himself. The black-winged eagle continued to the top of the mountain and landed before the stone monument. There were countless people before the monument more than 100 meters tall. The 3 words, ancient barren world, seemed to have some attractive force, making one stare at it involuntarily. Not far from the monument there were steps leading up the mountain. Many people were climbing like a pilgrimage. "Let's go," Yifutian said. Then he followed the many others and climbed the stone steps. He followed the steps to the end where he was even with the stone monument. The mountaintop was very flat, as if the peak had been sliced off. It was a hugely vast area filled with activity and people. When Yifutian and the others stepped onto it, a gust of fate hit their faces. Yifutian gazed around and his heart jumped. Just as he'd found out, Mirror Mountain had everything a cultivator would want. There were many different regions in this vast space. Each region seemed to contain a relic.
Some people were playing chess. The game was extremely deep, as if it contained sophisticated matrices. Some people were painting. Their paintings could communicate with the skies and earth. Some people were playing instruments, others were transcribing. Everyone in each region was cultivating and communicating with the noble intent to build a fate. Thud. At that time, there was a huge sound. Yifutian felt a terrible force. He looked over towards the source and saw a line of drums. Someone was hitting the battle drums powerfully. As the booms sounded without stop, more drums sounded as well, created an even more terrifying force. There was another thunderous boom. Yifutian looked elsewhere. There was a region of thunder. Other than that, there were some noble statues on the mountain. They contained terrible intent power. Many people were cultivating before them. People were cultivating and studying in each region of this vast space. They all came from the various top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory. The mountaintop was a flourishing scene. As expected of the barren city's heart, Yifutian muttered. Cultivators of any type could accomplish something here. He slowly turned his gaze and looked forward. In the distance, there was a side of the mountain that was smooth like a mirror.
This was the famous Mirror Mountain stone wall of the barren city. Its mysteries were endless and could even test a cultivator's talent. In addition, the various top forces had all left powerful spells on the wall. When a strong cultivator went there and awakened the wall with their noble intent, the forces would be able to see what happened here. Yifutian didn't know if Luo Junlin had come, but here, he could get rid of the threat Luo Junlin posed. Not only does that stone wall let people of the Eastern Barren Territory see noble fate, it also contains many mysteries, Lin Yueyao said. It can test talent. Other than noble fate, strange phenomena appear when a cultivator senses the power within. Phantom noble images appear on the wall.
The more talented someone is, the more images will appear. Lin Yueyao had been the one to get the information after arriving in the barren city, so she was the most knowledgeable about it. She'd been upset about this for a long while. How could Yifutian order her around like a servant? But when she said those words, she was slightly anticipatory inside. When Luo Junlin had received noble fate, he'd been accepted by the royal Xian temple. Now, Yifutian, Yusheng, and Yi Wuchen were at least equal to Luo Junlin.
Yi Wuchen had already been at the mid-level noble fate during the battle in the Lulan Palace months ago. If the trio went to display their talent at the Mirror Mountain stone wall and was seen by the top forces, she couldn't even imagine what the Kangi kingdom would be like then.
The 3 would all be accepted by top forces. That much was indisputable. Thinking of how all emperors went to congratulate Luo Junlin when he was accepted by the royal Xian temple, she started anticipating what may happen at the Kangi kingdom.
What would Emperor Luo's expression be like at that time? Emperor Yi of the Kangi kingdom had done much for Yifutian. He was even willing to go to war with Emperor Luo. He must be very proud of his foresight. Thinking of this, Lin Yueyao's eyes fell upon Yifutian.
Grinning, she urged, "Won't you go show off? You have to be low-key, you know?" Yifutian replied nonchalantly. Lin Yueyao pouted. Since when was this guy low-key?
There is so much noble fate on this mountain. We can't waste it. Yifutian looked around and smiled brightly. To him, all these relics were giving away noble fate for free. Lin Yuiao's eyes flashed. She was speechless.
She didn't know what level Yifutian's noble fate was now, but if Yi Wuchen was at mid-level, Yifutian shouldn't be any lower. He had received 2 precious books in the Lulan relic. He'd also taken the most treasured book in the entire ancient Lulan. He probably received very powerful fate.
All right. Everyone choose the place most suitable for you. Yifutian smiled, and everyone nodded. Yi Wuchen walked towards somewhere. A moment later, he arrived before a sword matrix. The sword matrix was extremely frightening and contained endless sword intent. No one dared to enter brashly. However, there was someone sitting inside quietly. He let the endless sword intent pass through him. He guided the sword into him and cultivated. Shocking sword intent flowed across his body.
Apparently, someone beside him said all disciples of the Fuyun sword clan that enter the ancient barren world to train would come here to make the sword test their bodies. No one has ever failed. Li Daoqin is one of the prides of the clan. He obviously won't fail.
Apparently, his brother Li Daoyun is just as accomplished. Yi Wuchen's eyes glinted instantly and looked at the youth inside the sword matrix. Li Daoyun's brother? Yi Wuchen's arm had been chopped off by Li Daoyun. He didn't expect such a coincidence, but he quickly composed himself. He walked quietly into the sword matrix as if he didn't know the other. In an instant, many sword marks lit up inside the matrix and surged towards him. He sat cross-legged. Sword intent wrapped around him. When endless sword intent from the matrix came at him, he didn't fight back. Instead, he guided it into him. There was faint emperor's intent about him. The sword intent within him was like the king of swords. It guided the murderous intent into itself and flowed throughout his body. The weak would be destroyed by sword intent. The strong could use it. This was the difference. Yusheng walked before the battle drums. There were 9 sides and booms came endlessly.
Someone stood before the drums and beat them. The first hit, one side sounded. The second hit, the power could extend from the back and make 2 sides sound. The third could make 3 sides sound. Each time, a horrible power would reverberate back and become stronger, multiplying. After the 3rd time, it was already very frightening. Yusheng watched and saw that most people could only make 5 sides sound. He walked up before the battle drum and pounded with his fist. There was a boom and the drum shook. However, it didn't stop. Yusheng punched it again, and the booms sounded. A burst of power and reverberations rushed at Yusheng, but he seemed not to feel it. He punched a 3rd time. The booms were endless. The drums seemed to go wild in an instant. A horrible power exploded with the strength. Hearing the densely packed sounds, many looked over. Yifutian, who had walked elsewhere, looked over too and rolled his eyes. Couldn't he be more low-key? Who beat drums like this? The 4th side sounded. It practically created shockwaves and many were speechless. Compared to Yusheng, the others had been too gentle. A burst of aggressive power and strength converged into a horrible storm. It beat crazily on Yusheng's body, but he just roared and punched again.
His burly body stood upright like the god of war. The moment of his 5th punch, there seemed to be a storm surrounding him. All the intent power rushed into his body, putting it through a trial. There were continuous cracking sounds. A dark golden armor appeared.
Endless strength surged inside Yusheng's body. He punched again. It was like thunder, and everyone looked over. Very few people could make such a commotion with the battle drums. Lin Wuxiao was speechless too. Did he have to do this so soon?
Boom! Noble fate rose up in Yusheng. Now he seemed to be covered in a demon's armor. He punched a 7th time. Power rolled in the air domineeringly. Even Yusheng's powerful body was forced back. He grunted, blood coming out of his mouth. But he didn't give up. He stepped forward again like a wild demon. He punched again. This time, the people cultivating in the area were all shocked awake. Their eardrums vibrated. As for Yusheng, his body cracked. The power seemed to want to destroy him. He opened his mouth and roared. Veins bulged all over him.
A terrible power poured into him. Yusheng was forced back and he spat out fresh blood. However, his fate was changing as if there was a storm of fate. Gradually, it became purer and more terrifying. The drum was still going, unable to stop reverberating. There was another boom.
Yusheng actually continued forward. Before the drum stopped, he beat it for the 9th time. With this boom, the drum shook 9 times, and the 9 sides resonated at once. Many people shook inwardly. Then, a burst of destructive power rushed into Yusheng's body. There was no suspense. Yusheng flew out, and his dark gold armor cracked. Blood flowed from his lips, and he crashed onto the ground. He didn't seem to feel anything. He quickly climbed up and sat there, cultivating. "This idiot," Yifutian muttered. He understood Yusheng's intent, of course. Yusheng had seen the immense power in the battle drums. To quickly create mid-level noble fate, he forced himself forward. He used the drum's intent to challenge his body, even willing to destroy it. How crazy, many people thought. Yifutian didn't cultivate. He walked to Yusheng to help him. Many people looked over. Some even walked over and studied Yusheng curiously. After a long while, Yusheng finished cultivating. Opening his eyes, he saw Yifutian and grinned. Yifutian glared at him. At this time, Yiwuchen also walked over. He asked Yusheng, "How are you?" "Same as you now," Yusheng said, laughing. The intent within the drum was very pure. He used this power to challenge his body and fate. Now, he'd comprehended pure noble intent and power. It was mid-level noble fate. With his natural talent and strength, he'd used the drum's strength and was successful within a short period. Now Lin Yuya walked over. She gazed at Yi Wuchen with a strange look as if she was stopping herself from speaking. "What's wrong?" Yi Futian asked, seeing Lin Yuyao's expression. "I heard people discuss that Li Daoyun's brother is here," Lin Yuyao said quietly. Yi Futian's eyes flashed and stared at her. "I know." Yi Wuchen nodded calmly. "You know?" Yi Futian looked at him. "Yes, I cultivated with him in the sword matrix," Yi Wuchen said calmly. "I'm not in a hurry for some things. Plus, the one who took my arm is Li Daoyun. You are a man of principle." Yi Futian looked at him and then looked around. He found where Li Daoqing was. He'd naturally saw who Yi Wuchen had cultivated with earlier. "I'm going to see what's in the Mirror Mountain stone wall," Yi Wuchen said. He started walking towards the stone wall. Yi Futian and the others followed. He was curious how the stone wall would test talent. Arriving at the stone wall, Yi Wuchen sat down cross-legged. His noble intent rushed directly onto the wall. Instantly, the wall flashed brilliantly. A powerful aura enveloped him. The stone wall seemed to turn illusory. It was like a mirror that emanated with a strange aura. Yi Wuchen closed his eyes. Yi Futian could see sword intent bloom crazily from him. His noble fate was released to the extreme too, as if he was fighting. Soon, a noble figure appeared on the stone wall, like a picture printed on it. After this appeared, Yi Wuchen's aura grew even more terrifying. He was sitting there, but sword aura went crazy around him. After a while, a huge battle seemed to have ended. A second noble figure appeared on the stone wall. So powerful, many people had to say. It was very difficult to make 2 figures appear. The requirements for that to happen were very strict. Many people walked over and looked at Yi Wuchen. Who was this group? Earlier, Yusheng had pounded the drums. Now, Yi Wuchen was testing his talent at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. He had mid-level noble fate and could make 2 figures appear. Yi Wuchen was still persevering. Sword intent rose up around him terrifyingly. After a while, he grunted. The sword intent flowing through him disappeared, and he opened his eyes. The Mirror Mountain stone wall returned to normal. No one mocked him. Instead, they were impressed. His talent was definitely powerful if he could receive mid-level noble fate and make 2 figures appear on the stone wall at only the 5th level Dharma plane. "Are you from the Fuyun sword clan?" Someone came up and asked. The speaker was a girl with average features. She looked at Yi Wuchen curiously. "No," he replied nonchalantly. "Someone with such powerful sword intent isn't from the Fuyun sword clan? Then what clan are you from?" the girl asked. "Why?" Yi Wuchen looked at her. "If you haven't joined a powerful clan, our princess would like to invite you to join the Lu Kingdom," the girl said. Then she looked back at someone. A beautiful figure in a long green dress stood there. Her temperament was extraordinary, and she was beautiful. There was something elegant about her. "Lu Chenyu, princess of the Lu kingdom. Everyone's hearts shuddered. It was also their first time seeing Lu Chenyu in person. They didn't know this beautiful person was the princess of the Lu kingdom. She nodded lightly at Yi Wuchen. Other than being a place for top talents to cultivate, the Mirror Mountain stone wall was also a place for those without clans to display their talent. Many of the Eastern Barren territory would come here after receiving noble fate. That was why Lu Chenyu invited him. Yi Wuchen's talent was uncommon, and he already had mid-level noble fate. Yi Futian's eyes brightened. He didn't expect that they would get an invitation without even leaving the ancient barren world. Yi Wuchen seemed to be considering whether he should make the decision beforehand. "We'll consider it," Yi Futian said. They weren't in a hurry. They could decide after becoming familiar with the entire Eastern Barren territory. Lu Chenyu nodded lightly and didn't say anything. At that time, Li Daoqing walked over to Lu Chenyu. He said, "I am Li Daoqing of the Fuyun Sword Clan. Let me greet the princess in place of my brother." Many saw this and were shocked. It was rumored that Li Daoyun of the Fuyun Sword Clan was pursuing Lu Chenyu. Now it seemed to be true. Becoming the princess's groom would be hard. Seeing Li Daoqing walk up, Yi Futian made a face. What was the relationship between the Fuyun Sword Clan and the Lu Kingdom? And Li Daoqing was greeting her on behalf of his brother. Did Li Daoyan know the Lu princess? Yi Futian walked to Yi Wuchen's side and muttered, "Wuchen, we're not familiar with the forces of the Eastern Barren territory. That's why I rejected her proposal." With Yi Wuchen's abilities, there was no need to worry about getting accepted. "No need to explain," Yi Wuchen whispered. He knew that Yi Futian was explaining why he acted for him. Yi Futian nodded lightly. He walked up to the girl who invited Yi Wuchen. "She must be the Lu princess servant. Does your princess know Li Daoyan of the Fuyun Sword Clan?" he asked. "You haven't heard?" The servant looked Yi Futian, slightly shocked. "Heard what?" Yi Futian asked. "Our princess has many pursuers. Li Daoyun is one of them." The servant was a bit proud. This news wasn't any secret. Li Daoyun publicly pursued her princess. "Your princess didn't accept him?" Yi Futian continued asking. The servant studied him. "You have too many questions. The princess is such an extraordinary figure. I naturally grew curious." Yi Futian smiled brightly. His handsome face looked better with a smile. Seeing this handsome face, the servant murmured, "Li Daoyun is talented, but he's not undefeated in the Fuyun Sword Clan. He is not number one there. My princess is so precious. She can't accept so easily. Is the Fuyun Sword Clan or the Lu Kingdom more powerful?" Yi Futian continued. Seeing the servant's weird expression, he chuckled awkwardly. "We're not from here and look up to the forces of the ancient barren world. Can you tell me?" "They're both top forces of the Eastern Barren territory," the servant said. "Oh!" Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He glanced at Lu Chenyu, princess of the Lu Kingdom, and smiled. "I didn't know how powerful the Lu Kingdom was, but now I've thought about it. Can you ask your princess if we can cultivate with you all? If we're suitable, we can join the Lu Kingdom." "We didn't invite you." The servant pursed her lips and looked to Yi Wuchen. "Who is he to you?" "He's my young master. He's really talented," Yi Futian said. "He is indeed talented if he can possess mid-level noble fate. I will report to my princess," the servant said. Yi Futian nodded. "Thank you." With that, he returned to Yi Wuchen's side. Smiling, he said, "I sacrificed myself for you." Thankfully, he was handsome. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use a beauty trap to get information. Yi Wuchen looked at him strangely. "What did you two talk about?" "I helped you accept the Lu princess, but just to follow her temporarily," Yi Futian replied, smiling. "What are you planning?" Yi Wuchen didn't understand. "Do you find the princess pretty?" Yi Futian asked. Yi Wuchen nodded seriously. "Yeah, the more you look at her, the prettier she gets. It helps with your eyes to have a beauty beside you. If you interact with her more, you may develop feelings," Yi Futian said meaningfully. Beside them, Lulan Shui blinked her silver eyes. Wasn't this what the Empress had told them? Lin Yueyao pursed her lips. If feelings could be developed, why was she still treated like a servant? Was she not pretty? But what did that guy mean? Did he want to take action on the Lu Kingdom's princess? Yushin gaped at Yi Futian.
Without Hua Jieyu here, Yu Futian was going wild. At this time, Lu Chenyu received her servant's report. She looked over at Yi Wuchen and walked over. Her body was sexy, delicate, and also elegant. When she reached Yi Wuchen, she said, Lu Chenyu. Looking at the girl, Yi Wuchen couldn't act impolitely. He said, Yi Wuchen. Who are they? Lu Chenyu glanced at the others. We're his servant and guard, Yi Futian said. Then he looked at Lin Yuyao and Lulan Shui. And maids. Lin Yuyao glared at Yi Futian. When did she really become a maid? However, Yi Futian had also become a servant this time. In that case, you can all cultivate with me in the ancient barren world from now on, Lu Chenyu said. You are talented but seem to be in a low plane. I can aid you if you follow me. If you wish to join the Lu Kingdom someday, you can tell me. With Yi Wuchen's talent, it would be great if he was willing to join the Lu Kingdom. Yi Wuchen felt that he'd been tricked badly by Yi Futian. Looking at Lu Chenyu's eyes, he could only nod. Congratulations, Your Highness, for receiving more subordinates, Li Daoqing, who hadn't left, said now. He was congratulating her, but actually he was insulting Yi Futian's group as if they were only subordinates. In reality, Lu Chenyu hadn't said anything like that. But to Li Daoqing, his brother was pursuing Lu Chenyu. If she brought Yi Wuchen's group with, they would definitely be subordinates. What else could they be? Yi Futian studied Li Daoqing. He was indeed similar to Li Daoyun. Seeing that Lu Chenyu still wouldn't talk, Li Daoqing glanced at the others and said, From now on, you must serve the princess wholeheartedly. If you have any needs, you may come to my brother or I as well. Lu Chenyu frowned. Li Daoqing's words were exceeding his authority. Regardless of how she'd sent the invitation because she saw Yi Wuchen's talent, even if they were her subordinates, Li Daoqing didn't qualify to order them around. It was as if she and Li Daoyun had some close relationship. Yi Futian looked intrigued at Li Daoqing's words. He was looking for an excuse and now it was given to him. Li Daoyun wanted to pursue Lu Chenyu? If that was the case, he'd like to see how Li Daoyun did it. Princess, who is he? Yi Futian asked despite knowing the answer already. Li Daoqing of the Fuyun Sword Clan, Lu Chenyu said. Princess, this man's words have other meanings and destroy your reputation. It's as if you're already theirs, Yi Futian said. Would you like us to teach him a lesson for speaking so impolitely? Hearing that, Li Daoqing stared at Yi Futian. His words indeed could have another meaning and might not have been that proper. But it was just a slip. He didn't mean to be impolite, but after Yi Futian said that, Shut up. I am speaking with the princess. There's no place for a slave like you, Li Daoqing growled. His eyes were sharp. He had heard Yi Futian say he was Yi Wuchen's guard. How could a guard be so brash as to ruin the relationship between him and the princess? Li Daoqing, you are presumptuous, Lu Chenyu said coldly. Your Highness, that slave doesn't know his place. He dares to instigate us. I don't mean any offense to you, Your Highness, Li Daoqing said. Lu Chenyu scoffed. His words truly were easy to be misunderstood. There was no problem in saying he was impolite. Princess, you heard it too. We can't bear this tone, Yi Futian said. Lu Chenyu looked at him and said, Li Daoqing is in the 5th level Dharma plane. He was from the Fuyun Sword Clan, was at the 5th level Dharma plane and had noble fate. He was definitely a powerful fighter. Yi Futian was only Yi Wuchen's servant. How could he fight Li Daoqing? Unless Yi Wuchen fought. Only the 5th level Dharma plane, Yi Futian said confidently. Lu Chenyu studied his expression. Did he really think he could defeat Li Daoqing at that young age? Yu Xing, Yi Futian called just as Lu Chenyu thought he would fight personally. Take revenge for the princess. Okay. Yu Xing stepped forward and took off his battle axe. He walked up. Li Daoqing flashed and shot into the air. Sword intent snaked all around him as he stared coldly at Yu Shang and Yi Futian. Did they dare look down on him? The terrifying sword intent flowed, rushing towards Yu Shang. The next moment, Yu Shang stepped forward. There was a thud and he shot into the sky. His aggressive body flew at Li Daoqing with terrifying speed. You're looking to die. Li Daoqing pointed in the air. Endless sword intent instantly swept towards Yu Shang. It flowed, destroying everything. However, Yu Shang hacked down with his battle axe. It seemed to cut the void apart. No matter how powerful the sword intent or swordsmanship was, it was all cut apart. The sword intent flowed wildly to the side, forcefully halved. Yuxing descended before Li Daoqing and there was no more suspense. Under Li Daoqing's shocked gaze, Yuxing didn't bring his axe down. Instead, he swept to the side. There was a crack and then a huge boom. Li Daoqing had been smashed to the ground with just one strike. Yuxing hadn't used all of his power either. Otherwise, he could kill Li Daoqing easily. Just as Li Daoqing tried to get up, there was another muffled thud. He was on the ground again. Yuxing had him under his feet. Slave? Li Daoqing's so-called slave was stepping on him. The surrounding people all stared at this scene in shock. Li Daoqing was from the Fuyun sword clan. He was Li Daoyun's brother. How could he be treated like this? The rivalry had been set and the princess was involved as well. She most likely could not escape from it. Yi Futian watched this calmly. He didn't pity Li Daoqing at all. This was just collecting some interest from what Li Daoyun owed. Li Daoqing had come up by himself too. Li Daoqing was shocked. He felt pain all over his body, but what he couldn't bear was the humiliation. The Fuyun sword clan was respected by all. They enjoyed keeping to themselves and acting as they wished without any concerns. However, he was humiliated at this moment. The axe was a powerful ritual implement. How could Yuxing defeat him relying on the ritual implement? Lu Qingyu was shocked too. Yuxing fought too violently with Li Daoqing and was rude to Li Daoyun as well. Princess, how could this kind of clown dare harass you? From now on, we will deal with them. Yi Futian took the credit immediately, as if he was taking revenge for Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu glanced at Yi Futian with a strange look. You will die very miserably. Li Daoqing stared at Yi Futian from the ground. Haven't figured out the situation? Yi Futian looked at him strangely. Kill me if you have the guts. Li Daoqing's eyes were very fierce. Yi Futian didn't respond. Yuxing grabbed Li Daoqing's arm and yanked him up. He swung his strong arm and with a bang, Li Daoqing was smashed onto the ground, vomiting blood. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions sounded. Everyone was stunned by the sight of the scene. In Yuxing's hands, Li Daoqing was smashed to the ground again and again. Every smash shook the spectators' hearts. When Yuxing stopped, Li Daoqing was already numb, but his eyes were still staring at Yuxing coldly, with strong murderous intent. He climbed up with difficulty, his body trembling. For him, Yuxing's group was dead meat already. Go back and complain. Li Daoqing had stood up, but Yuxing sent him flying out with a kick. Li Daoqing's face turned livid and everyone was terrified. Yuxing's kick and words were definitely a great humiliation to Li Daoqing. Go back and complain. What a disgrace. Li Daoqing once again climbed up. He dragged his injured body away pathetically. Do you know the background of Fuyun's sword clan? Lu Qingyu asked Yi Futian beside her. Yes, Yi Futian said. Sooner or later they would offend the clan. Of course, they would not really kill Li Daoqing at this moment. Yuxing knew his limits. Fighting was quite a normal thing. Even the humiliation was not worthy for the entire clan to act. But if they really killed Li Daoqing, the Fuyun sword clan would definitely take action. Why did Yi Futian come to the ancient barren world? It was to remove the threat posed by Luo Junlin, which mainly came from Royal Xian Temple. They didn't have the confidence to kill Li Daoqing yet. The reason why they came to the barren city Mirror Hill Stonewall was to prepare for this. Li Daoqing's senior brother, Li Daoyun, is the top talent of Fuyun's sword clan with great achievement in Dharma. He is very strong, said Lu Qingyu. Well, it seems that I have to enhance my ability too. Yi Futian laughed and said, Your Highness, you can have a talk with my young master now. Saying so, Yi Futian left. In the ancient barren world, one could borrow the power of many relics. There should be no problem with so many relics here. Moreover, this vast area was enough for them to practice for a long time. Seeing Yi Futian leave, Lu Qingyu walked to Yi Wuchen and said with a smile, Servant, bodyguard, and maid? His servant didn't look like a servant. His bodyguard was not like a bodyguard. His maids were even less like maids. Their appearances could easily be compared with her. Who would believe they were maids? That guy likes to monkey around. Don't be bothered, Your Highness, Yi Wuchen said. So my guess is correct? Lu Qingyu looked into his eyes. We are all brothers. What about them?
Lu Chenyu looked at Lu Lanxue and Lin Yueyao. Where were those two beautiful women from?
You'll have to ask him. Yi Wuchen looked at Yi Futian. Lu Chenyu's face changed. She immediately smiled and said, "Your brother is really naughty." Naughty? Yi Wuchen murmured and then nodded. He indeed was naughty. So which clan do you all belong to? Lu Chenyu gazed at Yi Wuchen.
Since they dared to fight with Li Daoqing and were really gifted, they might be top talents from some top power that kept a low profile so she didn't know them. The answer was quite important. The reason she admired Yi Wuchen's ability was his noble fate and talent. If Yi Wuchen really wanted to join the top cultivation, she would like to accept him. Meeting Lu Chenyu's eyes, Yi Wuchen said, "We have nothing to hide about this. We do come from small powers, which is why we came here. We want to join top powers." Hearing this, Lu Chenyu's expression changed a little. "However, there is one thing I want to tell you, Princess. Actually, there are some grudges between Li Daoqing and I. My arm was chopped off by his brother, Li Daoyun," Yi Wuchen said in a quite calm tone, as if he was talking about something very normal. If Yi Futian heard what Yi Wuchen had said, he would complain that Yi Wuchen was too honest, but swordsmen were probably all like this.
No matter from the aspect of talent or personality, Yi Wuchen was very suitable for swordsman's training. Lu Chenyu's beautiful eyes flashed for the first time. She looked at Yi Wuchen with surprise. A few months ago, the 4 top powers in Eastern Barren Territory went to Lulan City.
Li Daoyun was among them. "You all come from Lulan City." Lu Chenyu knew of this event. "No, we come from a farther place, but we were also trained in the ancient ruins of Lulan," Yi Wuchen responded. Li Daoyun's group of 4 went there for a bet with the relic of Lulan as their battlefield, but it ended in a draw. I heard that Li Daoyun was quite unsatisfied by the result. The relic treasure was found by someone else. "Was it your group?" "Yes." Yi Wuchen nodded. Li Daoyun was at the peak of the Dharma rank and also had a ritual implement, but he only chopped down one of Yi Wuchen's arms. He didn't kill Yi Wuchen or even take the ritual implement. Now, these guys even came to the Barren City and beat up Li Daoqing when they met. They were really bold. "So, it actually had nothing to do with your highness." Yi Wuchen was very frank. Lu Chenyu observed Yi Wuchen. He and the swordsman from the Fuyun sword clan gave her different feelings. That guy said he would consider it and then agreed. "Now I see it is because of Li Daoqing." Lu Chenyu smiled and said, "So you actually haven't decided which power you want to join?" "We know little about the situation of Eastern Barren Territory," Yi Wuchen answered.
"Then my country, the Lu Kingdom, would like to join the competition." Lu Chenyu smiled, showing her breathtaking charm. "Moreover, it seems that I have some advantages now." In the distance, Yu Futian looked back and happened to catch Lu Chenyu's smile.
Chenyu meant the charm of a great beauty, and she lived up to her name. Yi Futian looked at Yi Wuchen, smiling. He didn't expect that Yi Wuchen was a flirting master. He had been underestimating Yi Wuchen. Recomposing himself, Yi Futian looked at those statues before him. Using others' power was unreliable. Only by enhancing himself could he become strong enough to handle all. He believed that this relic was his battlefield. He had assured himself about that many times in the ancient barren world. Many people were gathered here. Every statue here was special. The statue Yu Futian was observing at this moment was like the god of flame, emanating a flaming red breath from which a surging powerful intent could be felt. The statue beside it was the opposite. It contained a very strong icy aura, and approaching it would make one feel cold. In addition, there were statues of other attributes. Among them was a statue which was cast with swords, emanating a sharp aura. Everyone in this area was powerful. They looked at Yi Futian with interest. Does this man want to perceive those statues?
Few people could actually do that. Lu Chenyu noticed Yi Futian, too. She said to Yi Wuchen, "Those statues are dangerous. Shall we warn him about that?" "How dangerous?" Yi Wuchen asked curiously. "People without noble fate may not view them, or the consequence might be miserable." Lu Chenyu looked at Yi Wuchen. "That's all right." Yi Wuchen was quite calm. Lu Chenyu was amazed. Could it be that the servant had noble fate too? "Actually, of us 3, I am the least competent from every aspect of us 3, Yi Wuchen said to Lu Chenyu. Lu Chenyu was silent for a moment. Yi Wuchen was able to receive the noble fate at just the 5th level Dharma plane. There were 2 noble statues at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. According to Yi Wuchen, he was the least competent among the three. Then what was the talent of that servant and so-called bodyguard?
I have seen many swordsmen in training from Fuyun Sword Clan. They are all very arrogant. It's rare to meet such a humble swordsman like you. Lu Chenyu laughed. I am not being humble. Yi Wuchen shook his head. He looked into her eyes and said seriously, it's not just me. I haven't encountered many top talents of the Eastern Barren Territory yet, but I believe few of them could be compared with my friends. Hearing Yi Wuchen's serious tone, Lu Chenyu gazed into his eyes. Even the top talents of Eastern Barren Territory couldn't be compared with Yi Futian and Yu Shang?
Yi Wuchen was somewhat too overconfident and arrogant. However, though their conversation, she believed that Yi Wuchen was not arrogant at all. So how could he say those words?
Was he that confident in Yi Futian and Yu Shang? Li Daoyun from the Fuyun Sword Clan can't actually be counted as the top talent of Eastern Barren Territory, said Lu Chenyu. Yi Wuchen had fought with Li Daoyun once. I know. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hurt by me, Yi Wuchen said calmly. Li Daoyun doesn't deserve to be compared with them from the aspect of talent. The figure in the distance stirred Lu Chenyu's heart for the first time. Was he really as gifted as Yi Wuchen described?
Lu Chenyu's pretty eyes flashed. She could tell his nature from their conversation. He wasn't a braggart. Since he had complimented Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's talent, it was clear that they were extraordinary.
However, Yi Wuchen said that the prides of the Eastern Barren Territory couldn't compare with them. Lu Chenyu still didn't believe that. After all, she was one of those people. It wasn't that she was confident. She was just more familiar with the top forces than Yi Wuchen. He hadn't seen them before, so he might underestimate them. However, she was now curious about how strong Yi Futian and Yu Shang were. I'll wait and see. Lu Chenyu smiled. She was a bit excited. Yi Wuchen knew that Lu Chenyu didn't believe him, but he told her because she left a good impression.
She didn't seem upset after knowing the truth. Instead, she had even joined the competition. This made him think well of her. Whether they joined the Lu Kingdom or not, Lu Chenyu could still be their friend. Yi Futian and Yu Xing, on the other hand, all wished to take revenge for his lost arm and kill Li Daoyun. It was highly likely they would become enemies with the Fuyun Sword Clan. Today, Li Daoqin had been angered. Under these circumstances, it would be great to receive Lu Chenyu's help. Of course, he didn't want to take advantage of her. He just told the truth. He's starting. Lu Chenyu looked to Yi Futian and continued, pretend we never talked. I'd like to see how long he can keep pretending. Servant? She wanted to see how this handsome young servant would perform in this area. At that moment, Yi Futian was staring at the huge flame statue before him. When his mind entered the statue, the flames instantly swallowed him up. It was even burning at his spiritual intent. It was terrible. Sensing something wrong, Yi Futian's noble intent rushed wildly into the statue. His intent transformed into a phantom, fending off the incoming flames. This was a world of fire. The figure formed by his intent stood in the fire. Both the ground and the sky was fiery red. Endless waves of fire hit him, trying to burn his intent to ashes. If Yi Futian's body wasn't formed by noble intent, he would probably be wiped out instantly and get swallowed. The intent contained by the flame statue was so terrifying. No wonder the people cultivating around here looked so powerful. Now, a red maple leaf seemed to appear in the sea of fire. It seemed to be burning with extreme fire, formed by the flame intent. The maple leaf floated towards Yi Futian and fell upon the body created by his intent. At that moment, Yi Futian clearly felt an extremely terrifying burning sensation. A maple leaf imprint appeared on his body. The mark contained extremely bright firelight and burned with a golden glow that spread to the rest of his body. Yi Futian fought with the flame intent, but he quickly discovered that in this world of endless flames, countless maple leaves fluttered in the air. They kept appearing, quickly covering the sky and sweeping towards him. Soon, his body was covered in maple leaf marks, burning at him. He actually felt pain. At this time, maple leaf imprints seemed to appear on his body in the outside world. It was frightening. Is this a spell? Yi Futian thought. A burst of icy intent bloomed on his body, covering him with a layer of frost. The maple imprints were also covered. Inside the statue, Yi Futian's body changed as well. Fire and ice mixed and the two different intents complemented each other.
stopping the other from swallowing him. After that, he began quietly studying the intent in this world of fire. A long time later, he started fighting back against the statue's intent.
Instead of defending passively, he was attacking. A stream of fire flowed towards Yifutian from the statue. It transformed into endless threads of fire that was about to wrap around him. Many people looked over at Yifutian in shock. How did he do this? What step would he get to?
The statue and his body's intent combined and became one. Only the top geniuses that specialized in the flame intent could become enlightened inside the statue. However, Yifutian's aura was clearly at the top of the second-level Dharma plane. He was still a step away from the third level. At that time, the flame current turned around and returned to the statue, disappearing from Yifutian's body. Did he fail? Everyone looked to Yifutian. It was normal to fail at the second-level Dharma plane. At that time, Yifutian opened his eyes.
The aura slowly faded and a bright smile appeared in his eyes. It was just as how he guessed. He's unharmed. Many people were shocked at Yifutian. Someone of such a low plane had studied the statue for so long but was unharmed. Yifutian's talent must be extraordinary.
Lu Chenyu had been studying him. Seeing Yifutian open his eyes, she said to Yiwuchen, "He indeed is very powerful. It seems that he has noble intent already. It's mid-level noble fate as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle it." But even so, it wasn't to the extent that Yiwuchen had said. Yifutian had failed to become one with the statue. Perhaps he could do it after he reached the pinnacle of the Dharma plane. "Yu Shang," Yifutian called. Then he gazed at Yiwuchen, who was beside Lu Chenyu, and said, "Young master." Yiwuchen felt awkward. Lu Chenyu already knew, but Yifutian was still calling him that. "Continue." Lu Chenyu seemed to smile at Yifutian. She wanted to know how much longer he could keep up the act. Seeing Lu Chenyu's smile, Yifutian thought something was wrong. What expression was that? However, Yi Wuchen and Yu Shang arrived beside him. "This statue is strange. You can try communicating with it," Yifutian said to them. Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen nodded, since Yifutian said that he must have discovered something.
The two walked to the statue best for them and sat down to sense with their eyes closed. Yifutian moved. Instead of staying to cultivate before the flame statue, he went to another powerful statue. He sat down and continued studying that one. Lulan Shui also walked over and found an ice statue.
Lin Yueyao tried too. She was almost wiped out, but thankfully, she reacted quickly. "Princess, you seem interested in them." Lu Chenyu's servant was curious. The princess rarely became so close to men. Half a year ago, someone who said he was from the 100 Lands received the noble fate and was accepted by the royal Xian temple. Later, the ancient barren world opened. Apparently many people from the place no one cares about came here, Lu Chenyu said.
"Do you think they're from there?" Lu Chenyu didn't reply. Even if she didn't think Yifutian was as impressive as Yi Wuchen said, he was still at the level of the prides of some top forces. If he really did come from the 100 Lands, then he was honestly shocking.
At that time, many people looked at the stairs. A group of people had arrived. The leader was a girl dressed in a long white dress. She was so beautiful, her steps were so light, and her figure was so wonderful that she looked like a fairy. She had many followers behind her, both men and women. Seeing her appearance, someone exclaimed, "It's the witch, Gu Biyue. It's her." Hearing the words, "the witch," many people looked over. They were all shocked by the newcomer. She seemed to radiate a magnetic force as she walked, making everyone fall for her. She was Gu Biyue from the Witch Mountain. The names Chenyu and Biyue both came from poetry about beauties, so many people would compare her with Lu Chenyu. They were both extremely beautiful girls. Gu Biyue smiled brilliantly, making many people fall for her without even trying.
She walked to Lu Chenyu. "I heard that you got some subordinates that hurt Li Daoyun's brother?" Something flashed past Lu Chenyu's eyes. Did news really spread that fast?
This meant that the Fuyun Sword Clan would get here soon too. "What is it to you? I just pity Li Daoyun. He's been pursuing you for this long but was rejected in such a cruel way," Gu Biyue said delicately. "Does that mean I have a bigger chance?" someone else said.
Another group arrived on the steps. The man in the front wore a golden robe. He was very elegant. "It's the Ji family." Everyone's eyes flashed again. The Ji family was a top noble family and had been passed down many generations in the Eastern Barren territory.
They weren't just a simple family anymore. Many other clans were subordinate to them. They controlled a portion of the Eastern Barren territory. Ji Zimo, are you pursuing the princess now? The witch teased. If I can marry either of you two, it'll be great.
Of course, if you both are willing, it'll be perfect. Ji Zimo smiled at the beauties. I don't think you can take it. The witch's pretty eyes rolled and her gentle voice was disarming. I need to try to know, Ji Zimo chuckled. The star is here. The witch looked behind him. There were several glowing figures there with swords on their backs. It was the Fuyun Sword Clan.
Li Daoqing was amongst them.
Li Daoqing's group arrived. The eyes of the people at the top of the mountain were all fixed on them. The two beside Li Daoqing were all from the Fuyun Sword Clan. Mu Yunhe, Xiao Teng. Ji Zimo smiled when he saw the two.
Mu Yunhe and Xiao Teng were all extraordinary cultivators of the Fuyun Sword Clan. Mu Yunhe especially was at the 8th level Dharma plane. He had the noble fate in swordsmanship. The three took a look around and then noticed Lu Qinyu. They walked to her. Mu Yunhe called, Princess Qinyu. Li Daoyun was pursuing Lu Qinyu. They didn't want the relationship to become too awkward since Lu Qinyu wasn't the one that hurt Li Daoqing. It was one of her subordinates. In this case, Lu Qinyu had nothing to do with Li Daoqing's being defeated. Lu Qinyu looked at Mu Yunhe's trio without emotions. What's the matter? Don't you know? The witch Gu Bus said with a smile. It seemed that Lu Qinyu wanted to protect her subordinates. I've heard that Daoqing made rude remarks about the princess and caused some misunderstandings. I'm here to apologize, Mu Yunhe said. Lu Qinyu looked at the man before her. Mu Yunhe was indeed Mu Yunhe, very considerate. No need to apologize. He has been taught a lesson, Lu Qinyu said indifferently. The spectators were amazed. Lu Qinyu took Yusheng's cruel beating Li Daoqing as a lesson for his rudeness to her. This meant that she would take responsibility for it. In this case, people were quite curious about how Mu Yunhe would react. Would he turn against Lu Qinyu? If so, that would be very interesting. He deserved it. Mu Yunhe nodded. The people were shocked, but Mu Yunhe continued. However, Daoqing is quite reluctant to accept being defeated with a ritual implement. This time he comes for a fair fight. It has nothing to do with your highness. He just wants to save the dignity of the Fuyun Sword Clan. I hope you won't take any offense. Lu Qinyu gazed deeply at Mu Yunhe and responded coldly. Li Daoqing is at the 5th level Dharma plane, while the one that defeated him is at the 2nd level Dharma plane.
Where's the fairness? Level is a part of one's strength. Since you think so highly of that man, there must be something special about him. If you think it's unfair, Daoqing will suppress his ability while fighting, Mu Yunhe said calmly.
Lu Qinyu stared at Mu Yunhe while he continued. The men of the Fuyun Sword Clan could be defeated, but not in this way. If Daoqing is defeated again but in a fairer way, we'll let it go. Mu Yunhe spoke calmly, but he still sounded aggressive, despite speaking to the princess of the Lu Kingdom. It was not only about Li Daoqing who was humiliated in public, but also about the reputation of the Fuyun Sword Clan. If Lu Chen stuck to what she had said before, Mu Yunhe couldn't blame her. However, the clan would not just let it go this way. Lu Qinyu could tell Mu Yunhe's resolution from his words. She walked toward Yu Futian's group. Everyone followed her. Gu Bue grew curious. Did Lu Qinyu really plan to have her people fight with Li Daoqing again? Many eyes followed Lu Qinyu. People came up to the top of the hill constantly from the stairs. They were all not nearby, and hearing that Li Daoqing was beaten up by Lu Qinyu's subordinate, they all gathered to watch the show. At this time, Yi Futian's group was cultivating quietly. Appearing to notice something, they opened their eyes to see everyone looking over. Then they saw Li Daoqing and Lu Qinyu's group and immediately figured out what was happening. Yi Futian's group gathered together. Lu Qinyu told them what had just happened and said, "If you don't want to fight, just ignore them." Hearing this, Yi Futian grew interested. Did they want to fight without using any ritual implements? Someone was beaten up but wanted to talk about fairness? Li Daoyan intended to kill them with his peak achievement in Dharma, and he chopped off one of Yi Wuchen's arms. Was this fair too? If the one who was defeated was not Li Daoqing but Yu Sheng, the clan would say nothing about it. But the fact was contrary, and now they wanted a fair fight? So you really went back to complain? Yu Sheng glanced at Li Daoqing.
Do you want to die? Li Daoqing's face was livid. He had been beaten violently by Yu Sheng. At this moment, he just felt pain all over his body. If not for the special recovery methods, he would not be able to fight at this moment. What a ridiculous fairness! Yu Sheng stepped forward. Since he wants fairness, I'll fight again, Yi Wuchen said calmly. He was at the same level as Li Daoqing, the 5th level Dharma plane. If Li Daoqing wanted to talk about fairness, Yi Wuchen would like to fight with him. Yu Sheng looked at Yi Wuchen and said, "Okay." Yi Wuchen's arm had been damaged by Li Daoqing's senior brother, Li Daoyun. He was more suitable for this fight. Yi Wuchen stood out but didn't pull out his sword. Since Li Daoqing wanted a fair fight, he would fulfill that wish. Li Daoqing stepped out. In a second, great murderous sword intent could be sensed. A terrible storm of sword aura rolled over. Great sword intent swept towards Yi Wuchen's body. Li Daoqing was considered to be just as talented as his senior brother Li Daoyun. He had great achievement in swordsmanship with a mid-level noble fate. His sword intent was extremely strong too. However, Yi Wuchen was just like him. When the two sword intents appeared, people including Gu Biyue were all stunned. No wonder Lu Qinyun wished to protect this group. They were all great talents. It appeared that Lu Qinyu wanted them to join Lu Kingdom. But even with great talent, it would still be hard for Yi Wuchen to win against Li Daoqing. Yi Wuchen stood there quietly, emanating horrible sword intent, as if he was a statue cast by swords. The moment Li Daoqing moved, countless beams of light filled the space. They were the reflections of the swords. He moved very quickly like lightning. People could only see his blurred figure. Then they saw Li Daoqing descend from above Yi Wuchen. Countless swords appeared and swept over the air. At this moment, people saw horrible sword streaks cut the void. If Yi Wuchen was hit by those lights, his body would be cut into countless pieces. It's the split light sword technique. People all saw the brilliant sword, which was like a godly technique. They could practically see Yi Wuchen be engulfed by the endless sword light. As an extraordinary cultivator of the Fuyun sword clan, Li Daoqing showed his absolute advantage with only one move. Yi Wuchen still stood there. Everyone was watching, wondering whether he just couldn't figure out how to resist this. If he couldn't, he would most likely die. Yi Futian looked coldly at the sword. The opponent had started with a fatal move. Lu Qinyu only stared at Yi Wuchen. Surprisingly, he didn't even move. Shocking sword intent flowed through him at this time, but it was still hard to block Li Daoqing's attack. Mu Yunhe and Xiao Teng looked satisfied. There were no flaws in Li Daoqing's attack. Endless swords tearing through the air were about to hit Yi Wuchen. Everyone mourned for him. Would he lose with just one move? Sure enough, there was still a big gap between him and the Fuyun sword clan. Just as the sword came down, Yi Wuchen's body, bathed in the light of sword, turned transparent. It was as if he was a sword rather than a man. When cutting down, Li Daoqing's sword was influenced. It spun around as if it was to be integrated with his body and become a part of that sword. It is the sword body. The people of the Fuyun sword clan were surprised. Yi Wuchen was not Yi Wuchen anymore. He was the incarnation of the sword. The sword body was the ultimate pursuit of all swordsmen. Could not be attained merely relying on talent. One also needed an incomparable faith and a sincere heart in swordsmanship. The sword and the self must be one. People who could form the sword body were all top talents of swordsmanship. It's not the sword body yet, but just an immature form. Mu Yunhe was shocked by this sight. Even now, it was still very destructive. It was very possible for Yi Wuchen to succeed. Seeing this scene, Li Daoqing felt embarrassed. His fatal kill was integrated into Yi Wuchen's body. His body like a sword, he streaked past. Another sword struck out as if all blades were one. A horrible light sliced through the air. At this moment, Yi Wuchen's body moved. He looked like the king of swordsmanship. As he moved, all swords followed him. His body seemed to be turned into a real sword and descended on Li Daoqing. Li Daoqing felt great murderous sword intent approaching. He stepped back, but a bunch of cold light swept past his neck. Li Daoqing stopped, his eyes fixed on the figure. Yi Wuchen had caught up to him with the sword and sliced the throat. Blood flowed down Li Daoqing's neck. He would die if Yi Wuchen made the slightest move. Everything was silent. Many people shuddered inwardly at the sight of that sword. The Fuyan sword clan was famous for its swordsmanship. The clan was known as the strongest sword clan in the Eastern Barren Territory. However, Li Daoqing, one of the top talents from the Fuyun sword clan, was defeated by just one move. The Yiwuchen only made one move. Everyone could tell how strong he was. It was enough for him to be compared with those top talents of the Fuyun sword clan. Lu Qinyu was shocked too. She had heard Yi Wuchen had lost one arm when fighting with Li Daoyun but still wounded Li Daoyun. However, she didn't realize how excellent Yi Wuchen was until now. He was stronger than she had imagined before. However, Yi Wuchen once said that he was the least competent of the three. Was it really so? Lu Qinyu doubted that. She didn't train in swordsmanship, but she knew that what Yi Wuchen had performed was an indication of the sword body. A swordsman that learned the sword body was so terrifying. She looked at Mu Yunhe and Xiao Teng and said, "This is the fairness you asked for before." Satisfied? Mu Yunhe looked at Yi Wuchen deeply and said, "We are indeed defeated. We will let this go." The eyes of the Witch clan and Ji family grew sharp. Other spectators were a little disappointed. The Fuyun sword clan would not take further action? That's it. At this time, an untimely voice sounded. People turned around and saw Yi Futian stepping forward. He was gazing coolly at the Fuyun sword clan. After Li Daoqing was hurt by Yushang, he called the Fuyun sword clan over for a fair fight. Li Daoqing's strikes were fatal. Could Yi Wuchen kill him? After being defeated, he just said that it was over and left. Instead of being defeated, it felt like he was forgiving them. Everyone's eyes flashed as they stared at Yi Futian. What did he mean? Mu Yunhe furrowed his brows and asked, "What do you mean?" "Wuchen also has sword intent," Yi Futian said with a smile. Yi Wuchen naturally understood what Yi Futian meant. "Release your fate. One must pay the cost of losing a battle." Hearing their words, everyone became amazed. Was Yi Wuchen about to steal Li Daoqing's noble fate? Li Daoqing's expression grew uncomfortable. He was already extremely humiliated to be defeated by the same plane. He was the pride of the Fuyun sword clan, after all. Now, Yi Wuchen even wanted to take his fate. Interesting. Gu Biue grinned as she watched this. It seemed that Lu Qinyu had taken in some very interesting people. Judging from the talent Yi Wuchen had just displayed, it was no wonder Lu Qinyu didn't care about Li Daoyun's attitude. Mu Yunhe looked between Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen. "This is over," he said. "We just had Li Daoqing fight a battle with you," Xiao Teng said coldly. They'd already taken Princess Lu Qinyu into consideration and didn't use their status to press down on them. But now Yi Futian wanted to take Li Daoqing's fate. It was presumptuous. "You won't dare," a furious voice said. It was Li Daoqing. However, Yi Wuchen's noble fate transformed into Emperor's fate and swept towards him. At the same time, Yi Wuchen's sword poked into Li Daoqing's throat. The icy feeling was too much. Blood suddenly dripped from Li Daoqing's neck. His entire body was numb and he didn't dare move. "Do you know how I lost this arm?" Yi Wuchen's eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at Li Daoqing. Li Daoqing glanced at Yi Wuchen's shoulder. What did it have to do with him? "He said his name is Li Daoyun from the Fuyun sword clan," Yi Wuchen continued. Li Daoyun didn't care about fairness when he took Yi Wuchen's arm with peak Dharma power. It was one thing if Li Daoqing didn't bother them. However, he'd instigated it and then lost. Did he really think he could leave like this? Hearing this, Mu Yunhe and Xiao Teng's expressions all changed. So, was this an old rivalry? There was a reason why Li Daoqing was beaten like that. The surrounding people were surprised as well. Yi Wuchen's arm was lost because of Li Daoyun. The pride of the Fuyun sword clan at the peak of the Dharma plane and a super swordsman in the 5th level Dharma plane had created such a rivalry. Gu Biue glanced at Lu Qinyu. "Did you know?" Lu Qinyu didn't look at her. Her eyes were still on Yi Wuchen and Li Daoqing. Since Yi Wuchen revealed it and wanted to take Li Daoqing's fate, this was a public challenge. Did he not fear Li Daoyun anymore? Or was it for her? Lu Qinyu wondered if Yi Wuchen really trusted her or if he was confident in something else. As Yi Wuchen pressed his sword further, Li Daoqing finally felt fear. He released his fate. Yi Wuchen's Emperor's fate was extremely aggressive. It quickly swallowed Li Daoyun's fate clean. Yi Wuchen's sword fate quickly turned terrifying while Li Daoqing had nothing. All his effort in the ancient barren world was gone. Yi Wuchen let go of Li Daoqing. Mu Yunhe and Xiaoteng just watched quietly from the side. Even the extremely cold Mu Yunhe was aghast now. As disciples of the Fuyun sword clan, they'd always been the orthodox swordsmanship. But today, Li Daoqing lost to a swordsman in training of the same plane. He was restricted and had his fate taken. For disciples of a top force, this was extremely humiliating. Princess, what do you think? Mu Yunhe gazed at Lu Qinyu, still holding back his anger. Even though Yi Wuchen was very talented, the Fuyun sword clan couldn't let him go for taking Li Daoqing's fate in public. If Lu Qinyu wanted to protect Yi Futian's group, they could leave for now, but this wasn't over. Isn't this the fairness you wanted? Lu Qinyu was indifferent. I understand, Mu Yunhe muttered. In that case, we will leave now. With that, he glanced at Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen. We will meet again. Meet again? Yi Futian looked at him and asked, did I allow you to leave? He looked at the Fuyun sword clan. They wanted to leave? That was funny. Everyone's eyes narrowed and looked at Yi Futian strangely. It wasn't over yet? What did he want to do after taking Li Daoqing's fate? Lu Qinyu also looked at him. The previous judgment on him had been very suitable, but where did he get the confidence? Mu Yunhe and Xiaoteng's fury were uncontrollable now. They stared darkly at Yi Futian. How may I help you? Mu Yunhe asked coldly. His voice was sharp. Are you going to hand your fate over, or do we have to do it? Yi Futian smiled at Mu Yunhe. You came so powerfully but want to leave after getting defeated? And go find the Fuyun sword clan to take revenge? They had to leave something behind. Reckless. Xiaoteng walked up. He was at the 7th level Dharma plane and his aura was extremely powerful. At that time, Yi Wuchen had walked before Yi Futian. Then he unsheathed his noble sword. Reckless? Yi Wuchen was at the 5th level Dharma plane and had a noble sword. Would there be any problems to deal with two men? He hadn't been this powerful when he'd injured Li Daoyun back then. Disregarding him, Lulan Shui was behind Yi Futian too. She'd been quiet, but Yi Futian had seen her abilities. She could easily defeat someone like Li Daoyun. Of course, this wasn't why he was confident. Without any nonsense, Yi Wuchen brandished his sword and walked to Mu Yunhe and Xiaoteng. He wielded the sword with one arm but couldn't hide his glory. Sword intent flowed through his body. His body seemed to have transformed into the body of a sword as well and dazzled brightly. With a flash, his body disappeared. An instant later, a sword stabbed forward. It transformed into a rain of swords, engulfing Mu Yunhe and Xiaoteng. A curtain of swords appeared around the two. They waved their swords, cutting the countless swords that had appeared. However, Yi Wuchen's swords were much simpler. When he descended again, he struck down on Xiaoteng. Endless sword intent flowed with his movement. The sword curtain was cut and Xiaoteng's expression changed. Rays of light flashed and he felt a coldness. His shirt was shredded and cuts appeared on his arm. He froze in place, not daring to move. So fast! Everyone stared at the battlefield. Yi Wuchen didn't stop, he started after Mu Yunhe. No matter how Mu Yunhe's sword intent flared, Yi Wuchen just stabbed and the sword rain turned into one point. A beam of sword light appeared before Mu Yunhe's body and went through his neck. It was only a bit away from being fatal. Sword intent wrapped around Yi Wuchen. He walked to Mu Yunhe and pointed at the throat. Mu Yunhe's expression was heavy and dark. He looked furious but still released his fate. He was robbed. Xiaoteng was next. The three powerful cultivators of the Fuyun sword clan had come and thought that they could easily take revenge for Li Daoqing if Lu Qinyu didn't stop them. They didn't expect that they would humiliate their clan like never before. They lost to someone on the same plane. They still lost when they were in a higher plane with a ritual implement. The three had their fates robbed. It was such a big difference compared to their confidence when they first came. Tell Li Daoyun that I am Yi Wuchen, the man said. Back then, Li Daoyun had killed all along the way. When he had gone, he reported that he was Li Daoyun of the Fuyun sword clan. He'd been so arrogant. Mu Yunhe's group didn't say anything. They left pathetically. Countless gazes at the mountaintop fell upon Yi Wuchen. With the talent he'd displayed today, he could join any top force. Lu Qinyu of the Lu Kingdom had gotten there early. Apparently, they'd already agreed to cultivate with her. Amazing! Ji Zimo walked over now. He smiled at Yi Wuchen. You're very talented. If you're here to join a top force, you can consider the Ji family. We are a noble clan in the Eastern Barren Territory.
If you come with us, you can create a clan in the future.
The people behind me are all from the clans of the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Wuqian glanced at him and then at Yi Futian. He wasn't good at this stuff. Yi Futian should decide. Everyone looked at Yi Futian in shock. It seemed that Yi Wuqian wanted him to decide. Don't worry.
They can also come with me. I won't treat them badly, Ji Zimo said with a smile. If Yi Wuqian could join him, it would be a great help to him. As for Yi Futian's group, it didn't matter even if they weren't as talented.
They like pretty girls. Gu Biyue walked over and said to Yi Futian, would you like to be my subordinate? I can definitely treat you better than Lu Chenyu. Her eyes and smile were mesmerizing. Yi Futian's eyes brightened. Chuckling, he asked, how much better? How much do you want? Gu Biyue was intrigued. I had a servant before, but she left.
How about you come with me? Yi Futian smiled brightly at Gu Biyue. Shameless. Behind him, Lin Yueyao blinked. Did he want another pretty servant? At the top of the hill, people all looked at Yi Futian when they heard what he had said. Yi Futian wanted Gu Biyue to be his maid?
What an arrogant guy. The witch Gu Biyue from the witch clan exceeded others both in talent and appearance. Gu Biyue's status in the witch clan could be compared with Princess Lu's in the Lui kingdom. Yi Futian chose to follow Lu Chenyu but wanted Gu Biyue to be his maid? Was this Yi Futian's response to Gu Biyue's offer of letting them be her subordinates?
Most of the people behind Gu Biyue were confused while some of them were looking at Yi Futian indignantly. Was Yi Futian serious? Ji Zimo was also surprised. Where did this guy's courage and confidence come from?
Lu Chenyu smiled at this scene. She was curious about how Gu Biyue would react. However, Gu Biyue was just a bit stunned. Then her smile grew more brilliant, full of charm.
She stared at Yi Futian and said, You want me to serve you? Her tone sounded quite flirtatious and evocative of people's imagination. Witches always did whatever they wanted. However, anyone who wanted to take advantage of them would suffer a lot. It is a wonderful thing to be served by a beauty. Yi Futian smiled at Gu Biyue. Seeing his smile, people were wordless. This guy was too bold. As the weaker one, how did he dare to ask Gu Biyue to be his maid?
Wasn't he too naive?
In the Eastern Barren Territory, even the top talents from top powers dared not to let Gu Biyue serve them. But I would rather you to be my subordinate. Gu Biyue laughed. So, are you to be my subordinate or I your maid? Well, a problem. Yi Futian looked at her. What do you think? How about a bet? Gu Biyue smiled and said, If you lose the bet, not only you but he will all be my subordinates. She looked at Yi Wuqian and smiled at Lu Chenyu. It was very fun to take people from Lu Chenyu's hand. What if you lose? Yi Futian smirked.
Serve you as you said before. Gu Biyue giggled. Her eyes were overwhelmingly beautiful and mesmerizing. In Lulan City, Yuling Long, who followed Qian Yang, was fascinating too. But Gu Biyue was different from her. Yuling Long's appearance and temperament couldn't be compared with Gu Biyue.
She was fascinating from the inside out. Her every move and smile exuded exotic charm. Her elegant temperament made her a strong attraction to those top talents. Actually, she had more pursuers than Lu Chenyu did, including many top talents from Eastern Barren Territory. What kind of bet? Yi Futian smiled. She had dug the pit, waiting for him to jump in. The peaks of Mirror Mountain are all relics. Since we are here, let's take the relics as the bet and make them our battlefields. We'll send 3 people per side and choose 3 relics.
The outcome will be known after 3 rounds. What do you think? Gu Biyue said with a smile. Many people's eyes fixated on people behind Gu Biyue. Those people were all extraordinary cultivators. Hearing Gu Biyue's words, Yi Futian looked strange. Take the relics here as the bet?
It was not challenging for him at all. Good idea, Yi Futian responded with a big smile. Will Gu Biyue be a better maid than Yun Qianma? Hope that she won't run away too. Seeing Yi Futian agree so readily, Gu Biyue also smiled. This group of people were definitely going to be her subordinates. Can I participate too? If you lose, be my maid. Ji Zimo smiled at Gu Biyue. But I'm not interested in you. Gu Biyue looked at Ji Zimo and then glanced at Yi Futian. You're not as good looking. Ji Zimo's face turned livid. People were speechless too. Gu Biyue smiled at Yi Futian and said, You pick the relics first. Yu Shang, Yi Futian called. Yu Sheng knew what he meant and walked towards the war drum zone. Those who had heard Yu Sheng beating the drums had a strange expression.
Gu Biyue deliberately set the trap for Yi Futian, but she might lose the first round. Accompanied by a boom, the drum's sound vibrated the space. Yu Sheng's aura burst from him and began to go wild. After a while, the 9 drums were beaten at the same time.
A violent storm rolled over the top of the mountain. People's hearts were stirred by the sounds. Gu Biyue's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. The 9 drums rang simultaneously without stopping. It was incomparably destructive. No one among the people behind Gu Biyue could do this. That was to say, Gu Biyue lost the first round. I concede. Gu Biyue recovered and showed a bigger smile. She didn't expect that Yu Sheng had a great talent too, as Yi Wuchen did. In this case, if this group of people could be her subordinates, they would help her a lot.
Her status would be further stabled and might even ascend. The competition within the witch clan was very intense. Being able to be assisted by the strong was naturally wonderful. She had confidence in controlling people of any personalities. Since Yi Futian's group were willing to follow Lu Qinyu, she was confident that she could handle them too. Second round, which of you will fight? Gu Biyue smiled and asked. Yi Futian looked at Lu Lanxue. She could have a try. Lu Lanxue stepped forward quietly. Many eyes fell on her. All were slightly surprised at her appearance and temperament. A figure behind Gu Biyue walked out. This man in a black robe was slender and quiet. He had been standing behind Gu Biyue quietly but emanated a dangerous aura. Leng Feng. People shuddered at the sight of him. The great talent of the witch clan. He had great talent but was obsessed with Gu Biyue. He was willing to do anything for her, even subordinating himself. However, his talent wasn't any lower. Since they chose the drum area, you just choose the same. Gu Biyue smiled at him. Long Feng nodded. He walked toward that area and started beating the drums. The reason why Gu Biyue conceded when Yu Sheng beat the drums was that Yu Sheng had done the extreme. No one could surpass him. But actually, Leng Feng was strong too. His every beat was stable, as if there was a fantastic rhythm in his beating. He beat the drum again and again. The drums gradually turned into a horrible storm, but Long Feng stood there still and continued his beating until the 9 drums rang at the same time. Yi Futian took a glance at Long Feng. As expected, Gu Biyue did prepare for this. Lu Lanxue walked forward and beat the drum too. This was her first time doing so, but she had a strong talent too. She managed to make 8 drums ring but failed at the last drum. Now, it's back to the beginning. Gu Biyue smiled at Yi Futian and said, "Which of you will fight in the last round?" "Him." Gu Biyue looked at Yi Wuchen. "You set the rule first. Which relics will you pick?" Yi Futian asked. "Are you sure?" Gu Biyue smiled at Yi Futian. At the previous 2 rounds, they all had selected the battlefield once. Unexpectedly, Yi Futian let her decide the final round, which was supposed to be discussed by 2 sides. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. Gu Biyue smiled at him. He was pretty cute, letting her choose. "Then I choose there." Gu Biyue pointed to an elegant place. There was chess, paintings, gyukins, and flutes. She may take the final round into her own hands. "You can't promise her like this." Lu Qinyu walked to Yi Futian and whispered. Yi Futian was overconfident about himself. How could he let Gu Biyue select the final battlefield? Her own hands. Yi Futian looked at Gu Biyue. The witch seemed to attach great importance to this match. "It's all right." Yi Futian smiled at Lu Qinyu. "Gu Biyue is good at playing the flute. She is proficient in music, especially the witch requiem of Witch Clan. Even Yi Wuchen won't be able to resist it. Even without the spiritual attack, the music transferred from spirit is destructive enough." Lu Qinyu couldn't help to say after seeing Yi Futian was so confident. "Witch requiem?" Yi Futian grew more interested in this. He said with a smile, "Then I would like to have a try." Saying this, he walked toward that area with Gu Biyue. His group followed behind. Lu Qinyu was stunned. She looked at Yi Futian meaningfully. He said he would like to have a try? Rather than Yi Wuchen, Yi Futian would participate in the final battle? Didn't this guy say that he was just a servant before? A servant wanted to have the witch of the witch clan to be his maid. Lu Qinyu was speechless but followed them. The witch did have some means. If Yi Futian failed in this battle, then this group of people would really have to join her.
The group of people came to the relic that was a great place for musical competition. There were gyukins, drums, and flutes there. However, everything seemed to be shapeless, as if they were illusions transferred from spirits. Those instruments floated in the air, diffusing the power of fate. It seemed that many great masters had fought here once. Decided who will fight? Gu Biue asked. I will fight. Yifutian smiled and responded. Gu Biue looked at him deeply and smiled gently. Since I want you to follow me, I hope you will be truly convinced. I am pretty good at the Xiao, so I will play a song for you. This song contains no spiritual attacks but only spiritual interference. If you can resist it, I will concede. Gu Biue smiled at Yifutian. Okay. Yifutian nodded lightly. Then Gu Biue moved toward that musical aura where there seemed to be countless invisible notes pulsing. Those miraculous notes were all transformed from intent. Gu Biue murmured in her mind. The notes fluctuated and formed a shape of Xiao. Many people were surprised that Gu Biue would attend the final round personally. Gu Biue placed her Xiao to her red lips and blew slowly. A mysterious sound came out of the Xiao. In an instant, it brought everyone into a beautiful artistic conception. So beautiful. Gu Biue was known as the witch because of how she acted. But actually, she was extremely elegant as she played the Xiao right now. The music was beautiful and her long hair flew in the wind, her white dress fluttering. Like a fairy, she was otherworldly and mesmerizing. This was the first time for many to see her. Looking at her right now, their eyes almost fell out. They couldn't pull themselves out. Only she existed in their eyes. A witch indeed. Enthusiasm flashed past Ji Zimo's eyes. Lu Qinyu and Gu Biue were different types of beauties, but were both lovely. They had high status too. It would be great if he could have either of them. The witch was more attractive right now, but Ji Zimo knew that it was because everyone was affected by the Zhao's artistic conception. The witch requiem was created from the witch clan's spiritual sorcery, could transform and was extremely powerful. The witch requiem was the foundation of the witch clan. Only the core members could cultivate it. Gu Biue was of high status, so she could cultivate it. There seemed to be no sound other than the Xiao at the top of the mountain. Countless eyes looked over. So many people were mesmerized by the witch now. She was beautiful and so was her music. Everyone was affected by it, even Yifutian. Right now, he stood across from Gu Biue. Music notes flowed endlessly into his mind with intent power. However, it was different from what he'd imagined. It didn't attack him. Instead, it engraved an image in his mind. It was the image of Gu Biue. Her fairy-like image was planted in his mind and consciousness. The beautiful music was intoxicating and the fairy-like figure was even more so. At that moment, his mind was completely taken over by Gu Biue's image. She seemed to want to be ingrained in his mind until he couldn't pull himself out. He involuntarily started admiring her, wanting to love her. He purely wanted to make that figure the most important part of his life. Is it the witch requiem? Yifutian thought. It was an advanced tactic and much more powerful than usual alluring techniques. Gu Biue claimed that if Yifutian could withstand it, she would admit defeat. It seemed that the so-called withstanding was a bit different from what he'd thought. It was possible he would surrender with one song. This was similar to the Beastmaster life spirit that Emperor Yi Qing had blessed him with. It was different but one of the same. The witch had really set up a trap for him. Unfortunately, her target was him. No one in the ancient barren world could surpass him in will and intent. Gu Biue couldn't affect him either. The song grew more and more beautiful. It was the first time for many to hear such a beautiful Xiao. Even though the witch only targeted Yifutian, everyone was still affected. Some weaker ones were about to be taken over. They stared at her with endless admiration as if gazing at an angel. As the music streamed into his ears, Yifutian seemed close to falling for Gu Biue. However, he was resolute. Another image appeared in his mind. He hadn't seen Fox in a long time. Thinking of the one he loved, a smile appeared on his face. He erased the marks Gu Biue left. Gu Biue, while playing the Xiao, stared at Yifutian and saw a brilliant smile on the handsome face. It was as if he had seen his beloved girl. However, she didn't feel proud. Yifutian didn't smile like this because of her Xiao or because of seeing her. While she played, he actually thought of someone else. Was it one of the two beauties standing behind him? Thinking of this, Gu Biyue furiously added her intent to the music notes, making the song even prettier. However, Yi Futian was still unmoved. Gradually, the song changed. Instead of being beautiful, it turned aggressive. This change seemed to be shapeless. The pulsing and aggressive notes rushed directly into Yi Futian's mind. It cut apart his fantasies. Hua Jieyu's image kept disappearing from his mind, forcefully wiped away. Gu Biyue no longer looked like a fairy. Instead, she was a domineering goddess. She was brilliant and horrible. She forcefully entered Yi Futian's mind to plant her image until he couldn't get rid of her. She would force Yi Futian to submit before her. In the fantasy, Yi Futian looked up at Gu Biyue in the air. She was as powerful as a goddess. Her music tried to make him surrender. In his mind, Hua Jieyu's image gradually faded away as if being wiped. Only Gu Biyue's image was allowed to stay. Outside, the spectators' feelings changed. They were also influenced by the song. However, Yi Futian's clothes and black hair fluttered as if bearing horrible, intent pressure. Yi Futian's eyes sharpened. Wanna make me submit? Wanna wipe away Jieyu's image? He grew even more resolute. Walking forward, he arrived at an instrument created by music notes and said, I must return a gift to you out of courtesy. Yi Futian played the guqin. His will entered the music notes as he strummed the strings. His music instantly accompanied the shao. Everyone felt a powerful force at once. The two types of music notes collided in the air, creating a shapeless windstorm. The shao was extremely violent. It wanted to wipe away everything in Yi Futian's mind and plant Gu Biyue's image. The guqin was magnanimous. Like an emperor, it protected the image in his mind. His territory was like a painting. The terrifying guqin music seeped into the witch's ears. It wiped away the aggressive goddess, trying to make her bow down. Yi Futian used his own enlightenment and understanding of the musical piece the world to make it perfect. A great artistic conception was born. He's fighting back. Everyone was shocked at this scene. Gu Biyue's witch requiem couldn't take Yi Futian down. Neither the fairy-like gentleness nor the aggressive goddess could destroy Yi Futian's will. Now he was fighting back. Yi Futian's aura changed instantly. An emperor-like power emanated from him. He seemed to have become a powerful king. The guqin and shao collided, the emperor and goddess clashed. Endless music notes fought crazily in that area as their auras grew stronger. The witch requiem made the goddess become indomitable. Endless images of her appeared in Yi Futian's mind. The world was equally domineering. Right now, Yi Futian was like a true emperor. His musical pieces will descended upon Gu Biyue to make her surrender. Such powerful intent. Everyone stared at the terrifying storm of music. They were up neck to neck. Neither was willing to step back. Would this turn into a tie? However, Gu Biyue had said that if Yi Futian could survive one song, she would admit defeat. Their bet had been that if she lost, she would become his servant. Yi Futian couldn't do anything if she didn't keep her word, but there was an audience here. It would be embarrassing. Just then, Gu Biyue's shao transformed into an endless river of notes that poured into Yi Futian's mind. She used her intent to communicate with the music notes and asked, "Who is in your mind?" With her body, aura, and the witch requiem, even the strongest person would surrender, let alone someone in a lower plane like Yi Futian. But he seemed to be protecting someone this entire time. Yi Futian grinned. "Do you surrender?" "Surrender." Gu Biyue repeated. "I just can't defeat you with my will." She'd said that if Yi Futian would bear it, she would lose. "Oh." Yi Futian chuckled. "What if I tell you that I haven't even tried yet?" His words surprised Gu Biyue, but then she smiled. "You're so arrogant." With that, the shao returned and the witch requiem attacked again. Yi Futian also smiled. He continued playing the guqin, but his aura had changed again. Now he was like an emperor. He instantly blasted away Gu Biyue's image in his mind. At the same time, an undefeatable intent descended in Gu Biyue's mind, forcefully cutting off her witch requiem. Her powerful spiritual power burst forth to restrict that will. Her shao stopped and she gazed at Yi Futian. The emperor-like figure stopped playing and smiled. He stood as if only he existed in the world. Everyone's eyes were fixated on those two figures. This wasn't a tie. Gu Biyue had lost. In this battle of will, the witch requiem had lost. Lu Qinyu stared at Yi Futian's figure. She thought of what Yi Wuchen had said. Now, it seemed that Yi Futian and Yu Shang were definitely amazing and not below Yi Wuchen at all. They all specialized in different things. Yi Futian could actually face the Witch Requiem and defeat Gu Biue.
Even more shocking, he was only in the second-level Dharma plane, but his will was already so powerful. When he played the piece earlier, his aura was like an emperor. Someone like this wouldn't follow others so easily. Gu Biue and Ji Zimo wanted Yi Futian to be their subordinate.
No wonder he would fight back and make Gu Biue his servant. Yi Futian smiled at the dazed Gu Biue. "You're mine now." Gu Biue was stunned a little. She looked at Yi Futian. She didn't expect that she would lose the bet.
From the beginning, she had been preparing this trap for Yi Futian to jump in so that he could be her subordinate. Unexpectedly, she was defeated. She didn't think that the horrible intent contained in Yi Futian's music could suppress her witch requiem.
But soon, she recovered, and her eyes, looking at Yi Futian, turned bright again. Yi Futian was only at second Dharma plane. If he could be so gifted, then so were Yi Wuchen and Yu Shang. The trio definitely had the potential to be top young cultivators in Eastern Barren territory.
The witch smiled charmingly. She looked at Yi Futian and said flirtatiously, "What do you want from your maid?" Yi Futian had said, "Now you're mine." How bold he was!
The surrounding people all gasped. The witch was very alluring at this moment. Their hearts were stirred by her deliberate bashfulness. Seeing the witch's performance, Lu Qinyu turned to Yi Futian. Though Yi Futian defeated Gu Biue, the witch had many vicious means and lived up to her name. Lu Qinyu was a great beauty too, but she was also enchanted a little bit when seeing Gu Biue's posture. This was because Gu Biue blended her witch methods into every move she made, making her extremely attractive. No one could forget her. Even those top talents would be attracted by her means. Yi Futian looked at the witch calmly. He admitted that she was very attractive, but trying to seduce him? It was impossible. He had experienced the fox before. "You are my maid. That's why you are mine. Don't overinterpret it." Yi Futian responded indifferently. Hearing his response, people were all astonished by his calmness. How can he be so calm facing the witch's temptation?
He must be pretending. Looking at Yi Futian's calmness, many dared him in their minds to keep pretending. Gu Biue giggled and looked at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. "Do you really want me to serve you? You don't want to deny it, do you?" Yi Futian looked at Gu Biue. "Of course I don't. It's just." The witch said with a smile, "I'm afraid you can't bear it." "Can't bear it?" Yi Futian looked at the witch and said, "Just do what you are supposed to do as a maid. Do not have any wild thoughts." Gu Biue was speechless. The people around them looked at Yi Futian with great admiration. He was really impressive. "Okay." Gu Biue moved slightly to stand behind Yi Futian and quipped, "My lord, what are your wishes?" Yi Futian nodded in satisfaction. She was really adaptable. "Follow me," said Yi Futian. He left this area and headed to the statues where he had been cultivating at previously. The witch followed beside him. Lung Feng and other strong cultivators who had arrived with her came up with cold faces. How could Yi Futian dare to follow through? Gu Biue just fulfilled her commitment, but how could Yi Futian not know how to be modest? Was he really treating Gu Biue as a maid? Gu Biue glanced at her group and smiled. Her eyes seemed to be telling people something. The group of people halted and looked at Gu Biue confusedly. It would indeed be embarrassing not to fulfill the promise, but so what? What qualified Yi Futian to let the top witch of the witch clan be his maid? Everyone would understand and wouldn't reprimand him if he didn't. Lin Yueyao looked at Yi Futian's back indignantly. This shameless guy enrolled another maid. Lu Qinyu smiled at Yi Futian. This guy really had guts. However, he might not know that he would be in danger soon with this witch by his side. Yi Futian came to those statues. Gu Biue smiled gently at him and asked, "How did you do that? Why did the intent in your music suddenly strengthen?" "It seemed to slightly restrain my flute. My shoulders are a little stiff after playing the music," Yi Futian said. He sat onto the ground. Such an unprofessional maid wanted to dig out his secrets? She was thinking too much. Gu Biue blinked. "His shoulders are a little stiff? What does that mean?" "Then let me massage your shoulders." Gu Biue suddenly smiled and stood behind Yi Futian. The surrounding people were instantly stunned. Shameless guy. How could his shoulders be stiff after playing when he was at such a high plane? Looking at the fairy-like woman in a white dress, people could not imagine her massaging shoulders for others. However, Gu Biyue just smiled gently. Standing behind Yu Futian, she reached out her slender fingers and began to massage Yu Futian's shoulders. People were overwhelmed at the sight of the scene. Shameless. Bastard. Many people glared at Yu Futian in hatred. Ji Zimo's face became exceptionally complex too. Yu Futian could enjoy such a treatment?
Comfortable. Gu Biyue smiled gently. Not bad. Yu Futian nodded and closed his eyes with enjoyment. Yu Shang behind them was stunned by this scene too. Without Hua Jieyu here, Yi Futian was really bold. Lu Qinyu walked over and was speechless when seeing Yi Futian's satisfied face. Yi Futian opened his eyes and smiled at Lu Qinyu. Princess, may I help you? Seeing Yi Futian was so casual. Lu Qinyu had no idea how he could be so calm. Aren't you a servant? Lu Qinyu asked with a smile. Can't a servant have a maid? Yi Futian smiled too. Since Yi Wuchen had told people that his arm was cut by Li Daoyan, he must have told Lu Qinyu the truth. She was just making fun of him. Of course you can. Just take care you don't get tricked. Lu Qinyu glanced at the witch behind Yi Futian. Gu Biyue was looking at her too. The two beauties looked into each other's eyes. The atmosphere became a little weird. After a short while, Lu Qinyu drew back her sight and looked at Yi Futian. This guy was enjoying himself now, but had he ever thought about the consequence? The witch's pursuers were strong enough killed him, let alone the witch clan. Yi Futian was a little confused. Why did those people always think too much?
Princess, what top powers are there in the Eastern Barren territory? Yu Futian suddenly asked. The relics here were enough for him to continue his cultivation for a period of time. Moreover, he could meet many people of top powers here.
When everything here settled down, he would join one of those top powers and begin to solve the concerns brought by Luo Junlin. It was the time for him to get familiar with everything. The Eastern Barren territory is extremely vast. There are many top powers in the central region.
My Lu Kingdom, her witch clan, Fuyun Sword clan whose people you have encountered with before, as well as the Ji's family which Ji Zimo belongs to are all top powers, Lu Qinyu explained. Seeing the great talent of Yi Futian's trio, she realized that it was not easy for Lu Kingdom to enroll them. However, she met them earlier than the other powers, so she had some advantages. Even if they chose the others, it was not a big deal. They could still be friends.
What about the Royal Xian Temple? Yi Futian asked. It's a powerful force, but not at the uppermost level, Lu Qinyu answered. If you want to join a power, I think Eastern Barren College might be a good choice. The college is the force with the longest history in the Eastern Barren territory.
It has been passed down countless generations. The resources for cultivation there are probably the most outstanding in the whole Eastern Barren territory. From this aspect, no other forces can be compared with it. Lu Qinyu slowly introduced the other powers to Yi Futian. How is the Eastern Barren College when compared with Lu Kingdom? Yu Futian asked curiously. They are different. The Lu Kingdom is a kingdom while the Eastern Barren College is a college. Colleges put more emphasis on the cultivation of its disciples. The teachers are all at the noble plane. It has cultivated a lot of very outstanding disciples, Lu Qinyu answered him honestly. Yi Futian nodded. The Lu Kingdom was a kingdom, so it focused on the cultivation of the royalty. Of course I will be delighted if you come to Lu Kingdom. Lu Qinyu smiled. Yi Futian smiled. Your Highness, actually, it doesn't matter if we join Lu Kingdom or not. How? Lu Qinyu looked at Yu Futian confusedly. If one of us is Princess's bridegroom, we don't need to join the Lu Kingdom to get close to each other. Yi Futian smirked at Lu Qinyu.
The princess was stunned for a while. Then she rolled her eyes towards Yi Futian and left. She naturally knew what Yi Futian meant. Are you flirting with Lu Qinyu? Gu Biyue asked behind him with a smile. She figured out now that Yi Futian's group was not going to join the Lu Kingdom.
They just met each other in advance. She thought the bridegroom Yi Futian mentioned was himself. Yu Futian ignored her and continued his cultivation. More and more people gathered at the peak of Mirror Mountain. Li Daoqing of the Fuyun Sword clan had been defeated twice.
Mu Yunhe and Xiao Teng were defeated by someone at a lower level than them. The fates of the three people were all seized. Gu Biyue's witch requiem was suppressed by the music of someone at a lower level. And then the witch became his maid to serve him. Such news would definitely cause a sensation.
After the news spread, an endless stream of people set foot on the top of the hill. All parties, even people of top powers, arrived. This place quickly became full of people.
Although there were many relics on the hill, strong cultivators used to come here separately instead of converging here at the same time. This grand occasion was absolutely rare. Gathering around the statues, many eyes fell on Yifutian. They kept pointing and commenting. Yifutian chose to ignore them. The witch Gu Bua sat beside him. She was waiting for everything that would happen with some anticipation. She would like to see whether Yifutian could bear it or not.
These days, other than cultivating, Yifutian also learned a lot about the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory. There were three most powerful forces in the center of the region: the Qin Dynasty, Donghua Clan, and the Eastern Barren College. The Qin Dynasty was also called the Eastern Qin.
It had once ruled over the Eastern Barren Territory but then dissolved. The other forces rose up, creating the current situation. Even so, the other kingdoms still made obeisance to the Qin Dynasty. It ruled over various kings and was extremely powerful. It was above the other kingdom in the Eastern Barren Territory, the Lu Kingdom, and resided in the best location. The Donghua clan showed signs of becoming the #1 clan in the Eastern Barren Territory. The signs were getting stronger in the recent years too. The Eastern Barren College was the #1 college in the area. It had nurtured countless monstrously talented people. In the aspect of training disciples, the college was unsurpassed. These three had the longest heritage. The Qin Dynasty was a nation.
Though the Donghua clan was powerful, it wasn't as good as the Eastern Barren College in training disciples. That was why Lu Chenyu recommended Yifutian to join the college. It was undoubtedly the best choice. There had always been many rumors that many of the noble figures in the top forces had all cultivated in the Eastern Barren College. Other than these top three heritage forces, the Fuyun Sword clan was the best for swordsmanship. It was known as the Orthodox.
The Sword Saint Mountain was the best for the broadsword. The Fuyun Sword clan and Sword Saint Mountain had been rivals for many years. When their disciples met, they would battle it out. Of course, the Lu Kingdom, Witch Clan, Royal Shen Temple, Chensho Temple, and others were powerful as well.
Yifutian had a general impression of these forces now. As the number of people on the Mirror Mountain increased, more people began discussing Yifutian. Of course, many of them were just here for the show, some wanted drama, and a few were angry at Yifutian for treating someone like Gu Bua as a servant. Of course, there were still a tiny number who admired the witch. People from some top forces also came, but Yifutian didn't know them. How can someone from a low plane take Gu Bua as a servant?
Where does he get the courage? Someone not far from Yifutian said coldly. He was from a noble clan. Apparently, it was because of a bet. Gu Bua kept her word, but he didn't know his place and actually took her. He was so arrogant. He probably forgot his place, someone else said, mocking Yifutian. In reality, they all knew that Yifutian naturally better than the others if he could defeat Gu Bua with music. However, they mocked him because they were jealous but also to stir up drama.
He has a noble ritual implement and earlier stole the fate of 3 powerful cultivators of the Fuyun Sword clan, including 8th level Mu Yunha, someone said. Ritual implements are just outside strength. People of the top forces do not need it. Plus, even if with a ritual implement, would he be able to defeat the true strong cultivators of the Witch clan and Fuyun Sword clan? Hearing this, many people nodded. Yifutian was talented, especially in music and spiritual will, but he was still too shameless.
He had robbed Fuyun cultivators of their fates and made Gu Bua his servant. Just as Gu Bua had said. Could he handle it? As more and more people started talking, Yifutian grew annoyed. Couldn't they let him cultivate in peace? Gu Bua, he called. The girl looked at him and he said, "Get rid of all those people discussing me. I don't want to see them." Gu Bua blinked in shock. These people were mostly feeling angry for her, but Yifutian told her to chase them away. She stood up sadly, her white dress swaying. She walked over to the crowd. Everyone was surprised and glanced at Yifutian. How could he be so shameless? "Please leave," Gu Bua muttered. Being a servant was so sad. Everyone looked at the fairy-like figure before them and was speechless. They wouldn't get angry at her, of course. Someone said, "Fairy Gu, why are you like this? He doesn't qualify to treat you like this. Since I agreed, I must fulfill my duties," Gu Bua said pitifully. Seeing her like this, many people were dazed. They felt even more furious and glared at Yi Futian. Someone said coldly, "Do you dare fight me? Hurry up!" Yi Futian chastised Gu Biue, ignoring them. This servant was out of line and even tried tempting men. He should teach her a lesson. Okay. Gu Biue nodded while feeling wronged. She released her powerful aura and the people before her became even more furious. They couldn't resent Gu Biue, they just hated Yi Futian more and left angrily. They didn't forget to insult Yi Futian for being so shameless and hide behind a woman while still making her his servant. Lu Qinyu watched him from afar. She didn't know what Yi Futian was thinking. The witch was doing her job but still setting traps for him. Many people were already angry and now it was building up. It would explode someday. He really didn't worry about getting into a mess. What made Lu Qinyu speechless was that he could still cultivate peacefully. He didn't care at all. The people of the top forces arrived gradually. The Fuyan Sword clan was the most eye-catching. As soon as she saw them, Lu Qinyu got closer to Yi Futian's group. However, the Fuyan Sword clan seemed very nonchalant. They waited quietly and didn't hurry to deal with Yi Futian. They clearly knew Yi Wuchen was difficult. Mu Yunhe was the example. Lu Qinyu was present too. The Royal Shen Temple and Sword Saint Mountain arrived too. Some of them knew Yi Futian's group and Lulan Shui. Earlier, they were there when the prides of the four top forces had gone to the Lulan relic for the trial. They'd used the relic as a battleground to test their skills. It was in that relic where Li Daoyun took Yi Wuchen's arm and started the rivalry. No one expected that they would come to Mirror Mountain and challenge the Fuyun Sword clan so daringly. They were surprised to see the Virgin Lulan Shui of ancient Lulan here too. At that moment, a few monks walked to the peak of the mountain, attracting much attention. They were from the Xianxia temple. There was another group beside them. They had extraordinary auras and were extremely confident. The Donghua clan. Many people were surprised. They didn't think the Mirror Mountain would be so lively that even the Donghua clan was attracted. They were close to the #1 clan in the Eastern Barren territory. They were very powerful and all their disciples were talented. The leader scanned the crowd as if trying to size them up. Then his gaze fell upon Gu Biue. They had met several times before. This attractive and powerful woman was now someone's servant. Then he looked beside her to Yi Futian. He walked straight over there. The monks of the Qianxiu temple also walked towards the crowd. Hua Qingqi of the Donghua clan. Everyone looked at him. He was well known amongst the younger generation of the Eastern Barren territory. Plus, he was from the Donghua clan. A few moments later, he walked over to the battle drums. Gazing at Yi Futian, he asked, "I heard that some fanatics arrived at the Mirror Mountain. Is it you all?" Yi Futian looked up at Hua Qingqi and then to Gu Biue. "I can't handle the Donghua clan," Gu Biue replied with a smile. It wasn't that she didn't want to fulfill her duties. Yi Futian had heard that the Donghua clan seemed to be the #1 clan. He glanced at Hua Qingqi and asked, "Yes, I don't mind if people are arrogant, but you must be skilled," Hua Qingqi said. "You defeated Gu Biue in the relic and made her your servant. Now, there are people from more forces present. Your plane is too low, and you clearly lack true ability. Why don't we challenge each other here? If you are talented enough, the Donghua clan can consider accepting you." He had a high status in the Donghua clan and could say something like that. Many people were shocked. If Yi Futian joined them, even the Fuyun Sword clan would be powerless. Of course, there were people from many top forces here. It wouldn't be easy to win in this fight. "Do you really think that you are #1 in the Eastern Barren territory?" a mocking voice said at this time. Everyone looked to see another person walk over. He was alone and was very handsome. He wore all white and his long hair was swept up under a crown. He walked with his hands behind his back and stood out from the crowd. "The college has come too." Everyone was shocked. He had come. Hua Qingqi had proposed for everyone to challenge Yi Futian and test his talent so he could consider accepting Yi Futian as a disciple. He was proud as if the Donghua clan really was #1. "What? The college is interested too?" Hua Qingqi smiled at the newcomer. He obviously knew who it was. He was very famous. The man from the college glanced at Yi Futian. "I heard that he's quite talented but is too overconfident. He doesn't have high cultivation but is so shameless. I don't like people who act above their level. The college doesn't lack fanatics and also doesn't accept idiots. The man spoke straightforwardly. The college didn't lack fanatics because he was one. The Eastern Baron College was the college with the longest history in Eastern Baron territory. It was undoubtedly the representative of all colleges in Eastern Baron territory. The college taught all kinds of students, including both proud and low-profile cultivators as well as fanatics. Certainly, one must be capable enough to gain the title of fanatic. Otherwise, even those top talents could barely be called fanatics in the college. Tang Yi was a famous fanatic among the juniors in the college. He would do whatever he wanted without concerns. He didn't know Yi Futian but had heard his stories along the way. He didn't care about what he said, so he even said some rude words. However, Tang Yi didn't mind that. It was Yi Futian's ability to win over Gu Biyue, but it was stupid for him to take Gu Biyue as his maid. That was not something he could afford. Among the peers from the Eastern Baron territory, he didn't admire many, but that witch from the Witch clan was one of them. Tang Yi was so capricious and wild that there few people could be compared with him. But as fate would have it, Tang Yi saw Gu Biyue as his sister. If he was in the ancient Baron world and knew Yi Futian had taken Gu Biyue as his maid, he would have killed him immediately. In his mind, Yi Futian was just a clown who knew nothing about the situation but thought himself mighty. There had never been a shortage of geniuses in the Eastern Baron territory. He came here today for a true genius. Not only he, but Donghua clan and Qianxia temple all came for this guy. As for Yi Futian, Tang Yi just happened to hear about him on the way. The people looked at Tang Yi. What he had said was very straightforward, but that was just what he was like. Yu Shang cracked his knuckles and looked at Tang Yi coldly. Looking at Tang Yi, Lu Chenyu frowned. How did the conflict become so intense? The college was seldom interested in such trifles. From his attitude, it could be inferred that Tang Yi was not here for Yi Futian. It was impossible for him to be here just for humiliating Yi Futian, wasn't it? This was clearly not Tang Ye's style. Seeing the coldness in Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen's eyes, Lu Chenyu walked to them and whispered, "He is Tang Yi from the Eastern Baron College. You can't deal with him." "He's from the Eastern Baron College?" Yi Futian murmured. "He is right. The mad and the stupid are very close. Many people think they are fanatics, but they are just some self-righteous idiots." "Oh!" Beside him, Gu Biyue smiled. Then was Tang Yi of the Eastern Baron College the fanatic or Yi Futian? Lu Chenyu rolled her eyes. This was the woman's trap for Yi Futian. Yi Futian was in trouble, but it was his fault. He was too impulsive. At this time, some people walked here from the stairs. They were from two powers and all emanated a special temperament with a confrontational intention. Moreover, the two leaders both had faint noble fate. "Brother." Lu Chenyu was a little shocked at the sight of the man at the left side. That man was her brother Lu Feiyang. Her brother should be in the outside world, but why was he here in the Eastern Baron territory? She also recognized the man on the right side of her brother. That man was from the Qin dynasty. Seeing them appear, the people at the top of the mountain seemed to realize something was wrong. The news that Yi Futian had taken the witch as his maid indeed caused a sensation, but not to this extent. Were all the top forces coming? Yi Futian wasn't that influential. Something else must be coming. Lu Feiyang saw Lu Chenyu too. He walked to her. "What happened?" Lu Chenyu asked. Apparently, she had guessed that there was something important happening or there would not be so many strong people gathered here. "He is about to pick the clan," Lu Feiyang responded. He was very curious whether he would choose the college or the Donghua clan. "He!" Lu Chenyu blinked and thought of someone. The guess stunned her. Lu Feiyang said that man was going to pick the clan, not that the clans would pick him. This meant that this man's gift was strong enough to select the top forces. Lu Chenyu instantly knew who her brother was referring to. Among those young top talents in the Eastern Baron territory, only one legendary person had not joined any force yet. Xiao Wuji was a legendary junior in the Eastern Baron territory who didn't belong to any clans but could be compared with those strongest cultivators. In the ancient Baron world, he defeated many top talents and achieved achievements that many people didn't. His records were still kept in many relics. That was why he was so famous even though he hadn't come to the Mirror Mountain and shown his gift in front of the Mirror Mountain stone wall. No elder had even seen him before, but he was already known to all in the Eastern Baron territory. All top powers sent invitations to him, but he still hadn't announced which clan he was going to join. But now, was he going to make the decision? "Who are you talking about?" asked Yi Wuchen. "We are talking about Xiao Wuji, who had left his deeds in the ancient barren world. The Mirror Mountain is the only place he hasn't been to, and now he will come here to pick clans." Lu Chenyu looked at Yi Wuchen meaningfully. She didn't believe it when Yi Wuchen said there was no one stronger than Yi Futian and Yu Shang, though they were very outstanding. But in the Eastern Barren Territory, there were even stronger cultivators in the top powers, such as the College, the Donghua clan, and the Witch clan. Xiao Wuji was among them. Not many were qualified to pick clans here, but Xiao Wuji could. Moreover, he had competed with people of all powers when he was in the ancient barren world. He had conflicts with all the powers, but they still all came, wanting him to join them. Lu Feiyang looked up to Yi Futian's group. He had heard about the news. Lu Chenyu still introduced them to her brother. Lu Feiyang nodded to them and said, "If interested, join us." Yi Futian could tell that Lu Feiyang was not so interested in them. What he said was just a casual offer. Though Yi Futian's group was very strong, they were not so outstanding when compared with Xiao Wuji. Naturally, Lu Feiyang was not very interested. Even the Moon clans here. Are they going to enroll a male disciple? Lu Feiyang saw a group of women appear at the top of the mountain. These women were all beautiful like fairies. They were the disciples of the only female clan among the top powers of the Eastern Barren Territory. The Moon clan only accepted female disciples. Xiao Wuji's choice had nothing to do with Moon clan, but they still came. Accompanied by the arrival of the top forces, people on the mountaintop began to realize that Yi Futian and the witch were not the reason for those strong cultivators' arrival. It was Xiao Wuji. Many people were guessing which clan Xiao Wuji would pick. As for Yi Futian and Gu Biue, their news was forgotten by people at this moment. All powers are here now. Hua Qingqi of Donghua clan smiled, then looked at Yi Futian. "What do you think of my suggestion? Would you like to challenge people of all powers? You might get the chance to join the Donghua clan." Hua Qingqi thought that it would also be a good idea to enroll several talents before Xiao Wuji arrived. When Xiao Wuji came, then he would fight with all his might. "No," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Make him challenge people so that he could have the chance to join the Donghua clan while Xiao Wuji could pick any clan he wanted." There was such a big difference. If he agreed with Hua Qingqi, he'd have no dignity left. After the Barren City, he'd come straight to the Mirror Mountain to pick clans. Today, he would witness someone else make the same choice. It was interesting to him. If you missed the chance, you might never get another chance. Hua Qingqi smiled. Yi Futian's refusal was not something shameful to him. The Donghua clan was becoming the top clan of the Eastern Barren Territory. They didn't accept anyone, even if others wanted him. "It's all right." Yi Futian smiled lightly. If the chance was missed, he might never get another chance. Yi Futian agreed with that. Countless people arrived at the top of the Mirror Mountain after hearing the news. At this time, some other people of the Fuyun Sword clan also arrived. One in the group glared directly at Yi Wuchen and Yi Futian as he arrived. Step after step, he walked over to somewhere near Yi Futian's group. His eyes were like sharp swords. It was Li Daoyan of the Fuyun Sword clan, the man they met in the Lulan relic. The man looked at Yi Wuchen's lost arm and said coldly, "It seems that losing one arm is not enough." When rushing into the imperial palace of Lulan Kingdom, Li Daoyun was very arrogant and aggressive. Obviously, he didn't expect that Yi Wuchen's group dared to come here so soon. "Li Daoyun from the Fuyun Sword clan," Yi Futian said. This was how Li Daoyun responded when he asked Li Daoyun at the Lulan relic. Hearing his words, Li Daoyun looked at him with eyes sharp as daggers. "You finally came." Yi Futian smiled brilliantly as if he had been waiting for Li Daoyun to come here. Li Daoyun halted and then smiled too coldly. "Yes, I came. So, are you ready?" He glanced at Lu Chenyu and Lu Feiyang and went back to the Fuyun Sword clan. He wasn't in a hurry. So many people of top powers gathered here not to see how he would deal with Yi Futian but to wait for someone. He would only kill Yi Futian after that. The disciples of all the top forces were grouped at the top of Mirror Mountain. While this scene wasn't unprecedented, it was still rare. Many people were excited. They didn't expect to see so many top talents today. Quite a few they'd only heard about before. It was the first time seeing them in person. They would see Xiao Wuji later too. That was the one who was equal to the truly monstrously talented ones in the Eastern Barren Territory. The various forces had spells on the Mirror Mountain stone wall so they could see what was happening. Xiao Wuji chose this place because it was probably his last time coming to the ancient barren world. He probably would not come anymore. Yi Futian's group also waited. They were curious about what kind of person could cause such a commotion. Countless eyes looked at the stairs.
Lin Wuya looked and then glanced at Yi Futian. Ever since knowing him, he was always the most eye-catching one. It was rare to see him like this, overlooked by others while someone else was in the spotlight. Would Yi Futian still show his brilliant talent this time?
Finally, someone climbed the steps. He looked average, but as soon as he appeared, he became the star. Everyone's gazes were fixed on him. He walked slowly, but each step was at a different time. His rhythm was very strange. His black hair hung carelessly over his shoulders, and there was no expression on those chiseled features. However, on his average face, his eyes were extremely deep. He could swallow everyone's gazes. Xiao Wuji. The people all looked over at him, but no one invited him. Since Xiao Wuji would choose a clan at the mountaintop, he would definitely do something. The people could only wait and see. Thus, the vast region on the mountaintop quieted down. Only Xiao Wuji's footsteps sounded. He gazed around, not at the crowd but at the various relics. Then he started walking somewhere. The direction he chose was where Yi Futian was. He obviously wasn't going for Yi Futian but for the statues. Many people moved aside subconsciously, emptying the area. However, Yi Futian's group didn't move. Move! A cold and domineering voice said. It was Tang Yi from the college. He gazed at Yi Futian's group with undisguised disdain. Just as he'd said before, he really didn't like Yi Futian. Yu Sheng looked coldly at Tang Yi, but Yi Futian didn't seem to mind. He gestured at them to move and walked voluntarily to the side.
Yu Sheng looked at him in confusion. Just watch, Yi Futian said nonchalantly. He watched the man walking to the flame statue. He was curious how powerful this man could be if all the top forces were waiting. Would he be qualified to compete?
It was not only Yi Futian. Everyone looked quietly at Xiao Wuji. He seemed to want to test the relics here. Terrifying flame intent seemed to shoot out of Xiao Wuji's deep eyes, falling on the statue. Then he closed his eyes and felt for it quietly. After some time, strands of fire stretched from the statue to Xiao Wuji, gradually enveloping him. Is he going to get to that point? Everyone's hearts trembled, especially those who had tried the statue. They knew how difficult it was to get to this point, but Xiao Wuji did it so quickly. Xiao Wuji's body seemed to burn. Various maple leaf prints appeared and then swallowed his entire body. Endless flame intent swept over him, bathing him in firelight. His body flashed and walked directly into the flame statue. His entire body seemed to fuse into it. He sat inside, sensing the statue's intense strength. As expected of Xiao Wuji, the audience's heart trembled. As expected, he used an extremely short time to reach this step even though it was his first try. Yi Futian was calm and he watched quietly. Xiao Wuji was so reputable and his talent was undeniable. Very few present could perform this well. Of course, Yi Futian was an exception. He wanted to see how far Xiao Wuji could go. Xiao Wuji studied inside for a long time and everyone waited quietly with no complaints. He was destined to become one of the top cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory. They might be able to see him now, but after some years, most of them would only be able to look up at him. After a long while, Xiao Wuji separated from the statue. There were faint maple marks on him. He'd finished with this statue. He moved towards the ice statue beside the flame one. He radiated with an icy aura and his eyes seemed covered in frost. A similar scene unfolded. He felt for the statue and then went into Cultivate. After a while, he walked to the golden statue beside it. It looked like a statue made of gold. To Xiao Wuji, it made no difference. Is he a full attribute? Yi Futian murmured. Yes, Lu Qinyu nodded. Xiao Wuji is a full attribute mandate sorcerer, including spiritual sorcery. Not many in the Eastern Barren Territory are like this, Lu Feiyong murmured. Sadly, he probably won't choose our kingdom. The Lu kingdom had no advantages compared to the other forces. In power, they weren't as strong as the Qin dynasty. In other aspects, they weren't as attractive as the Donghua clan or college. Thus, Lu Feiyang didn't have much hope.
He predicted that Xiao Wuji would choose between the Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, or the college. You've comprehended before these statues for quite some time. It seems that there's a big difference, Gu Biyue said with a smile. Yu Futian gazed her indifferently.
He didn't feel anything towards her smile and beauty. Servants shouldn't speak so much. If you keep doing this, I'll sell you, he said coolly. The witch's smile froze and she stared at Yi Futian in resentment. Could she be sold? Yi Futian ignored her. He continued watching quietly. After the 3 statues, Xiao Wuji seemed to lose interest and left the region. Everyone's eyes moved with him. Xiao Wuji walked to a big boulder. The stone was very strange. It glowed faintly. The entire stone was like a huge mirror with illusory light. Many figures were carved on the surface. They were all engraved into the stone with different depths. It was the image on the wall. Standing before the stone, you could feel the powerful intent power within it. The more talented someone was, the deeper one's image could be. The images on the stone had all been left by others. The deepest one was 7 inches. It seemed ingrained in the stone. Xiao Wuji stood before the stone. A strange power engulfed them. Then they saw him walk forward. He seemed to walk into the stone with every step. An image was branded onto the stone and kept deepening. 1 inch, 2 inches, Xiao Wuji's movement gradually slowed. A terrifying power pressed down on him, but he continued forward. The image grew even deeper.
Finally, the image was 8 inches deep and Xiao Wuji finally stopped. 8 inches. Another record. Everyone stared at Xiao Wuji in shock. He'd left an 8-inch deep image. He seemed to be a miracle created just to break all records. Next, Xiao Wuji walked to the battle drum area.
He raised his hand and beat the drum. There was a boom that shook the world. That moment, Xiao Wuji seemed to understand it. His hands kept banging on the drum. The booms sounded continuously, lifting a shocking wave. The drum beat 7 times before finally stopping.
Then there was an 8th and 9th boom. A windstorm swept through the sky and the drum beat in everyone's ears. This was something many people couldn't do no matter how they tried. But to Xiao Wuji, it was insignificant. So scary. Many hearts trembled. They had to take a long time with any of these relics here, but it seemed so easy for Xiao Wuji. He seemed to lose interest again. Leaving this relic, he walked to the Mirror Mountain stone wall. This was the final point. How many noble images could Xiao Wuji create on the wall? The crowd watched as he closed his eyes. The next moment, a horrible fate rose up behind him. It transformed into various colors and bloomed wildly. At that moment, everyone stared, fixated on the image and the brilliant fate. Xiao Wuji had comprehended many noble intents. They were all independent and this noble fate was of the upper level. Unparalleled in the ancient barren world, Tang Yi said as he looked at Xiao Wuji's noble fate. Even many with upper-level noble fate couldn't comprehend so many different intents like him. If he could choose the college, those old guys would definitely fight for him. To Tang Yi, it was highly possible Xiao Wuji would choose him. That was because he was from the college. At that moment, many noble figures of the Eastern Barren Territory used a magical mirror to show one figure. That figure was Xiao Wuji. At the same time, they also saw the scene at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. They were all interested. All cultivators of the noble plane in the Eastern Barren Territory had heard of Xiao Wuji's name. The disciples had told them many times about this man who'd broken many records in the ancient barren world. But the first time they met Xiao Wuji was at the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Naturally, all forces were interested in someone who was known as the most talented of the young cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory. No one knew who he would choose. Now all eyes were on Xiao Wuji at the top of Mirror Mountain. The horrible fate, hundreds of meters high, rushed into the stone wall. Then the wall turned transparent. A strange glow covered Xiao Wuji. What's inside the stone wall? Yi Futian asked Yi Wuchen out of curiosity. He'd heard that only Yi Wuchen had tried the Mirror Mountain stone wall before.
There's a figure created by noble intent. It clashes and fights with your own intent, Yi Wuchen said. And it gets stronger. Whenever it defeats a noble, a new one will appear on the wall. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Yi Wuchen had defeated 2 nobles and failed with the 3rd one. This meant that 2 nobles appeared on the stone wall. How many nobles could Xiao Wuji put onto the wall?
Soon, a noble appeared on the smooth mirror-like wall, representing Xiao Wuji's accomplishments. So fast, everyone thought. Clearly, Xiao Wuji had defeated the opponent with extreme speed. After a while, a second noble gradually appeared. Everyone grew anticipatory.
With the nobles of the Mirror Mountain stone wall, it grew more difficult as it progressed. It was already difficult to make 2 appear. Only the top figures could make a third appear. As for 4, only the most crazily talented ones of the Eastern Barren Territory could do it. How many could Xiao Wuji make appear? Gradually, a third noble flickered onto the stone wall. It glowed but wasn't solid yet before a terrifying glow enveloped Xiao Wuji. His black hair fluttered and he stood up straight. The noble figure on the stone wall trembled before finally solidifying. The moment that happened, a horrible light rushed into Xiao Wuji's body. According to rumors, when the third noble was imprinted onto the stone wall, the challenger could receive great benefits. It was the feedback from the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Xiao Wuji must have received it. After that, an even more terrifying light enveloped Xiao Wuji. He seemed to be trying again. A fourth noble figure flickered in and out. It was about to be carved onto the wall and something frightening appeared. At that moment, Xiao Wuji seemed to be enduring horrible pressure.
His body started trembling. One could guess as to how terrifying the stone wall was. There were many people present but few had completed 3 noble figures. They'd experienced this scene before and understood what Xiao Wuji was going through.
Finally, under that horrible sight, a 4th statue appeared. It was branded onto the Mirror Mountain stone wall. An even more dazzling light washed over Xiao Wuji. His entire body shone brightly and brilliantly. The 4th noble. Everyone's hearts trembled. This was the record of the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Only the best of the best had done this before and no one had surpassed them. So powerful. The people were shaken but Xiao Wuji continued to challenge.
The situation at the Mirror Mountain stone wall couldn't be described as only frightening now. The strange phenomenon filled the sky, drowning everything. Xiao Wuji's mind was bearing incomprehensible pressure. Finally, there was a muffled sound and he retreated. He couldn't continue challenging.
The Mirror Mountain stone wall shone brilliantly and gradually dimmed. The noble figures also disappeared gradually. Even though he had failed, no one looked down on him. They were all impressed. He'd beat 9 drums, left an 8-inch image on the wall, and easily comprehended 3 statues. If he continued, he could do even more. At the Mirror Mountain stone wall, he tied the record, making 4 noble images appear on the wall. This record was so amazing. He could be compared to any top figure without seeming weaker. In fact, he seemed even better. Wow! Yifutian praised as well.
Xiao Wuji was incredible. He didn't know about the others but Yi Wuchen could only make 2 images appear on the wall. Xiao Wuji had done 4. It was obvious how powerful he was. This was possibly also related to cultivation.
Yi Wuchen was skilled with the sword but Xiao Wuji was a full attribute sorcerer. He had various types of noble intent and would naturally hold advantages while challenging. Even so, the talent Xiao Wuji displayed was already impressive enough.
No wonder the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory all came for him. The Witchgu Biyue grinned at Yifutian. Her senior brother was no weaker than Xiao Wuji. He was the type of talent that could command the skies and earth.
The 5th noble will probably never appear on the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Xiao Wuji sighed. He turned slowly and looked at everyone. This was both his first and last visit to the top of the mountain. After this, he would choose a clan to join and try for the Arcana Plane. Will he choose a clan now? Everyone's eyes flashed in anticipation. Xiao Wuji, would you like to join the Royal Xian Temple? We will definitely give you the best treatment. A cultivator from the Royal Xian Temple said. Even though they weren't the most powerful, Xiao Wuji would be the center of attention if he joined. This was beneficial to him. The other groups all started speaking. However, the Fuyun Sword Clan, the Sword Saint Mountain, and Qianxia Temple were Buddhist clans. The Moon Clan was female only.
Many guessed that Xiao Wuji most likely would only choose between the Donghua clan and college. However, these 2 forces didn't hurriedly invite him. Xiao Wuji, if you join the Qin dynasty, we will allow a princess to marry you, a prince of the Qin dynasty said. Many hearts shook.
The Qin dynasty was so aggressive. In order to get this talent, they were willing to make a princess marry below her class. This way, Xiao Wuji wouldn't have to worry about his status in the Qin dynasty. He would be part of the royalty. This was to remove his concerns. The Donghua clan is most suitable for your cultivation, Hua Qingqi said. I am from the college, Tang Yi said now. He spoke slowly. The college extends an invitation to you. Everyone was shaken. Was this the college's confidence? I am from the college. What kind of confidence was this? Countless eyes fell upon Xiao Wuji. What would he choose?
Xiao Wuji gazed at everyone and slowly said, I choose the college. There was no hesitation in his voice. He chose the college. Clearly, he'd already decided beforehand. This was why the college was confident. They didn't have to say much. Tang Yi only said that he was from the college and invited Xiao Wuji. Now Xiao Wuji agreed. Another top cultivator belonged to the college. A smile appeared in Tang Ye's eyes. He said, welcome. Today he came for Xiao Wuji and the visit was not wasted. Being able to witness the scene was indeed something to be happy about. The other forces all looked disappointed. Of course, the Donghua clan was the most disappointed. After all, they were the top contenders with the college. But this was Xiao Wuji's own choice. No one had forced him, so they could only accept it. Shall we go straight to the college? Tang Yu asked. Okay. Xiao Wuji nodded. He'd already prepared when he came. Then, let's go. Smiling brightly, Tang Yi said, after you. Xiao Wuji strode forward. Everyone subconsciously moved aside. They watched Xiao Wuji and Tang Yi leave together. The two walked to the edge of the Mirror Mountain and down the steps. Tang Yi had come for Xiao Wuji. Now, he left in satisfaction and there were no other problems. Hua Qingqi of Donghua clan looked disappointed. He glanced at Yi Futian's group and left too. They'd given Yi Futian a chance before. Since Yi Futian didn't want them, then whatever. The Sword Saint Mountain, Chenqiu Temple, and Moon Clan all left as well, disinterested. They'd all come for Xiao Wuji today. However, the Fuyun Sword Clan didn't leave. Li Doyan's expression was sharp as he looked to Yi Futian's group. He wasn't in a hurry. He'd wait for everyone to leave. In his eyes, Yi Futian was already dead. As if a banquet had ended, many people looked dazed and at a loss. It was so great, Gu Biue said cheerily. Indeed, Yi Futian smiled. Then he started walking somewhere. Gu Biue was confused. Where was he going? Yi Futian wordlessly walked to the battle drums standing before the 9 drums. Boom. The first beat was soft. Everyone's eyes flashed at the sound and looked to Yi Futian. With Xiao Wuji's performance, did someone else want to try? It would be so boring in comparison. Boom. The second beat came. Even though everyone heard it, there was still no feeling. Boom. 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 The third, fourth, and fifth beat came. The air started shaking as the beats became louder. Many people of the top forces were going down the steps beside Mirror Mountain. Hearing the drum beats coming from the mountaintop, they were all shocked. Was someone still beating the drums? They paid no heed and continued descending. Boom, boom. Then the 6th and 7th beats came like thunder. On the stairs, Tang Yi smiled at Xiao Wuji. I wonder who is trying to compete with you. Boom. With the 8th beat, the air shook crazily as if struck with lightning. At the mountaintop, many people looked at Yi Futian. At the moment, his white robes fluttered and his long hair flew. Without stopping, he punched like a dragon. His fist beat onto the drumbeat was like a dragon's cry. Boom. The skies and earth shook together as the drum sounded for the 9th time. The scenery changed. Everyone at the mountaintop looked at Yi Futian, impressed. He was indeed talented. Tang Yi and the others on the steps heard this too. They paused slightly but smiled and continued down. 9 drumbeats were nice but not amazing. Standing before the battle drum, Yi Futian's clothing and hair flew in the wind. He raised his arm once again.